In the kingdom of Silan lies the city of Yulan, full of intrigue. Feng's residence became the arena for future great events. Young students exhaust themselves with training under strict supervision. One of the fighters, Feng Lei, does not hide his envy of the other. The guy is trying to turn the others against Feng Hao, whom he hates. He calls the hero trash, who disgraces the family with his position. The mentor suddenly appeared in a rage and interrupted their empty conversations. At this time, Feng Hao, the same guy despised by everyone, is taking a special bath. The hero knows what others don't know. These herbs don't work on him. In fact, his body absorbs the dark energy hidden in the brew. The old servant who prepared the bath does not even suspect the truth. Noticing the remains of the herbs, he naively asks the young man about the healing effect. The young man skillfully pretends to be disappointed in order to keep his secret. Inside, he is determined not to give up, despite all the difficulties. Insults only fuel his desire to become stronger than everyone else. Suddenly, his training is interrupted by someone's invisible presence behind him. A creepy demonic mask emerges from the shadows, trying to strike terror into the boy's heart. Beneath the frightening guise is Wan Xin's cheerful friend, who decided to play a prank on the tense Feng Hao. The hero did not expect that in 2 years her strength would increase so much. He is okay because he knows the truth and has to work harder. Wang Xin brings the hero news that could change their destinies. There is hope in her eyes that they can go to a prestigious academy together. A spark of hope flares up in the boy's soul to enter the elite Feng Yuexiu Academy. Their conversation is interrupted by an unfamiliar voice, full of cold contempt. Before them appears the ice warrior Yunying, whose aura radiates arrogance. The woman mockingly calls the young man trash, unworthy of even inspection. Wang Xin tries to defend her friend, but he firmly stops her. The hero's hidden pride bursts out and he challenges her authority. Deeply hurt, the warrior unleashes her icy fury. The young man realizes that her anger has grown into murderous intent. On the brink of death, the boy's will to live awakens something ancient within him. Her confidence crumbles as she watches him absorb her attack. An unknown force binds her, completely changing the balance of power in the battle. Feng Hao's gaze burned with a furious flame. He no longer had control over himself. For the first time in his life, Yunying feels real fear before the bottomless power of the young man. At the last moment, the mysterious figure strikes, breaking the deadly grip. The rescued warrior realizes with horror what monstrous power is hidden within this guy. The young man falls unconscious, and the master coldly warns his student. His consciousness plunges into a void where the line between life and death is erased. Deep within his soul, a dark sphere awakens, the true source of his power. Something bright bursts out of his chest, as if the soul itself is leaving the body. The last bits of life force are draining from his astral body. He is torn apart by a stream of purple energy, bringing primordial chaos. An ancient evil that had been dormant for hundreds of years was finally awakened by his power. The mysterious entity mockingly offers him a deal with fate itself. A desperate hope for deliverance from the stigma of a weakling is born in the soul of the young man. A revelation hits the guy. The parasite inside him was the cause of all his humiliation. All the pain accumulated over the years spills out in a furious cry full of hatred. Cold sweat and the familiar room make him doubt the reality of the nightmare. His mother's gentle voice brings him back to reality, but fragments of the battle flash through his memory. He learns that his savior was the one who almost took his life. Stubborn pride prevents him from admitting that he owes his life to his enemy. His childish protest is interrupted by the appearance of his father, whose figure radiates authority. His father reminds him of duty and honor, which are more important than personal grievances. Yunying's humiliating words echoed in his head again, igniting the flames of indignation. The father tries to reach out to his son, reminding him to protect the family's honor at any cost. The young man's gaze fills with steely determination as he accepts his duty. Meanwhile, the clan elders discuss the unexpected enrollment of a girl from the Wang family. The sages are confident in their offspring, not noticing Yunying's smug smile. The sudden announcement of the arrival of the Feng family's heir silences everyone. Wang Xin greets his friend with genuine concern in his eyes, but her father rudely interrupts the girl, ordering her to stay away from the trash. The girl, in despair, tries to reason with her father, reminding him of the life he saved. Elder Wang makes a veiled threat to the hero's father, demanding that he teach his son a lesson. His face is distorted with rage. He will not tolerate such a disgrace for his daughter. Yunying and Feng Hao's gazes meet, and an icy tension hangs in the air. The warrior decides to humiliate the guy by pointing an invisible blade at his knees. With an incredible effort of will, the young man withstands the blow, refusing to fall. The young man's father stands up for his son, demanding an answer for this vile and unfounded attack. Before he can finish speaking, the warrior's cruel blow falls upon him. Humiliated, Feng Chen falls to his knees under the mocking gaze of the arrogant woman. But even when defeated, the man does not bow his head, maintaining his honor. Her rage flares up again and she swings for the killing blow. Wang Xin, in horror, begs her master to stop and not do something irreparable. The desperate girl rushes forward, ready to take the blow. Seeing this, Feng Hao became furious and the power hidden within him burst out. Yunying is frozen in shock. Did he really learn to control that monster? The memory of his knightly power makes her hand tremble and stop her attack. She retreats, but her words are full of venom and a hidden threat for the future. The remaining masters rush to smooth over the conflict, not wanting to lose their talented student. Behind the hero's back, the elders whisper, attributing the boy's insolence to stupidity. Hatred towards Yunying ignites a dark flame in Feng Hao's soul, demanding revenge. The warrior accepts the challenge with a sneer, confident that she is beyond the reach of the trash. Feng Hao rejects the woman's condescension, because the young man does not need pity, but retribution. The guy puts his own life on the line, making his oath unbreakable and deadly. Feng Hao and Feng Chen's actions brought indelible shame on the family, which is now the talk of the town. The great elder angrily reprimands the father and son for behavior unworthy of a leader. The head of the clan issues a harsh sentence, announcing the upcoming change of patriarch. The look of the great elder leaves no doubt. The decision has been made finally and irrevocably. The conspirators in the shadows rejoice, because the patriarch's disgrace opens the way to power for them. A feeling of guilt and helplessness torments Feng Hao's soul, because the young man let down his father. The pain of his own powerlessness turns out to be stronger than the physical one, forcing the guy to mutilate himself. But the father does not blame his son, but only gently reassures the young man, offering his forgiveness. Feng Chen radiates boundless faith in his child, because Feng Hao will always be his father's pride. In this cruel world, only strength gives dignity, and the guy longs to find it. Despair almost consumes the young man, but a mysterious voice inside destroys his last hopes. Feng Hao jumps up, demanding that the invisible interlocutor show himself immediately. The chilling truth hits the boy, because this voice belongs to the monster inside. An ancient entity offers a deal, promising unprecedented power in exchange for freedom. It turns out that all the healing herbs had been nourishing not the young man for years, but the monster trapped in his body. The ancient spirit reveals to Feng Hao the secret of a dangerous technique, the only path to power. The main flaw of the guy's body is the inability to accumulate energy for combat. The solution flow is a risky method designed specifically for people like this young man. Despair pushes Feng Hao to take any risk, because his current existence is worse than death. The desire to restore his father's pride forces the young man to accept a dangerous offer. The mysterious mentor promises to teach the young man through his avatar, which causes surprise. An unknown entity begins to burst out of Feng Hao's body, blinding everything around. An excruciating pain pierces the boy as the avatar literally tears him apart from the inside. The agony reaches its limit at the moment when the mysterious creature completely leaves the hero's body. Amidst the blinding light, a voice is heard calling the young man to open his eyes. A little girl named Feng Dao, a new master, appears before the astonished boy. The tiny avatar, with its unchildlike authority, demands complete submission from Feng Hao. The young man's brain refuses to accept what is happening, attributing everything to severe stress. Suddenly, the guy's attention is drawn to a glowing book with a low-level Zhuan technique. The young man's face is distorted by a grimace of bewilderment at such a strange find. Feng Dao's appearance with a question about the lost technique plunges the young man into icy horror. Feng Hao's eyes flashed with excitement, as this treasure could now be his. The little girl easily intercepts the book and forcefully brings it down on the guy's head. Feng Dao's sly smile does not bode well for the stunned hero. Feng Hao, shocked, demands to know why this being possesses such a valuable technique. Little Feng Dao devalues the greatest treasure by using it as a stand. Avatar begins a lecture on the basics of martial arts, which are divided into 3 paths. Forging the body is the foundation that allows warriors to withstand incredible loads. Fighting energy is an internal force that requires subtle control and constant development. Combat abilities multiply power many times over, divided into 5 great levels. The realization of the insignificance of his family's techniques plunges Feng Hao into deep shock. The little mentor easily displays a whole collection of priceless artifacts. The shocked youth falls to the ground, begging to become a disciple and learn the master's true identity. Feng Dao jumps for joy like a child, which causes the hero even more bewilderment. The master sets a strict condition, demanding unquestioning obedience for 3 years. The young man is ready to start training immediately to change his destiny. The avatar warns of mortal danger, because without a strong body, the young man will simply be torn apart. Feng Hao humbly accepts the stern instructions, placing his complete trust in his teacher. Hard training using the old method does not bring results. leaving the guy weak. Envious students watch from afar, mocking the hero's futile efforts. The crowd continues to mock Feng Hao, calling the youth trash and a waste of time. A sudden burst of energy knocks the scoffers off their feet, causing everyone to look around in panic. In the center of the court stands Feng Hao, shrouded in the golden aura of a long-awaited breakthrough. The incredible explosion of garbage causes shock and disbelief in all witnesses of this miracle. The strict mentor notices what has happened. An interest in the young man lights up in his eyes. The instructor rushes to report the stunning news about Feng Hao to the family leadership. The new patriarch and elders demand to know all the details of this sudden miracle. The mentor reveals a key detail. The method of forging the boy's body was completely unorthodox. Surprise and confusion fill the patriarch's face, because the man cannot understand the situation. The training master explains that the young man used a rare power control technique. The conclusion shocks everyone. The technique must be at least of high-class Xuan level. The great elder points out a dangerous discrepancy, as the family does not have such a relic. With full determination, the elders decide to personally investigate the source of this new power. From afar, Feng Chen wonders if some hidden master is guiding his beloved son. Feng Hao has been training tirelessly, his body now overflowing with unprecedented power. The other students can only watch in bewilderment, unable to accept the transformation of the former outcast. The great elder suspects a secret patron and decides to keep the young man under surveillance. Strict orders are given to keep this explosive news secret to avoid chaos. The father's heart swells with pride when Feng Chen sees his son finally begin his ascent. Alone under the stars, Feng Hao eagerly calls out to his little mentor. A sleepy Feng Dao materializes, clearly annoyed that her rest was so rudely interrupted. The young man explains the critical lack of his training. His physical endurance is too weak. The tiny master points out the obvious limits of the fragile body, and Feng Hao hopes for a clever solution. Feng Dao casually opens a new path to power by mentioning the legendary alchemists. The hero's face lights up with understanding, because such mythical figures have never been heard of in this remote city. Feng Dao reveals to the young man the secrets of a world where powerful alchemists and poison masters exist. The path of the alchemist requires possession of a rare pharmacopoeia and the consumption of a special elixir. Becoming a pill maker is a privilege reserved for great families, as the cost of training is prohibitive. Poison masters represent the dark side of the force, their art based on destruction and death. Anyone who dares to oppose these masters will meet their death from an invisible poison. The avatar speaks with disdain of the primitive knowledge of the current era, considering it backward. The little teacher casually tossed the divine pharmacopoeia to Feng Hao as if it were a useless thing. The ancient scroll radiates incredible power, causing the young man to tremble with awe. Hope flares up in the boy's soul, because this is a chance to become a legendary alchemist. Feng Hao's joy turns to anger when the student discovers only blank pages. Feng Dao explains that only those with a virtual combat body can read the scroll. To awaken the ancient writings, the avatar orders his apprentice to sprinkle the scroll with blood. With some trepidation, the young man decides to follow the strange but encouraging advice. A drop of blood causes a blinding flash of light, releasing the hidden power of the pharmacopoeia. The hero's consciousness is transferred to another dimension, filled with pillars of ancient knowledge. Feng Hao is delighted to see all the secret formulas and recipes for elixirs revealed to his mind. Now the young man only needs to think about the recipe for the knowledge to instantly appear in his head. The little master mercilessly cuts off his student's delight, calling this knowledge primitive. Inspired, Feng Hao asks his mentor for several elixirs to begin practicing alchemy. Feng Dao shatters the guy's dreams by declaring that all the elixirs are her personal snacks. Feng Dao looks at his new, clueless disciple with disdain. The little mentor gives Feng Hao a low-level recipe that will be quite sufficient. After the avatar disappears, the young man decides to go to the market for herbs tomorrow. The morning greets the hero with the noise and bustle of a busy city market. A modest sum of 50 gold pieces is all that the young man has. Feng Hao sheepishly tries to bargain for the ingredients needed for the elixir. The kind merchant gives a discount, taking pity on the thin and clearly malnourished guy. The arrogant company notices Feng Hao, mocking the young man's fallen status. A new opponent named Yang Kun sarcastically humiliates the hero, calling him the son of a collateral branch. A crowd of onlookers gathers around, betting on Yang Kun's inevitable victory. But Feng Hao strikes back, asking a sarcastic question about dog leashes. The brazen insult takes the bullies by surprise, as the hero compared them to a pack of dogs. Yang Kun's patience is running out, as his reputation as an arrogant student is at stake. Yang Kun's face contorts with rage as the insult hit home. The enraged enemy rushes into the attack, intending to destroy the insolent man. The astonished crowd sees Feng Hao easily dodge the fourth-level master's attack. Incredibly, Yang Kun finds himself on the ground, unable to believe he has been defeated by the third-level trash. The winner, with a grin, advises the loser to better study the basics of martial techniques. Behind Yang Kun's back, they whisper about pills, without which the bully would not have reached his level. Humiliated to the extreme, Yang Kun orders his gang to kill Feng Hao. A commanding voice interrupts the brewing carnage, striking terror into the hearts of the bandits. The hero's father, Feng Chen, appears to protect his son, but his gaze does not bode well. A frightened Yang Kun tries to smooth things over by fawning over the former patriarch. As he leaves, the defeated enemy casts a hate-filled glance at Feng Hao, vowing revenge. In Yang Kun's soul, a cunning plan is brewing to humiliate the hero in front of the entire city with the help of a powerful elixir. The young man realized with a smile that Feng Chen had been watching the fight from the very beginning. Genuine pride and joy for his son overwhelm the father, who sees a great future in the young man. Under cover of night, Feng Hao once again summons his mysterious and capricious mentor. Feng Dao appears in a cloud of discontent, clearly irritated by the interruption of her rest. The guy enthusiastically announces that all the ingredients for the first elixir are ready to use. The sleepy avatar gives a shockingly simple instruction: just eat all the raw herbs. The young man stands frozen in bewilderment at the absurdity of such a primitive method. Overcoming his disgust, the hero forces himself to eat the bitter herbs, trusting the knowledge in his head. Feng Hao immerses himself in meditation, allowing the ancient knowledge of the pharmacopoeia to transform the raw ingredients. The young man's body is filled with a powerful flow of warm energy, giving an incredible feeling of strength. The grueling workout no longer seems like torture, because now the guy has an inexhaustible source of strength. Recovery that used to take half a day now happens in minutes, opening up new horizons. The miraculous pharmacopoeia allows the purified elixir to be stored directly in the body, making it a truly magical artifact. However, the hero faces a new problem. His modest savings are only enough for one day of training. A sudden inspiration gives Feng Hao a new idea, and the young man turns to his little mentor again. The little avatar curiously asks his student about the effect of the pharmacopoeia. The young man is absolutely delighted and showers his extraordinary master with compliments. Feng Dao's long nose reveals that the avatar understands the true purpose of this flattery. Feng Hao comes up with a brilliant idea to exchange priceless techniques for herbs. The little teacher, feigning displeasure, throws a few more scrolls at the young man. The hero falls into a stupor, realizing that he is holding several Xuan-level techniques in his hands at once. The anticipation of the coming turmoil in the city makes Feng Hao smile maliciously. Having changed his appearance, the young man heads to the auction house to sell the treasure at a profit. An attractive female employee greets a mysterious stranger in a cloak and mask. The hero silently hands over the scroll, unaware of the sensation this item will cause. The girl freezes in shock, because in front of her appears a legendary martial art of the Xuan level. The news of the treasure instantly spreads throughout the hall, causing incredible excitement. One of the visitors rushes to immediately inform his family about the rare find. An auction worker tries to calm the unruly crowd, apologizing for the commotion. Having assessed the client's importance, the girl invites the mysterious guest to discuss the details. The auction owner sees this as a chance to secure a powerful ally at any cost. The manager personally meets Feng Hao to discuss the terms of sale of the priceless equipment. The man vows to sell the scrolls for the highest price, setting an auction in 3 days. However, the masked young man stuns everyone by declaring that he doesn't need the money at all. The manager is at a loss, because now the man is ready to do anything to please this guest. A mysterious stranger demands elixirs in exchange for money, shocking everyone. The manager falls to his knees, realizing that the legendary alchemist stands before him. Feng Hao allows the manager to rise, hinting at future cooperation. The young man understands that a businessman's insight requires caution in conversation. The manager immediately orders a complete list of all herbal ingredients to be brought. The auction owner offers all his herbal wealth as collateral. The hero agrees to the deal, but keeps one of the precious scrolls for himself. The mysterious guest's generous gesture leaves the manager in a state of shock. Feng Hao is disappointed to find that the quality of the herbs leaves much to be desired. The mysterious guest coldly declares that the ingredients offered are insufficient. The auction owner vows to obtain any herbs the mysterious master desires. The masked guy gives his consent, taking full control of the situation. The hero deliberately does not include the rarest herbs in order to test the auction's capabilities. The list of 500 herbs amazes the manager to the depths of his soul, because this is the level of a great master. The man is ready to risk everything to establish a relationship with such a powerful person. The auction owner returns with a fully assembled order as soon as possible. As a gift, the manager gives Feng Hao a priceless ring to keep. The young man accepts the gift with pleasure, as it will solve the problem of carrying elixirs. The mysterious guest thanks for the service and reminds about the upcoming auction in 3 days. Feng Hao disappears into the night, leaving the manager in anticipation of great events. The acquired strength allows Feng Hao to train without rest, accelerating his development. The shadow of a sworn enemy constantly appears in the young man's thoughts, demanding revenge. The hero's body is enveloped in a stream of pure energy, obeying the will of the young warrior. Suddenly, a furious white tiger spirit is formed from the energy flow. An unknown force in his hand made Feng Hao freeze in complete bewilderment. The little teacher reveals the secret, because it was the tiger movement technique. The realization of possessing a Zhuan-level technique fills the boy's heart with childish delight. A reckless attempt to use his new power brings the young man only unbearable pain. Writhing in pain, Feng Hao desperately begs his master for help. Feng Dao's cold gaze leaves no doubt that there is no hope of help from the capricious avatar. The guy plunges into meditation, trying to calm the raging energy on his own. Avatar explains that the essence of the technique is to overcome physical limits. Feng Dao reveals the main problem. The young man's body is too weak to withstand such a load. Full of determination, the young man is ready to begin grueling training again. A timid hope for this child is born in the soul of the little mentor. Meanwhile, the whole city is buzzing with news of the appearance of the legendary technology. Ambitious students are determined to obtain the scroll and rise above everyone else. Rumors are spreading in the clan about the shameful failure of Big Cat, as the hero is nicknamed. A tired Feng Hao interrupts the gossip, advising the slackers to train better. Envious students surround the young man, accusing him of arrogance and reminding him of his fallen status. Feng Lei tries to smooth over the conflict by hypocritically reminding Feng Hao of their relationship. The rival offers the hero a deal, promising to teach him a technique in exchange for a favor. Hearing about the auction, Feng Hao decides to join his family to stay informed about the events. The hero pretends to be ill in order to escape from annoying relatives and act alone. Feng Lei doesn't believe in excuses, but allows the young man to leave, confident in his superiority. The auction owner falls into despair because the mysterious guest never shows up. The man is ready to wait as long as it takes, because the future of the entire city of Yulan is at stake. Finally, Feng Hao appears, and the manager greets his guest with tears of relief. There is growing discontent in the hall, as the auction is delayed due to the expectation of someone important. The appearance of a mysterious cloaked figure along with the manager silences the crowd. The guest's mysterious appearance gives rise to a wave of rumors and speculation about his identity and power. The crowd's close attention makes the young man feel embarrassed, as he is not used to being in the center of events. The manager personally comes on stage to present the last and most valuable lot. The veil pulled from the lot reveals to the world the dazzling radiance of a priceless artifact. The host announces the sale of a Zhuan-level martial art called Sand Palm. The auctioneer deliberately does not reveal all the details, in order to fuel the public's interest and excitement. The starting price of 50,000 gold makes the hearts of everyone present stop. The head of the Wang family immediately makes the first bet of 100,000, showing the seriousness of his intentions. The tension in the room rises as the Wang family's aggressive bid demonstrates their desire to win. But then, a new bet of 150,000 is made, starting a merciless war for the treasure. A cunning representative of the Chao family enters the auction with his own hidden agenda. The new rate of 180,000 makes the head of the Feng family think about the consequences. Viewers begin to suspect that the Feng family is eyeing the spot as the leader of the 4 clans. Impatient Yang Kun loses his composure, not wanting to wait any longer for the outcome of the auction. The representative of the Wang Shu family makes a crazy bid, raising the price to the sky. Yang Kun's dreams of ruling the city are shattered by Wang Shu's insane determination. The blow of the hammer puts an end to the fierce struggle, declaring the new owner of the treasure. The audience is shocked, as the Wang family's victory radically changes the balance of power in the city. The patriarch of the Feng family decides to seize the initiative and get to know the mysterious seller. Feng Chen blocks the path of the victors, introducing himself on behalf of the entire Feng family. A mysterious stranger coldly inquires about the former patriarch's financial situation. The hidden mockery in the hero's voice hints at a deal that Feng Chen cannot refuse. The mysterious guest sells the second scroll for a pittance, arousing the crowd's suspicions. The head of the Wang family is furious to realize that he has just been publicly humiliated and deceived. Feng Chen accepts the generous gift in complete bewilderment, not understanding the stranger's motives. The masked hero easily takes the money, leaving everyone completely confused. The defeated rivals understand that their influence in the city is now under threat. A cunning plan to attack the victors is secretly brewing in the minds of the losing clans. The Grand Elder of the Feng family tries to find out from Feng Chen the identity of the mysterious benefactor. The elders suspect that Feng Hao has a powerful patron behind him. The elders attribute Feng Hao's success to luck, but still consider the young man to be a weak link. The great elder decides to nominate Feng Hao instead of Feng Lei for the competition. The new patriarch furiously protests against such a humiliating decision for his son. But the word of the great elder is law, and his decision is not subject to discussion. Later, the great elder calls Feng Chen for a serious and frank conversation. The elder bitterly admits that Feng Li is too impulsive to lead the family forward. Feng Chen speaks of his son with pride, confident in the young man's future greatness. The family's entire hope now rests on the shoulders of Feng Chen and his amazing son. Meanwhile, Feng Hao reaches the 4th level, his strength growing at an incredible speed. Feng Chen reveals that he has long known about his son's secret affairs and his connection with the stranger. The father places a huge responsibility on the young man, because the honor of the whole family depends on him. Feng Hao accepts the burden, promising his father not to disgrace their name and to achieve victory. Spectators in the arena place bets, confident that the more famous and stronger participants will win. The auction manager proudly opens the great competition of the 4 families. The order of the fights will be determined by a random lottery, adding intrigue to the tournament. An impatient Yang Kun rushes into the arena, eager to begin the fights immediately. The arrogant young man refuses to wait for the draw and demands that the fight begin immediately. Yang Kun challenges Feng Hao, intending to publicly avenge his past humiliation. The hero accepts the challenge with a grin, ready to put the insolent man in his place again. The crowd is perplexed, because the entry of trash into the arena against a genius seems like suicide to them. Yang Kun disdains Feng Hao's courage, but sees him as no real threat. The hero replies with absolute calm that he simply has nothing to fear. Yang Kun's soul is seething with rage, as he longs to wash away the past shame with blood. The enemy confidently declares that he will show everyone the true gulf between their forces. Yang Kun charges forward, intending to demonstrate the power of his elixir. To the arrogant youth's surprise, Feng Hao easily dodges the blow again. Yang Kun is furious as his opponent flutters around like an insect. Putting all his strength into the blow, the bully tries to finish this humiliating dance. The spectators are perplexed, because the former trash is now playing with the opponent like a cat with a mouse. An enraged Yang Kun desperately demands Feng Hao to stop dodging and fighting. Observers understand that there will be no easy victory, and the hero's relaxed appearance confuses everyone. Having played enough, Feng Hao finally agrees to move on to a real fight. Yang Kun has difficulty recognizing his opponent's strength, and decides to use all his abilities. Having unleashed all his power, the arrogant youth prepares to deliver the decisive blow. Feng Hao announces with a grin that he will now show the true difference in their strength. The hero's incredible speed takes Yang Kun by surprise, leaving no chance to defend himself. The enemy realizes in horror that one blow from Feng Hao will be fatal for him. Realizing that there is no way to avoid it, Yang Kun freezes in icy fear of imminent death. At the last moment, a dark flame flashed in Feng Hao's eyes, foreshadowing the end. Humiliated and defeated, Yang Kun begs for mercy in panic, his pride trampled. Feng Hao looks at the defeated enemy with a grin, who simply fainted. The host announces Feng Hao's stunning victory, and the crowd erupts in applause. A new challenger from the Wang Yishun family named Mu Hu enters the arena, ready to fight. The audience doubts the hero's strength, because his next opponent is known for his overconfidence. Mao Hu decides to no longer hide his main trump card, saved for the finale. A warrior takes out a mysterious pill, intending to use a banned doping drug. With a crazy smile, Mo Hu declares that he will fight at the peak of the 5th level. The Feng family patriarch is shocked by how the enemy was able to artificially strengthen himself. However, an experienced warrior understands that this is not a real enhancement, but only a temporary effect. The patriarch explains that this is forced pressure, dangerous for the user himself. The warrior's body is compared to a bottle that gradually fills with energy. When the vessel is full, a breakthrough to the next, higher level of power occurs. However, energy absorption becomes more difficult with each new level of development. The Hu family uses cunning tactics, accumulating strength for a powerful breakthrough at the right moment. Feng Li anxiously wonders what level Mo Hu has truly reached. The patriarch realizes with horror that Feng Hao's opponent is at the middle 5th level. Mo Hu challenges, confident that there is no one in the Feng family who can stop him. The enemy decides to take the initiative into his own hands, seeing the passivity of his opponent. With a wild roar, Mu Hu rushes into the attack, his body enveloped in a powerful aura. The enemy's destructive power and speed caught Feng Hao off guard, leaving no time to think. The incredible pressure of the 5th level falls upon Feng Hao, forcing the boy to exert all his strength. The young man understands that without persistent training, he would have failed long ago. Spectators are confident of Mu Hu's victory, as the difference in levels seems insurmountable to them. The father looks at his son with concern, realizing that Feng Hao is at the limit of his abilities. Mao Hu mockingly suggests that the hero surrender, since the enemy has already warmed up enough. With a victorious roar, the warrior rushes into the decisive attack, confident of his triumph. Feng Hao realizes that he can no longer dodge and must face the blow head-on. The enemy offers to surrender, because for everyone, trash will always remain trash. But there is no room for defeat in the hero's soul, because he has suffered humiliation for too long. Mao Hu swings for the final blow, which promises to cripple Feng Hao. A flurry of energy hits the arena, and the air is filled with tense anticipation. Mao Hu celebrates his victory by mocking the defeated trash of the Feng family. One of the spectators goes crazy with joy because his bet on Mu Hu's victory came true. However, from the dust and smoke, an unbroken silhouette of Feng Hao appears, shrouded in radiance. Mao Hu falls to his knees, unable to withstand the incredible pressure emanating from the hero. With a victorious roar, Feng Hao declares that he will hold out until the very end. The crowd, in shock, tries to understand how the defeated warrior was able to survive such a blow. The audience is struck by the guess that Feng Hao has been hiding his true 5th level all this time. Inside himself, the young man understands that he survived only thanks to the power of the divine pharmacopoeia. The hero decides to go on the offensive, using the elixir's energy for a final attack. Feng Hao puts all his will into the final blow to get rid of the trash label. Mao Hu does not believe in the possibility of defeat, because his strength seems absolute to him. Feng Hao's resounding victory shakes the arena, leaving everyone in shock. A new wave of energy is born in the hero's body, marking a long-awaited breakthrough. The manager enthusiastically announces an incredible achievement, as the young man has surpassed himself. The incredible victory of Feng Hao of the Feng family becomes the main event of the tournament. The crowd erupts in jubilation, chanting the name of the new hero who has reached level 5. The host announces the next match, but the Wang family is forced to admit defeat. The head of the Wang family congratulates the Feng family on their victory, resigned to the loss of leadership. The whole city is buzzing with the news of the sudden rise of a former outcast turned genius. The father looks at his son with boundless pride. His heart is filled with happiness. Feng Hao keeps his promise to his father and brings honor back to their family. In a quiet residence, under cover of night, the heads of the losing clans gather. The tense atmosphere in the hall suggests that big changes are coming to the city. The clan heads discuss the rise of the Wang and Feng families, which threatens their position. The patriarch of the Chao family expresses concern because his clan is now in danger. The Feng family's mysterious connections with the stranger arouse suspicion and fear in everyone. The head of the Wang family is furious, because now his child will be unable to do anything against his enemies. One of the elders suggests trusting the Feng family to avoid bloodshed. Suddenly, Feng Hao's training is interrupted by an invisible and deadly presence. The mysterious assassin pins Feng Hao to the ground, leaving no chance for escape. The mercenary coldly declares that he is simply carrying out an order on the young man's life. The hero fights off the attack with the last of his strength, but realizes that the forces are too unequal. Surprised by the rebuff, the killer decides that such a tenacious target deserves no mercy. The stranger offers the young man a quick death in exchange for his voluntary surrender. The wounded Feng Hao despairs and realizes that he cannot win this fight. In his darkest hour, the boy mentally calls out to his little mentor. Without waiting for an answer, the hero decides to rely only on his own strength. The killer loses sight of his target, unable to understand where the wounded youth could have disappeared to. The sinister smile on the mercenary's face suggests that he enjoys the game of cat and mouse. Suddenly, the killer discovers his victim, who used a clever trick. Realizing that he had been deceived, the mercenary became furious at such insolence. The mysterious stranger unleashes his true power, preparing to destroy the insolent man. But Feng Hao is not about to give up, channeling all his will into his final attack. The young man uses his most powerful technique, the Heavenly Tiger Palm, putting his entire life into it. Despite being wounded, the mercenary survives the crushing blow, surprising the hero. The killer grins as he admits defeat in this round. But the outcome of the battle is decided. Feng Hao decides to take the enemy's life before he recovers from his wounds. With a wild cry of despair, the boy rushes forward because his life is not a toy. Wounded but unbroken, the hero flees deep into the mountain of monsters, leaving his pursuer behind. The mercenary is amazed by the insane determination of the young man who set out alone to climb the mountain of monsters. The killer understands that escaping to this deadly place is tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, the client is furious at the news of the failure, because the mercenary was unable to kill the child. The cunning conspirator orders his men to ambush the monsters on the mountain. The wounded Feng Hao wanders through the forest with his last strength, his body on the verge of exhaustion. A powerful burst of energy throws back all the predators, saving the hero from certain death. The little teacher appears to help her careless student one last time. Waking up in the morning, Feng Hao is surprised to find that he is completely healed. The young man cannot understand who saved him because he was on the verge of death. The guy calls his master with hope, assuming that it was her doing. Feng Dao confirms the guess, but refuses to help with returning home. Avatar sets a strict condition. Feng Hao must survive this hell alone. The hero panics, because even experienced masters don't risk going that far. The master's merciless words that the young man will remain trash hit where it hurts most. Feng Dao reminds the student that without external pressure, it is impossible to become truly strong. A flame of determination flares up in the guy's soul, because his body is not a dead end. The little teacher reminds him of his vow to take revenge on Yunying and protect his family. With a new purpose in his heart, Feng Hao vows to conquer the monster mountain and become stronger. Meanwhile, the wounded mercenary reports what happened to his mysterious client. Suddenly, Feng Chen bursts into the room, his face distorted with rage at the scene he witnessed. The Feng family patriarch is furious and orders his warriors to burn the traitors to the ground. The heads of enemy clans greet the threat with derision, confident of their impunity. Feng Chen contemptuously calls the conspirators insects, unworthy of even conversation. With a cry, the former patriarch rushes into the attack, his body enveloped in an icy aura. A powerful blow shakes the residence, as Feng Chen intends to make the traitors pay. The head of the Chao family accepts the challenge, his body enveloped in a golden glow of power. The second conspirator also enters the fight, not wanting to allow the enemy to rule his house. The furious attacks collide, creating a blast wave that shakes everything around. Feng Chen struggles to hold back the onslaught of two opponents, realizing the difficulty of his situation. The conspirators are surprised to realize that they underestimated the strength of the former patriarch of the Feng family. The head of the Feng family orders his people to obey the traitors to avoid bloodshed. However, the young warriors refuse to surrender and are ready to die defending the honor of their clan. A sudden and powerful pressure makes everyone freeze in fear of an unknown force. General Wu Yang, the guardian of the pavilion and the guardian of order in the city, appears on the scene. The general warns that the death of even one family could lead to a catastrophe for the entire city. A young warrior of the Feng family desperately begs the general for justice because they tried to kill his brother. The head of the Feng clan accuses the conspirators of attempting to assassinate his son, demanding justice. General Wu Yang interrupts the dispute, promising to personally assist in the search for the missing youth. The Feng family patriarch reluctantly obeys the order, leading his men out of the residence. Following the retreating enemies, the head of the Chao clan throws out a poisonous threat, promising swift reprisals. Feng Chen issues a chilling threat, promising to destroy all traitors. General Wu Yang looks at the conspirators with disdain, ready for the most decisive action. The hero immerses himself in meditation under an icy waterfall to remove all distractions. Every muscle in his body tenses, and his movements become precise and deadly. The little mentor gives valuable advice on how to reduce the strain on the body during combat. The avatar explains that only mortal danger can fully unlock hidden potential. Feng Dao sets his disciple a new, almost impossible task, hunting 6th-level beasts. Feng Hao is terrified, as this task seems like suicide to him. A fiery beast appears before the young man, its aura radiating primal fury and power. The hero panics, as his 5th level seems insignificant in the face of such a monster. The beast's powerful attack forces the boy to dodge, because he understands that he cannot withstand a direct blow. Feng Hao realizes that he cannot win with brute force, because the monster's attack range is enormous. The only chance of victory is cunning, and the young man begins to prepare his trap. With icy determination in his eyes, the hero prepares for a risky and deadly counterattack. The guy decides to use smoke to deprive the monster of its main advantage: sight. After all, an animal deprived of feelings becomes an easy and defenseless target. With a cry, Feng Hao rushes forward, putting all his strength into one blow. However, the fire beast easily dodges the blow, delivering a counterattack with a crushing blow. The young man is perplexed, because his cunning plan failed in the most unexpected way. Feng Dao explains with disdain that the fire beast's sense of smell is 30 times stronger than that of humans. The young man, in despair, reproaches his master for not warning him earlier. The fire beast rushes into attack again, leaving the hero no time to think. Feng Hao decides to gather all his energy for one decisive blow. But instead of attacking, the guy runs away, realizing the futility of resistance. In a panic, the young man begs his master for help, as he has never been taught to fight. Feng Dao scornfully reminds his student of the tiger palm technique he already masters. A sudden revelation strikes the young man, because he really does know this deadly technique. The guy remembers that the tiger palm is based not on strength, but on incredible speed. The hero concentrates all his power in 5 fingers, preparing for the decisive blow. With incredible speed, Feng Hao delivers a precise blow, piercing the fire monster. The victory did not come easy, but now the young man understood how to use his new power. The meat of the defeated beast turns out to be incredibly tasty and fills the body with new energy. The little mentor explains that this effect is only possible thanks to the pharmacopoeia. Feng Hao is surprised to discover that he has reached the 6th level of martial arts. However, Feng Dao quickly lowers the student to the ground, reminding him of his insignificant strength. The hero vows to use not only strength but also intelligence to win next time. Suddenly the avatar notices something interesting and calls his student to follow him. The young man barely has time to react before a golden arrow flies past him. The little teacher asks him anxiously if he senses the presence of a magical beast. Feng Hao senses a powerful aura and prepares to face a new, even more dangerous opponent. The young man concentrates, his mind creating a void to feel the energy around him. Suddenly, Feng Hao sensed a powerful source of spiritual energy hidden nearby. The little mentor proudly confirms that her student has found a real treasure. The hero is perplexed because in front of him is just ordinary-looking grass. The avatar confirms with an air of importance that this is the legendary spiritual plant. However, the treasure is guarded by 3 fiery beasts, ready to tear anyone to pieces. Feng Hao panicked and suggested retreating, as he was unable to cope with such security. Feng Dao reminds that such a rare plant appears only once every 100 years. With a heavy heart, the young man agrees to a risky adventure for the sake of the priceless herb. A simple but daring plan is brewing in the guy's head: just kill all 3 guards. The master reproachfully reminds the student of the need to use his brain, not brute force. Feng Hao's gaze changes, and the avatar notices how quickly her student is growing in stature. After much preparation, the young man is finally ready to carry out his cunning plan. With complete confidence in his abilities, the hero promises his master a real spectacle. Hiding in the grass, Feng Hao patiently waits for the perfect moment to attack. The monster's fireballs fly past because the animals are too sensitive to smell. Since the surprise attack failed, the guy decides to attack the monsters head-on. With incredible agility, the hero dodges fire attacks, defying the elements. The perfect moment for a counterattack arrives, and Feng Hao puts all his power into the strike. With a furious cry, the young man delivers a crushing blow, intending to end this once and for all. With a victorious roar, Feng Hao delivers a crushing blow, intending to end the fight. However, defeating one monster turns out to be too easy and arouses suspicion. The little mentor warns that even low-level beasts do not attack alone. The young man realizes with horror that he has fallen into a deadly trap, surrounded on all sides. 3 fiery beasts rush into the attack with fury, their eyes burning with hellish flames. Wounded and exhausted, Feng Hao realizes that working together as a group makes them invincible. The avatar warns that if this continues, the student will die on this mountain. With renewed determination in his eyes, the hero declares that this is also part of his cunning plan. With a shout, Feng Hao lures the monsters into a pre-prepared trap. The fire beasts fall roaring into a pit studded with sharp stakes, unable to escape. With a satisfied grin, the winner declares that this is only the beginning of his grand show. The guy is no longer going to run away, because now he is ready to show his true strength. The deadly dance begins, and the hero easily destroys the trapped monsters. With a wicked smile, Feng Hao offers the beast to submit and die at his hand. The little mentor watches in amazement as her student survives this hell. Wounded but unbroken, the hero proudly declares that all his medicines are almost gone. The avatar leads his student deep into the cave, where a real treasure awaits them. Inside the cave, Feng Hao discovers incredibly powerful spiritual herbs that emanate power. However, the plant is protected by a fire dragon, ready to incinerate anyone who dares to come close. Feng Dao reveals the secret, because this is the legendary fire dragon flower of the 2nd level. The young man falls into euphoria at the thought of the legendary royal elixir. However, the little teacher quickly brings the student down to earth, calling him a worthless person. Feng Dao orders the flower's roots to be dug up, reminding them that defeating the guards is just experience. Feng Hao begins excavations with disbelief, expecting to see something incredible. Under the roots of the flower, the hero discovers something that plunges him into a state of shock. A blinding light fills the cave, revealing a mysterious and powerful artifact to the world. Feng Dao reveals the secret, for this is the battle crystal, a second life for any warrior. The crystal is formed from the energy of heaven and earth, greatly increasing the power in the body. This artifact can significantly increase your chances of success when breaking through to a new level. With a new treasure in his hands, the young man is determined to continue his grueling training. 5 days later, the exhausted hero tracks down his latest target. With icy determination in his eyes, Feng Hao vows not to let his prey slip away. The guy corners the beast, creating the perfect opportunity to attack. However, the cunning monster jumps onto a tree at the last moment, avoiding the trap. Having miscalculated his strength, the hero falls off a cliff. his life hanging by a thread. Miraculously clinging to the rock, Feng Hao realizes with horror how close he was to death. But the monkey is not going to let go of its victim, intending to push the young man into the abyss. As he falls into the abyss, Feng Hao notices a mysterious blue stone emitting strange energy. At the last moment, the guy falls into the water, avoiding certain death at the bottom of the gorge. Suddenly, a beautiful stranger appears from the water, calling for help. The stranger angrily yells at Feng Hao, accusing the young man of indecent behavior. The embarrassed guy tries to justify himself, citing a recent blow and poor eyesight. The beauty burns with anger, threatening to gouge out the eyes of the impudent liar. Suddenly, pursuers appear on the scene, ready to deal with the girl. The criminals mock the wounded beauty, anticipating the pleasure of her body. Feng Hao sees the stranger struggling to her feet, her body covered in wounds. Fueled by rage, the girl screams, threatening to kill anyone who dares to come close. Warriors mock courage, knowing that its strength will soon be exhausted. The guy rushes to help the girl, realizing that the criminals will not leave her alive. In desperation, the girl uses her last trump card, releasing thunder energy. The criminals only laugh at the useless attack, as the girl's strength is clearly fading. Disdainfully discarding the unnecessary rubbish, they prepare to finish off their victim. One of the warriors declares that the girl is too beautiful to kill. The conspirators are preparing to offer the beauty an easy death, full of humiliation. Their dirty plans are interrupted by the voice of Feng Hao, who promises to punish the criminals. A plan is brewing in the young man's soul, because the stranger is ideal for one insidious trap. First of all, it is necessary to lure the criminals to a suitable place. The girl relies too much on the power of her whip, which is what Feng Hao will take advantage of. Throwing a stone with all his might, the young man distracts the villain's attention, and then runs away into the depths of the forest. The intrigued warriors rush in pursuit, not even suspecting what awaits them ahead. The girl rushes into the attack, intending to kill the three offenders with one blow. Suddenly, Feng Hao whispers in her ear, proposing a cunning plan to save her. The stranger is in shock, because she didn't even feel this strange guy approaching. The next moment, the hero grabs the girl, making her his hostage. The criminals are perplexed, unable to understand how the young man was able to neutralize the warrior so quickly. With a sly smile, Feng Hao declares that this beauty now belongs to him. The guy looks at the trio with disdain, calling them trash, incapable of handling one girl. The enraged leader orders his men to kill the insolent man who dared to humiliate them. The youth charges forward, using his tiger palm to distract them. As if on command, the girl releases her Venetian tiger palm. The unexpected water attack takes the criminals by surprise. They didn't expect such a turn of events. But this is not the end, because the beauty is preparing her most powerful and destructive attack. The warrior's body is enveloped in radiance. Her eyes burn with a furious flame. A barrage of lightning falls from the heavens to the earth, incinerating everything in its path. The criminals are burned alive, their bodies turning to ashes under the onslaught of the elements. However, the girl understands that her strength is only enough to hold off the enemies for a short time. Grabbing Feng Hao's hand, the stranger runs away, realizing that they cannot win. The surviving bandits look at the battlefield in bewilderment, not believing in their salvation. The heroes continue to run, but the girl realizes that they have lost their way. The wounded warrior realizes that if they continue to run, they will get completely lost. The young man reassures the girl, assuring her that getting lost on the mountain of monsters is not so scary. With a slight smile, Feng Hao says that on such a huge mountain, it won't be easy to find them. The stranger demands an answer as to why the guy saved her, suspecting selfish motives. The hero is outraged by such distrust, because he only wanted to help a girl in trouble. The embarrassed young man explains that he could not pass by while three men were harassing her. The girl understands that in front of her is not a simpleton, but a person with deep thoughts and principles. The beauty wonders why such an inexperienced warrior is wandering alone through the mountain of monsters. Feng Hao proudly states that he hunted monsters for training. The stranger is shocked, because only high-level and deadly creatures live in these places. The girl warns that such a crazy practice will rather kill him than make him stronger. The beauty offers the young man a faster and safer way to increase his strength. Feng Hao's eyes lit up with hope, as he was willing to do anything to become stronger. With a sly smile, the guy asks why the stranger wants to help him so much. Suddenly, the girl grabs the young man by the leg, declaring that this is gratitude for saving her. Feng Hao felt an unbearable pain pierce his body, as if he was burning alive. The warrior explains that each strike of her whip is charged with self-defense crystals. The boy's wild screams echo throughout the forest, attracting the attention of curious monsters. The girl offers the hero a unique chance to harden his body with the help of pure lightning energy. Unbearable pain makes the young man regret his decision, but there is no turning back. With admiration in her voice, the stranger admits that in front of her is a real man. The girl excitedly announces the start of a new, even more brutal training session. After half an hour of grueling blows, the warrior falls to the ground, completely exhausted. However, Feng Hao, covered in wounds, demands to continue, because he can still endure. The young man mockingly remarks that his new mentor has become too carried away by the process. The guy invites the girl to rest while he goes hunting for dinner. The fragrant smell of roasted meat spreads through the forest, awakening the appetite of the tired warrior. Like a child, the beauty delightfully devours the superbly prepared barbecue. The stranger asks how such a young guy could survive alone on the mountain of monsters. The girl is surprised to realize that she spent the whole day with this strange young man. The hero introduces himself under the fictitious name Hao Tian to hide his true identity. A happy smile lights up the face of the girl who introduces herself as Qin Yan. Feng Hao understands that his incredible resilience is due to the divine pharmacopoeia. Qin Yan predicts that with this speed of development, he will break through to the martial arts realm within 10 days. The news of such a quick breakthrough plunges the young man into a state of euphoria and shock. Suddenly, the boy remembers his mysterious teacher and his predictions. Qin Yan reveals her evil plan. She spent a lot of crystals to help him. The girl demands that Feng Hao become her servant in exchange for assistance. The warrior triples her strength, intending to help the young man make a breakthrough with one blow. With a scream, the boy prepares to take the full force of this crushing blow. Feng Hao's body was pierced by unbearable pain as a stream of pure energy poured into him. The power of the pharmacopoeia is fully revealed, filling Feng Hao's body with unprecedented strength. Qin Yan delivers a second, even more devastating blow, testing his student's resilience. The girl shouts at the young man to hold on until the end, because his future is at stake. The final, most powerful blow falls on Feng Hao, his body on the verge of destruction. The blast wave shakes the mountains, and the beauty breathes a sigh of relief. Having completed her training, from the cloud of dust emerges a transformed hero, his body forged by lightning and filled with power. Feng Hao is surprised to realize that he has finally broken through to the legendary martial arts realm. Qin Yan looks with a smile at his student who was able to accomplish the impossible. Like a child, the girl rejoices at the guy's success, congratulating him on his transition to the warrior level. The new body feels incredibly light and responsive, giving a feeling of complete comfort. The young man decides to test his new strength by striking a nearby tree. With one blow, Feng Hao shatters the trunk into pieces. His power has increased many times over. The guy is shocked that he was able to destroy the tree without even using his techniques. The beauty calls the hero a freak, because such destructive power is unthinkable for a newbie. Feng Hao himself cannot explain the source of his incredible power. He simply does not know. The girl decides not to harden the young man's body any longer, because now he needs to get used to his new strength. With full determination, the boy goes hunting to get dinner for himself and his mentor. The little mentor watches with jealousy as her student gets closer to another girl. Feng Hao proudly declares that he is now an advanced warrior, causing the avatar to chuckle. Feng Dao decides that the time has come to give his disciple part of the real divine formula. The young man is delighted, because he has been waiting for so long to get the real formula. The mysterious artifact envelops Feng Hao in a golden glow, filling his body with power. The guy looks at the old piece of iron with distrust, not understanding its true value. Feng Dao scornfully declares that this artifact has no grade, which enrages the disciple. The avatar explains that for ordinary people this is useless junk, but for the hero, it is the key to power. Having seized the artifact, the young man plunges into meditation, ready to comprehend its secrets. The little mentor orders the student to use the battle crystal to activate the formula. Feng Hao follows the instructions, crossing his legs and absorbing the crystal's energy. Part of the crystal's energy is infused into the formula piece, awakening its hidden power. A new section of the formula opens in the hero's mind, granting him unprecedented knowledge. The young man's astral body is immersed in a stream of pure energy, being reborn and becoming stronger. Incredibly, Feng Hao discovers within himself the Void Realm, accessible only to great masters. A flash of light illuminates the cave, and the hero emerges from meditation filled with new strength. The guy can't understand what just happened. His body feels completely different. Feng Dao explains that the combination of the formula and the abyss body accelerates progress many times over. However, now the young man will have to constantly search for battle crystals in order not to die. With a new purpose in his heart, Feng Hao vows to avenge all the humiliations of the past. The hero puts all his power into the blow, his fist becoming enveloped in the flames of the tiger. The sudden noise makes Qin Yan wary, as they might be being pursued. The girl is surprised to see Feng Hao training, completely absorbed in the process. Qin Yan is shocked by how much the young man has changed in just one night. An embarrassed Feng Hao apologizes for waking up his new acquaintance. The girl cannot believe that a breakthrough overnight is possible, because it contradicts all the laws. The beauty calls the young man a monster, unable to find any other explanation for his phenomenon. With a sly grin, the guy declares that if he were a monster, he would have eaten her long ago. Qin Yan playfully offers himself as lunch, testing his companion's reaction. The girl decides that it's time to go in search of something tasty. The warrior throws Feng Hao her old clothes, which she wore while pretending to be a boy. The new outfit suits the young man perfectly, emphasizing his transformed figure. Qin Yan blushes shyly, amazed by the beauty and charm of her new acquaintance. With a smile on his face, the guy invites the girl to go on a journey towards new adventures. The young man wonders why such a strong warrior was being chased by some bandits. The beauty evasively answers that at a certain time she must receive something important. Suddenly, Feng Hao saves the girl by pulling her towards him and avoiding the flying arrow. Embarrassed by the closeness, Qin Yan is speechless, her heart pounding wildly. The guy orders them to be silent, because there are people with a strong thirst for blood waiting for them ahead. Two bandits look with contempt at the corpse of their comrade whom they themselves killed. The killers decide to leave their boss and return home to find young wives. One of them cynically notes that they would have been replaced sooner or later anyway. Feng Hao realizes that the cause of all this carnage was a mysterious treasure map. The bandits, with greed in their eyes, anticipate how they will get rich from the treasures they find. Qin Yan watches with alarm as the criminals enter the monster's lair. Feng Hao orders the girl not to move, as he can smell the scent of a dangerous beast. One of the bandits, anticipating profit, goes deep into the cave, looking for treasure. A sudden and strange sound makes the criminal freeze in bewilderment. An unknown force tears the bandit apart, his scream echoing throughout the cave. A huge monster, the Iron Monkey Spirit, emerges from the shadows, holding the second criminal in its hand. In horror, the bandit begs for help, but his life is cut short in the blink of an eye. The hero is shocked by how easily the monster dealt with two experienced masters. The guy understands that he cannot cope with such an opponent, and suggests retreating. However, Qin Yan refuses to leave because she has a secret weapon. The girl rushes into the attack. Her body is enveloped in the glow of lightning, and a sword appears in her hand. With a cry, the warrior prepares to deliver the decisive blow. Feng Hao looks at the girl with concern, realizing that she is not his equal. The beauty proudly displays her true strength, her eyes shining with confidence. A powerful blow shakes the cave, and a purple glow blinds everyone around. With a victorious smile, Qin Yan declares that her secret weapon has worked. The girl looks at the defeated monster with contempt, calling him a stupid monkey. The warrior boasts that she has already defeated many masters with her weapon. Suddenly, Feng Hao disappears and the girl hears his voice coming from behind the monkey. With a hungry glint in his eyes, Feng Hao admires the defeated monster, as if it were a delicacy. Qin Yan is furious that instead of praising her hard work, the guy is thinking about food. The little mentor reveals a secret to the young man. The girl used a rare and powerful crystal. The avatar pushes the student to a vile act, offering to take possession of the beauty's power. With childish delight, the hero rushes to meet his new acquaintance, ready for adventure. Deep in the cave, they discover a mysterious passage leading to treasure. Sword marks on the walls indicate that the cave's owner was a powerful spiritual practitioner. Suddenly, a chest appears before their eyes, radiating light and promising untold riches. Feng Hao eagerly opens the chest, but Qin Yan doesn't stop him in time. A blinding light bursts out from the chest, revealing to the world a mysterious and ancient book. The hero delightedly realizes that he is holding a secret book of the heavenly level in his hands. However, the girl states with disappointment that this is useless junk on which she wasted her energy. Feng Hao can't believe that the artifact left behind by the great master could be trash. Qin Yan explains that the success rate of this method is only 0.1%. If the practitioner fails, his body simply explodes, leaving no chance for survival. Demon energy is incredibly powerful, and absorbing it requires a tremendous amount of time and effort. The Berserker Pill only provides a small portion of the Battle Crystal's power, making it nearly useless. Even an advanced Berserker Blood Pill can hardly compare to the real essence. The girl contemptuously calls the book trash, because human life is at stake. The young man is surprised to realize that his companion possesses incredible knowledge, as if she also has a secret book. Feng Hao discovers an incomplete note in the book that changes his entire understanding of the pill. Hope flares up in the young man's soul, because this pill is ideal for his body. With a sly smile, the guy declares that he is not interested in money, because strength is more important. The hero looks with disdain at the girl who thinks that everyone eats battle crystals like candy. With excitement in his eyes, the young man decides to try out the new technology, despite all the risks. Qin Yan easily takes out a 4th-grade demon crystal, leaving the boy in shock. The girl offers the hero an extra ride if he really wants to die. With gratitude in his voice, Feng Hao accepts the priceless gift, ready for experimentation. A cunning plan is brewing in the beauty's soul, because the successful creation of the elixir will bring her a fortune. The boy immerses himself in meditation, his body enveloped in a purple glow of demonic energy. The young man's mind is transported to another dimension where he must harness a wild and unbridled power. Feng Dao warns his disciple of mortal danger, as the demon's energy can backfire. The divine pharmacopoeia helps the hero to assimilate and improve the acquired knowledge. With a victorious roar, Feng Hao absorbs all the remaining energy from the demonic crystal. In the hands of the young man, a new shining tablet is born, the result of his incredible efforts. Qin Yan is shocked that the guy was able to create an elixir under such pressure. The girl is amazed to realize that in front of her is not just a pill, but the legendary berserker blood pill. The warrior cannot believe that this child was able to do the impossible and break through to a new level. However, her joy is replaced by horror, because such a breakthrough seems simply unthinkable to her. Suddenly, Qin Yan feels someone's presence and realizes that their pursuers are already here. Feng Hao boasts of his new pill with pride in his voice, which surprises Qin Yan. The girl can't believe that this boy is a Tian-ranked healer who can perform miracles. Meanwhile, the pursuers discover that their victims have managed to escape without leaving behind any treasure. One of the bandits orders everyone to be quiet because he smells blood. A horrific picture appears before the eyes of the criminals, the bodies of their comrades torn to pieces. The gang leader realizes that this is the work of a terrible monster and orders everyone to be on guard. With a sly smile, the warrior orders his men to lure the monster out of the darkness. Qin Yan is in a panic because the mercenaries are already here, and Feng Hao is still in meditation. The girl understands that if the process is interrupted, all the young man's efforts will go to waste. In despair, the beauty does not know what to do, because she has found herself in a deadly trap. With icy determination in her eyes, the warrior decides to hold out until the very end. Qin Yan swears that if the boy survives, she will make him pay in full. The little mentor watches with approval as the girl defends her student. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, the beauty decides to attack head-on. The girl uses Wu Jing's energy to kill her opponents one by one. A powerful stream of energy falls upon the bandits, leaving them no chance. One of the criminals mockingly remarks that his comrade is simply hallucinating. Concentrating all his will, Qin Yan delivers a crushing blow that requires minimal energy. The second bandit is torn apart, his scream echoing throughout the cave. Suddenly, a third criminal notices the heroes, and now their lives are in mortal danger. The bandits rush into the attack with a roar, intending to capture the beautiful warrior. Qin Yan was horrified because she didn't expect such a turn of events. The gang leader easily catches the girl because he knew her location from the very beginning. With greed in his eyes, the criminal anticipates how he will receive both the treasure and the beautiful captive. As payment for past humiliations, the bandit intends to use the girl's body. A wild cry of despair echoes through the cave as the criminal seizes his victim. In tears, Qin Yan begs the boy to wake up, otherwise she will die here and now. Suddenly, the bandit's hand flies off, severed by an invisible blade. With fury in his eyes, the criminal turns around to see who dared to attack him. Feng Hao, shrouded in radiance, saves the girl, his gaze full of icy determination. The gang leader orders his men to kill the insolent man, promising a reward for his head. With contempt in his voice, the young man orders the noisy insects to be silent. With incredible speed, the hero pierces one of the bandits, leaving him no chance. The deadly blade cuts off the head of the second criminal. His body falls to the ground. In a panic, the leader orders the guy to be killed, as he clearly took some kind of doping. Qin Yan cries out in alarm, warning the hero of the danger threatening from all sides. Feng Hao finds himself surrounded, but his face shows no sign of fear. Like a whirlwind, the young man rushes through the crowd, his movements precise and deadly. Using Tiger Finger, the hero delivers a crushing blow, piercing the enemy through and through. The last bandit falls dead, his head severed from his body with one precise blow. After a grueling battle, Feng Hao falls unconscious, his body at its limit. Qin Yan greets the awakened hero with a smile, offering him freshly cooked fish. The young man is confused, because he does not remember how he ended up at the fire and where his clothes went. The girl explains that she washed his clothes and offers to share dinner with her. The beauty reveals the reason for the fainting spell. The young man's body could not withstand the power of the blood pill. The burnt fish causes the girl to become furious, because she tried so hard for this ungrateful man. The warrior leans towards the guy, her eyes shining with curiosity and impatience. Embarrassed by the closeness, Feng Hao is speechless, his heart pounding wildly. Qin Yan directly asks if he is the mysterious doctor. A whirlwind of thoughts rushes through the hero's head. He doesn't know how to answer this question. The girl understands that she was right, because this is the only way to explain his quick recovery. The beauty asks a new question, trying to reveal all the secrets of her mysterious companion. Feng Hao decides to reveal his real name, but keeps silent about his status as a doctor. The girl sadly admits that her real name is too difficult to remember. Qin Yan suggests that she considers herself a rich lady, which causes the young man to mistrust her. The beauty reveals her true purpose. She is searching for the legendary Scarlet Lotus King. The news of the 1,000-year-old artifact leaves Feng Hao in a state of shock and amazement. The hero understands that before him is the king of medicine, who possesses the best medicines in the world. With a sly smile, the guy tries to beg the girl for a couple of scarlet lotus seeds. Qin Yan pushes the impudent man away with contempt, ordering him to stay away from her. Qin Yan offers the young man a deal, promising some seeds in exchange for his help. The girl reveals her true purpose. She came here for the 1,000-year-old medicine king. The beauty offers Feng Hao to become her personal pharmacist, promising rare herbs as a reward. In desperation, the guy agrees to the deal, because this is his only chance to become stronger. A happy Qin Yan announces the deal, unaware of what the young man has gotten himself into. Embarrassed, Feng Hao tries to leave, but the girl reproachfully reminds him of his duties. Left alone, the hero turns to his mysterious master for advice. Feng Dao, with a sly smile, wonders if her disciple has already tasted the delights of immense power. The young man barely remembers the sensation of the breakthrough, but he only remembers an incredible feeling of power. With a sly grin, the guy realizes that he can use this power for his own purposes. The avatar explains that this item temporarily increases strength, but the boy's body is too weak. Feng Hao reads with delight the description of the scroll, which promises incredible enhancement. With renewed hope in his heart, the hero believes he can beat the crap out of his enemies. The boy thanks his teacher, promising to honor the Red Lotus of Lianzi later. 10 days later, the heroes set out to find the legendary Medicine King. At the top of the tree, Qin Yan and Feng Hao are looking out for their target, but so far without success. The young man complains about the huge forest and his poor sense of smell, not knowing how to find the treasure. The girl orders him to just wait, because she has her own, more reliable method. A sudden earthquake shakes the mountain, and the beauty realizes that it is Yao Wang. With icy determination in his eyes, Qin Yan declares that they only have one chance. Feng Hao is in a panic, as he doesn't know how to deal with such powerful enemies. Qin Yan anxiously explains that even 10 masters will not be able to defeat these monsters. The heroes face real battle monsters, the Red Earth Dragon and the Fire Demon Tiger. The furious roar of the monsters shakes the mountains. Their eyes burn with hellish fire. The girl understands why there is no exact map of these places. Monsters are constantly changing the landscape. The beauty hopefully asks if the young man can smell the Medicine King at such a distance. However, the strong smell of sulfur prevents Feng Hao from using his unique gift. The monsters are approaching with incredible speed, leaving the heroes no chance of escape. The guy picks up the girl in his arms, carrying her away from danger while the monsters are busy with each other. In despair, the young man realizes that they will not break through and decides to hide in a tree. The strong smell of sulfur makes the hero think about a volcanic zone nearby. A sudden realization hits Feng Hao. Qilian requires extreme temperatures to grow. It can't be that the legendary plant is located inside an active volcano. Now everything falls into place, the sharp smell of sulfur and the blocked breathing. The heroes decide to bypass the monsters through a forest teeming with low-level creatures. A terrible monster attacks them with a wild cry, but this is only the beginning. Feng Hao realizes that the monsters are growing in number, and they need to hurry. A blast wave of energy blows the creatures to pieces, giving the heroes a chance to escape. Finally, they reach the volcano's crater, where their main target awaits them. Qin Yan hurries Feng Hao, because more and more hordes of monsters are gathering here. In the center of the magma, the heroes discover a stone platform on which the red lotus grows. Qin Yan is desperate because the temperature below is too high to reach the flower. Feng Hao smirked and said that a little girl shouldn't take off her clothes for such a trifle. With complete confidence in his abilities, the young man prepares to descend into the mouth of the volcano alone. The hero activates his pharmacopoeia, using elements from the ring to create a protective barrier. The girl is shocked that the guy is going to use the pharmacopoeia to protect the body. There is no room for fear in the young man's soul, because such a chance only comes once in a lifetime. Feng Hao's body is shrouded in the glow of lightning, ready to challenge the elements. Qin Yan is amazed to realize that the hero has been hiding his true abilities all this time. The boy realizes that the heat from the magma is not the main problem, because thunder arts are much more dangerous. With incredible speed, Feng Hao descends, surprising the girl with his agility. At the last moment, the hero grabs the legendary Red Lotus, fulfilling his mission. The little teacher orders her student to immediately place the flower into the spatial ring. Grabbing the artifact, the guy tries to pull it out, but the flower doesn't give in. The law of the volcano Reiki comes into force, and now it will not let go of its victim. Qin Yan screamed in panic as the two huge monsters had already noticed them. The volcano begins to erupt, trying to destroy the impudent man who dared to steal its treasure. The side effects of using his powers are taking their toll, and the young man's body is at its limits. The wave of lava is approaching inexorably, and Feng Hao understands that he could die at any second. At the last moment, Qin Yan throws his whip, saving the hero from certain death. Qin Yan disdainfully declares that he will not let the young man go until he gets Qilian. The girl mockingly remarks that without her help, the guy would have had big problems. Suddenly, the earth shakes and two powerful monsters emerge from the fire. The fire demon tiger finds the heroes, and now they have nowhere to run. In despair, Feng Hao curses his fate. For this time he has gone too far. The hero activates the blood demon pill, his body becoming enveloped in a red glow. Qin Yan screams in horror, because such a transformation could kill her new acquaintance. Feng Dao watches his student with concern, realizing that his body cannot withstand such a strain. With a berserker's roar, Feng Hao takes the fight, his mind clouded by rage. Other monsters join the battle, attracted by the smell of blood and energy. Having grabbed the girl, the hero rushes into the thick of the battle, intending to break through. Like a battering ram, Feng Hao breaks through the crowd of monsters, carrying his companion in his arms. Qin Yan warns with horror about the demon tiger that is coming from behind. At the last moment, the hero dodges the deadly attack, saving himself and the girl. An incredible blow throws the young man aside, his body pierced by unbearable pain. The beauty begs Feng Hao to deactivate his form, otherwise he will die of exhaustion. With the last of his strength, the guy returns to his normal state, his body covered in wounds. Waking up, the hero discovers that he is completely bandaged and cannot move. Qin Yan happily greets the awakened youth, offering him food and water. The happy girl hugs her savior, not noticing that she is only making him feel worse. Qin Yan, in a rage, slaps the young man in the face, calling him a dirty bastard. The girl asks in surprise how he manages to restore his body with ordinary monster meat. Feng Hao pretends not to know anything, continuing to eat his dinner with gusto. The hero explains that his physiology is different from that of ordinary people, and that monster meat affects him differently. The beauty looks at the guy with suspicion, demanding that he give her that very pill. The young man proudly displays the red lotus he has obtained, which delights the girl. A happy Qin Yan celebrates her victory, because now she can prove her strength to her father. The girl keeps her word and gives the hero 3 precious pills as a reward. Feng Hao is delighted, because such a generous gift will help him become even stronger. The confused guy wonders where his new acquaintance, full of secrets and mysteries, came from. Qin Yan sadly admits that her mission is complete, and it is time for her to return home. The hero invites the girl to come visit him, because it's time for him to return too. With a sly smile, the beauty decides to take a look at the family of this mysterious pharmacist. A few days later, the heroes arrive in Feng Hao's hometown, full of memories. The young man proudly shows his companion the city in which he grew up and became stronger. Qin Yan mockingly asks if he is afraid that someone will try to kill him. With confidence in his voice, the guy declares that the old man would have been scared, but now everything has changed. Suddenly, their path is blocked by mysterious masked figures, clearly not with good intentions. The mercenaries are surprised to recognize Feng Hao, not believing that he could survive on the monster mountain. Qin Yan smirks and says he won't help, but the young man is confident in his abilities. Feng Hao's body is shrouded in lightning, ready to disappoint his enemies. With incredible speed, the young man rushes into the attack, leaving the mercenaries no chance. One of the killers falls dead, his head severed from his body by a single, precise blow. The mercenary leader is shocked that this kid was able to break through to the master level. Feng Hao dodges the attack with ease, his movements precise and deadly. With one blow, the hero knocks out his opponent, leaving him no chance of salvation. The surviving mercenaries flee in panic, realizing that they cannot cope with this monster. The young man interrogates the prisoner, demanding to know the name of the one who sent them to kill him. The guy warns the girl that now they may have even bigger problems. However, Qin Yan says with a smile that she doesn't care, because it will be fun. The beauty boasts of her strength, claiming that she could kill all the mercenaries with one crystal. The heroes return to the Feng family home, where a warm and joyful welcome awaits them. The crowd enthusiastically greets their new hero, who has managed to break through to the master level. Tears of joy come to the parents' eyes when they see their son alive and well. Feng Hao falls to his knees, apologizing for his ingratitude and for causing everyone to worry. The happy family is reunited, their home filled with laughter and joy again. Meanwhile, at the auction house, the manager is excitedly discussing Feng Hao's incredible success. General Wu Yang proudly talks about his magnificent journey and protecting the young warrior. The manager is delighted that his new acquaintance turned out to be so powerful. At this time, in another clan, the master was furious at the news of Feng Hao's sudden breakthrough. The head of the Wang family is furious that he missed such a chance due to his carelessness. The conspirators realize that they can no longer maintain their influence in the city of Yulan. The head of the Chao family looks at his allies with disdain, not seeing them as a real threat. The warrior is certain that the mysterious protector of the Feng family is no longer in the city. With icy determination in his eyes, the conspirator declares that now is the best moment to strike. The head of the Chao family is looking forward to the opportunity to personally deal with Feng Hao. A sudden report interrupts their insidious plans, because the enemy is already at the gates. The patriarch of the Feng family gives orders to his warriors to meet the enemy at the mountain. With rage in his eyes, the man declares that he knew about the betrayal and was prepared for it. Feng Cheng asks his son to take Madame Yan to a safe place until things calm down. However, Qin Yan confidently states that he can handle any master. Feng Chen is shocked that this fragile girl has such incredible strength. The son reminds his father that the enemies are already close, and it is time for them to move out to battle. The head of the Feng family looks at the traitors with disdain, not hiding his anger. The conspirator mockingly reminds them that it was the Feng family who attacked them last time. Feng Chen is furious that the enemy dared to desecrate his family's name and come to war. The traitors rush to attack, intending to wipe the Feng family off the face of the earth. The warriors of the Feng family rush into battle with fury, ready to die defending their home. A bloody battle begins, swords ring out and the smell of death hangs in the air. Feng Chen puts all his power into the strike, his palm enveloped in a red glow. Feng Li looks at his opponent with disdain, offering to fight a master of his level. The head of the Chao family rushes to the aid of his ally, his eyes burning with rage. Qin Yan remarks with a grin that 2 masters against 1 is a real shame. The enraged conspirator shouts that this impudent red-haired girl is clearly looking for death. The girl's strength amazes the enemy, as it is comparable to the level of a true master. The patriarch of the Feng family is surprised to realize that Feng Hao is actually a pharmacist. The head of the Chao family orders his men to deal with Feng Hao at any cost. With a wild roar, the enemies rush into the attack, intending to finish off the hated youth. The hero's body is enveloped in a red glow. He is ready to meet the enemy face to face. With a cold smile, Feng Hao invites the next one, his gaze full of confidence. The head of the Chao family is furious and orders the wolf mercenaries to destroy the Feng family. Suddenly new enemies appear, and Feng Hao realizes that he underestimated them. Father panics and orders everyone to retreat, as 2 of them are at the level of great masters. With a mad smile, the conspirator apologizes to the Feng family for the upcoming massacre. The mercenary leader offers his men to kill everyone, promising a generous reward. The warrior rushes at Feng Chen, his eyes burning with bloodlust. The young man screams in horror as he sees his father in mortal danger. The mercenary looks at the defeated enemy with regret. His mission is almost accomplished. With a wild roar, the warrior declares that he can personally kill them all. At the last moment, the mercenary freezes in shock, his attack repelled by an unknown force. The mercenary is surprised to note the girl's rare light attribute, but doubts her skills. In desperation, Qin Yan calls Feng Hao for help, realizing that she cannot cope alone. The wounded father orders his son to help Mrs. Yan, assuring him that he will be fine. With icy determination in his eyes, the young man activates his pharmacopoeia, preparing for battle. The girl is shocked by the incredible restorative power emanating from the guy. With a fierce smile, the beauty declares that her enemies will pay for underestimating her. The warrior uses her secret weapon. Her body is enveloped in flames and lightning. With a wild cry, the mercenary falls to the ground, his body pierced by unbearable pain. In agony, the warrior begs his comrade to kill the impudent girl, promising to make him a leader. Grabbing his ally's head, the new leader smirks and declares that the position is his. The surviving mercenaries enthusiastically welcome their new, ruthless captain. With a sly smile, the warrior approaches the heads of the families, offering them a deal. Suddenly, Qin Yan notices that the enemy is on the right and rushes to attack. However, it is too late, and the mercenary easily seizes the initiative. The warrior deals a crushing blow, intending to finish off the girl. At the last moment, Feng Hao shields the beauty with his body, taking the blow himself. The hero's body is pierced by unbearable pain, but he does not retreat, protecting his companion. Qin Yan screams the name of his savior in horror, not believing what is happening. Bleeding, the young man can barely stand on his feet, his strength is running out. The mercenary is shocked that the guy was able to survive such a powerful point-blank blow. In tears, Qin Yan begs Feng Hao not to die, as he has not yet kept his promise. The father looks at his wounded son in horror, his heart breaking with pain. The conspirator orders the mercenary to finish off Feng Hao in order to cause Feng Cheng unbearable pain. The wounded warriors understand that this is the end, because they cannot cope with such a powerful enemy. The girl grabs the weakened young man, trying to carry him away from the battlefield. Suddenly, a mysterious old man appears and easily stops the mercenaries' attack. Everyone was shocked that there was another fighter of the level of great masters here. The old servant bows respectfully before his mistress, apologizing for being late. In a rage, Qin Yan orders his protector to kill everyone who dared to attack them. With icy calm in his eyes, the old man prepares to carry out his mistress's order. The mercenary understands that he has offended the noble maiden, and now he should not count on forgiveness. With a wild roar, the warrior rushes into the attack, intending to show everything he is capable of. The traitors panic and shout that the captain has gone berserk, and will now kill everyone around him. Like a whirlwind, the mercenary rushes through the crowd, his blows bringing death and destruction. However, the old man easily repels the attack, his eyes burning with a red flame. With one blow, the defender knocks out his opponent, leaving him no chance. The conspirators realize in horror that the difference in their skills is simply colossal. The traitors flee in panic but are met with a deadly blow. A barrage of lightning falls from the heavens to the earth, incinerating all enemies in its path. The only survivor looks in horror at the battlefield strewn with the corpses of his comrades. The old servant reassures his mistress, assuring her that the boy's life is not in danger. The hero sleeps peacefully on the girl's lap, his face illuminated by the rays of the morning sun. Qin Yan bids farewell to Feng Hao's father, handing him 2 precious crystals. Feng Chen is shocked by the guard's strength and is worried about his son's connection to this mysterious family. The Feng family patriarch orders his warriors to finally destroy the remnants of the enemy clans. The Feng family gets all their property back, and the Wolf mercenary clan mysteriously disappears. After this battle, the Feng family is reborn from the fire, stronger than ever. Feng Hao wakes up in his bed, his body still aching from the grueling battle. The parents greet their son with joy, begging him not to overexert himself. With a sly smile, the young man asks to bring him fresh herbs, citing hunger. The parents are perplexed, not understanding why their son needed raw herbs. The mother tenderly feeds her child, unaware of his true intentions. The guy's body is enveloped in a green glow. He uses the pharmacopoeia for healing. The father is shocked to discover that his son is actually a powerful pharmacist. With the arrival of the pharmacist, the Feng family strengthens its influence in the city, and peace reigns. However, Feng Hao cannot relax because he constantly has to buy expensive medicines. The little teacher is furious that her student, a Zhuan-level pharmacist, is complaining about not having enough money. The avatar scornfully declares that her student is a disgrace to all master apothecaries. Feng Dao reproachfully reminds the young man that he values secret books no more than ordinary cabbage. With resentment in his voice, the hero declares that if the master does not want to help, then there is no need. The whole city is buzzing with rumors about young Master Feng, who turned out to be a powerful pharmacist. The hero heads to the auction house to obtain the highest quality spiritual medicines. 2 beautiful girls meet a young man, ready to fulfill his every wish. The employee, with a smile, invites Master Feng into a special room for important guests. The auction manager personally greets the hero, promising speedy delivery of the order. Feng Hao, with an air of importance, demands that the medicines be of the highest quality. With a sly smile, the young man receives a whole box of precious spiritual medicines as a gift. With delight in his eyes, the guy understands that this will be more than enough for his training. The manager explains that this is not just a gift, but an investment in a future relationship. The man is confident that investing in a pharmacist of Xuan's caliber is the best investment of all time. Feng Hao understands that without this new method of cultivation, he would have remained in the dark. In this cruel world, without the necessary strength, you can lose everything, starting with your honor. With renewed determination in his heart, the hero vows to reach the very top. It's time to take a little walk and visit your old friends. With icy determination in his eyes, the young man throws the dart, sending his message. A note appears on the wall of the city of Qian, calling on enemies to expect a quick reckoning. Feng Hao is surprised to see so many trading caravans gathered in such a small town. The guy understands that the locals have long been accustomed to such an influx of traders. The 100 Thieves domain proves to be the only way to enter the city. Rumor has it that hundreds of gangs of bandits, hungry for profit, have settled in this area. Poorly protected caravans meet a tragic end at the hands of ruthless bandits. A wild cry of horror echoes across the battlefield as the mercenaries deal with their next victim. Feng Hao understands that traveling through the 100 Thieves domain alone is too risky. Suddenly, the young man notices an advertisement for recruitment into the Yellow Wind Group, and hope lights up in his eyes. The group's leader announces the recruitment of hundreds of new members to carry out a large order. The crowd erupts in delight at the generous offer of 1,000 gold coins. The hero decides to enlist, as this is his only chance to safely cross the dangerous lands. However, the recruiter contemptuously pushes the young man away, not wanting to take weaklings into the group. The man, with an important air, asks if there are any others willing to try their luck. The crowd retreats in fear, realizing that the selection criteria are too high for them. With icy determination in his eyes, Feng Hao declares that he wants to try his hand. The recruiter and the crowd look at the young man with mockery, not believing in his abilities. The guy asks with a grin why everyone is so sure of his failure, since he didn't even try. The man offers a deal. If the hero can withstand 3 blows, he will be accepted into the group. With a cheeky smile, Feng Hao suggests increasing the number of strikes to 10. Hiding his laughter, the recruiter hopes that this impudent boy will at least not cry. With a berserker roar, the man charges, putting all his might into the blow. However, the young man does not even move, which causes surprise and bewilderment in the enemy. The hero deflects the blow with incredible strength, his body becoming enveloped in a glow. The recruiter is shocked that this boy possesses such enormous and unbridled strength. The captain announces with a smile that the younger brother has successfully passed the test and has been enrolled in the group. The man notes with surprise that this boy is clearly not as simple as he seems at first glance. The butler assures his master that 100 skilled warriors can easily cope with any threat. Feng Hao looks at the caravan with suspicion, realizing that this is a very unusual expedition. Thanks to the spatial ring, the young man can store animal meat, preserving its freshness. Suddenly, a little girl appears from behind the guy, which greatly frightens him. The happy little girl introduces herself as Fei Er, her eyes shining with childish innocence. The girl eats the fried meat her new brother cooked with gusto. With concern in her voice, the little girl hands the hero a handkerchief so that he can wipe his dirty face. Suddenly, the butler appears, anxiously searching for his young mistress, Fei Er. The old man is terrified that his mistress could be in danger by taking food from a stranger. Feng Hao stands up for the girl, claiming that he was the one who invited her to have barbecue. With a grin, the young man introduces himself as a temporary member of the Yellow Wind Mercenaries. The butler looks at the boy suspiciously, promising to check his name on the captain's list. As the old man leads his mistress away, he hears the girl assuring him that her brother is not a bad person at all. The hero understands that all these security guards were hired not to protect the cargo, but for the sake of one little girl. 3 days later, at sunset, Fei Er invites her grandfather to have dinner with them. The old man shyly refuses, but the girl insists, handing him a piece of meat. Suddenly, the butler freezes in shock, his eyes widening in surprise. With delight in her voice, the little girl declares that her brother's meat smells very tasty. The butler gratefully accepts the treat, unaware of its true power. The old man orders Feng Hao to protect his mistress while he deals with the enemies. Suddenly, the butler notices the poisoned warriors, realizing that there is a traitor among their ranks. With icy determination in his eyes, the man sets off on reconnaissance, leaving the children alone. The hero realizes with relief that the poison is not too strong, and he will be able to remove it. Captain Huan Man is furious that his loyal comrade has turned traitor. With a grin, the warrior declares that receiving money for work is quite natural. The traitor swings his sword to finish off his former captain. The warrior strikes the killing blow, his eyes burning with bloodlust. Suddenly, the blade stops a millimeter from its target, reflected by an invisible force. The butler interrogates the prisoner, demanding to know the name of the one who sent them to kill the mistress. With a sly smile, the traitor runs away, but is struck by a crushing blow. Fei Er anxiously stops her protector, not wanting any more bloodshed. The captain bitterly realizes that his death is worthless, but he has let his mistress down. Feng Hao confidently declares that he can cure this deadly poison. The dying warrior cannot believe his ears, because he has already prepared himself for death. The young man proudly admits that he is a pharmacist, which leaves everyone in a state of shock. With the help of the pharmacopoeia, the hero removes the poison from the captain's body, saving his life. The warrior feels his body fill with new strength, as if the yuan in his body has been restored. With boundless gratitude, the captain falls to his knees, swearing eternal loyalty to his savior. The young man decides not to delay and immediately begin treating the entire team. With the help of the pharmacopoeia, Feng Hao quickly heals all the poisoned warriors. The rescued mercenaries bow gratefully before their master pharmacist. Captain Huan Man asks if the hero has any idea who is behind all of this. With a sly smile, Feng Hao suggests making a plan of action to lure the enemy into a trap. The young man is confident that the enemy considers most of the mercenaries dead, and will not send many people. The hero suggests that everyone pretend to be dead and wait until the fish bites the hook. The traitor sneaks into the enemy's lair to report the completion of his mission. Yuanhua informs his master that he has an urgent message. The guards let the traitor pass, unaware of his true intentions. Mr. Yin is surprised to learn that the butler Fei was not poisoned and remained alive. As a reward, the trader receives only a vial of an unknown medicine. With a wild cry of horror, the warrior realizes that this is not an antidote, but a deadly poison. Mr. Yin disdainfully declares that this medicine will only temporarily dull the pain. However, the trader does not give up and promises to bring his people to complete the task. With gratitude in his voice, Yuanhua leaves, unaware of his master's insidious plan. With a devilish smile, Mr. Yin declares that trash does not deserve the right to an antidote. The trader and his men realize that only one martial artist remains alive. With bloodlust in their eyes, the warriors rush into the attack, intending to finish off the last survivor. However, an unpleasant surprise awaits them. The entire squad of mercenaries is alive and ready for battle. The leader of the traders is perplexed, because his informant spoke of only one survivor. The bandit looks at Feng Hao and the butler with disdain, considering them useless weaklings. However, one of the warriors notices that this boy is not at all afraid of their formidable appearance. The trader is shocked, because he recognizes one of the survivors as his accomplice. Suddenly all the slain mercenaries appear, and the trader's faces are distorted with horror. With a wild cry, the bandit accuses Yuanhua of setting up an ambush for them. The butler, with icy calm in his voice, demands to know the name of the one who sent them. One of the traders calls on his brothers to die with honor, taking their enemies with them. The old man offers a deal, life in exchange for the name of the one behind all this. However, the prisoner refuses with contempt, preferring death to betrayal. Captain Huan Man realizes that there is no way to get any information out of this stubborn man. Feng Hao stops the execution, warning that this jackal is one of the 10 most dangerous bandits. With insight in his voice, the young man suggests that the prisoner was also forced to come here. In a rage, the bandit demands that they stop chatting and just finish him off. The hero understands that all this is because of one poison, which is a mixture of hundreds of others. The pharmacist senses a substance in the poison that slows its spread and allows it to manipulate people. With confidence in his voice, Feng Hao declared that this poison was Xuan level, meaning Fei Er was a very unusual person. The guy makes a shocking claim, claiming that he can cure this deadly poison. Everyone around is perplexed, because they cannot believe in the possibility of detoxification. With the help of a pharmacopoeia, the young man removes the poison from the bandit's body, saving his life. Feng Hao asks with concern about the well-being of the bandit he saved. In tears, the warrior begs the master pharmacist to save his life, promising to tell him everything. With joy in his voice, the bandit vows to reveal all of his master's secrets. The butler is furious that someone would dare to use such vile methods. The old man understands that they are in for a short trip, and it is time to end this once and for all. The heroes arrive at the enemy's lair, ready for the decisive battle. The bandit, with horror, recognizes the mysterious stranger as that very jackal. With a devilish smile, Mr. Yin asks if he is tired of living yet. The rescued warrior boldly replies that the enemy should worry about himself. The traders are horrified that their former comrades have risen from the dead. Like a whirlwind, Yuanhua rushes through the crowd, his blows bringing death and destruction. Mr. Yin is shocked that his people are alive and well. Suddenly he realizes that there is a powerful pharmacist among them. The bandit calls on his brothers to rise up because now they have nothing to fear. The warriors rush into the attack, intending to destroy their tyrant. Suddenly Mr. Yin falls dead, his body falling lifelessly to the ground. The hero regretfully realizes that the villain committed suicide, taking all the secrets to the grave. The butler laments that they still haven't managed to find out who is behind all this. The rescued mercenaries bow gratefully before their master, swearing eternal loyalty. Feng Hao is in a panic as his travel plans are ruined by his new entourage. The young man invites the rescued warriors to follow him, promising protection and support. 9 days later, the caravan leaves the dangerous lands, heading to the city of Qian. Captain Huan Man thanks his master for saving him and escorting him. Feng Hao takes the opportunity to learn more about the mysterious girl Fei Er. The warrior is surprised to realize that the master pharmacist knows nothing about his companion. The captain reveals a secret. Fei Er is the youngest daughter of one of the 3 powerful families. 1 day later, the caravan arrives at the majestic and prosperous city of Qian. The hero looks with admiration at the tall pagodas, amazed by the beauty and power of this place. The butler happily announces his return home and invites the young man to visit their family. Fei Er, with childish spontaneity, pulls her new brother into her home. The servant proudly reports to his master about the successful completion of the assignment. The head of the family happily greets his daughter, but looks suspiciously at the unfamiliar young man. Feng Hao greets Mr. Fei with respect, without revealing his true origin. At night, the butler reports to his master about the exploits of the young pharmacist. The old man enthusiastically tells how without Feng Hao's help they would not have managed to get out alive. The head of the family is shocked that this teenager has already reached the Xuan level of mastery. The man orders his family to get closer to the Feng family and help them get stronger. However, the butler reminds them that they never found out who was behind the poison master. The head of the family disdainfully states that there are not many capable craftsmen in their city. With icy determination in his eyes, the man vows to personally ensure that the Zhu family experiences their wrath. The messenger is surprised to learn that the Fei family has hired a powerful pharmacist. A mysterious stranger orders his subordinate to pit two families against each other. As a reward for successfully completing the mission, the messenger promises access to the sacred temple. With a devilish smile, the conspirator anticipates how he will receive unprecedented strength and power. Meanwhile, Feng Hao recalls his humiliation and vows to destroy his enemy. With icy determination in his eyes, the young man puts his life on the line, promising to commit suicide if he fails. The 3-year agreement becomes an incentive for the hero to constantly improve himself. The guy understands that he can't waste any more time because his honor is at stake. The young man realizes that his martial art is unstable and requires constant control. Without the proper level of Yang Jue, the art of emptiness can lead to a complete loss of control over energy. The hero decides that he needs to obtain a battle crystal to speed up his development. Feng Hao goes to the Pharmacists Guild to obtain official qualifications. The strong medicinal aroma refreshes and invigorates, filling the lungs with healing power. With confidence in his voice, the young man declares that he wants to become a pharmacist. The examiner looks at the brat with disdain, not believing in his abilities. Feng Hao calmly declares that he wants to take the test for the high-ranking yellow stage. With a grin in his voice, the old man agrees, ready to laugh at the impudent man's failure. The examiner asks the young man to show his hands to test his abilities. The old man goes into shock when he touches the hero's hand, his eyes widening in surprise. With respect in his voice, the man declares that this young man has surpassed the old man Xian himself. Feng Hao was shocked to see the elder of the Pharmacists Guild standing in front of him. With delight in his voice, the young man realizes that he has successfully passed the test to become a high-ranking pharmacist. The examiner, with tears in his eyes, confirms that the young man has indeed passed the yellow stage. As a gift, the hero receives 300 tinctures of spiritual medicine and a pharmacist's robe. Butler Fei gives the young man another gift, much to his surprise. With a slight smile, the old man gives Feng Hao 3 precious battle crystals. The wise butler talks about the upcoming competition for the place of the main family of the city. The winner will receive 1 battle crystal and power over a 30,000-strong army. The old man asks the young man to help their family in the upcoming competition in exchange for crystals. With a sly smile, Feng Hao agrees to the deal, because he is exactly the one who lacks these artifacts. The butler breathes a sigh of relief, because now they have a chance to defeat the Chu family. The old man reveals a secret. It was the Zhu family who hired the poison master on the last expedition. The hero eagerly awaits the start of the battle for dominance that is about to begin. The butler announces that the main competition will take place tomorrow. The next day, the heroes arrive at the arena, where all the strongest warriors will gather. The one who reaches the main family's banner first will be declared the winner. The young man understands that victory will require not only strength, but also tremendous speed. The hero realizes that the rank of a pharmacist can decide the outcome of the entire competition. With confidence in his voice, the butler declares that with his friend Feng Hao, the position of the main family will be theirs. However, the young man remarks with a grin that without the 3 battle crystals, he would never have gotten involved in these intrigues. The head of the Zhu family looks at Fei Wenze with disdain, not believing that there is not a single pharmacist in his family. The butler introduces his opponent, the current head of the Zhu family, Zhu Lei. Feng Hao looks suspiciously at the girl standing next to Zhu Lei, realizing that she is the head pharmacist. With a hypocritical smile, Zhu Lei declares that he is honored to accept help from Feng Hao's younger brother. The head of the Zhu family offers the young man to become their friend, promising to pay him twice as much as the Fei family. Zhu Lei's father advises him not to make loud statements and offers him 6 battle crystals. The news of the 6 battle crystals leaves Zhu Lei in a state of shock and amazement. Feng Hao remarks with a grin that the Fei family is so desperate that they are willing to give 3 crystals to a teenager. With a crazy smile, Zhu Lei declares that he is ready to give up 6 battle crystals for victory. The head of the Zhu family understands that 6 crystals are the price of 2 terms in the position of the main family. With gratitude in his voice, Feng Hao accepts Mr. Zhu's generous offer. However, the young man regretfully refuses, because he has already signed an agreement with the Fei family. Zhu Lei's face twists into a grimace of rage, but he is forced to accept the refusal. With a mocking voice, Zhu Lei states that the position of the main family does not belong to them anyway. Suddenly, Yu Man, the commander-in-chief of the Qiang city troops, appears in the arena. Feng Hao is surprised to realize that the Yun family is also involved in this power struggle. The commander-in-chief happily announces the start of the battle for the position of the city's main family. A huge crocodile is released into the arena with a roar, ready to tear anyone to pieces. Yu-Man starts the deadly competition. With a furious roar, the warriors rush into battle, their eyes burning with a thirst for victory. With a wild roar, the monsters rush into the attack, tearing the inexperienced warriors to pieces. The young man understands that the team without a pharmacist would be swept away in the first minute. The hero looks with disdain at the weaklings who won't even be able to get close to the banner. The Tiju family is confident of their victory, because they have a yellow stage pharmacist on their team. However, Feng Hao smirks and declares that their opponent is him, and he is not that simple. The young man rushes into the thick of the battle. Like a battering ram, the hero breaks through the crowd of monsters, clearing the way for his team. Feng Hao asks his comrade to take over for him while he recovers. The guy's body is enveloped in a red glow. He is ready for a new, even more destructive attack. With a berserker roar, the youth unleashes Lightning Thunder Fist, destroying everything in his path. Like a whirlwind, the hero sweeps across the battlefield, his blows bringing death and destruction. A wave of energy blows the monsters to pieces, leaving only chaos and destruction in its wake. Feng Hao leads his team to victory. The head of the Zhu family is furious that his family lost because of some arrogant teenager. Applause comes from the stands, because such a wonderful work deserves admiration. Zhou can't believe that the Fei family was able to find such a monster. The commander-in-chief asks with interest about the origins of this mysterious youth. The head of the Fei family proudly declares that this young man is a friend of their family. Yu-Man looks at Feng Hao suspiciously, not believing that he is also a pharmacist. However, Mr. Fei refuses to reveal all the secrets, keeping the information confidential. The loud announcement of the Fei family's victory shakes the arena. A new day brings with it peace and new decisions. Master Feng Hao's gratitude knows no bounds, but Fei's path has already been determined. Fei says goodbye to her family, leaving behind warm memories. Little Fei silently accepts his departure. Respect and rumors follow Fei through the city streets. Returning to Demonic Beast Mountain awakens determination. The precious crystal contains an unknown power. Nightly meditation by the fire prepares the body for the coming breakthrough. The process gets out of control, filling the body with wild energy. Fei's gaze is full of shock and the realization of failure. The lack of crystals forces Fei to take a risky step. The last hope lies in the remaining 2 crystals. The energy of the crystals becomes unstable and threatens to disappear. Despair grows as strength begins to fade. An unexpected surge of thermal energy changes the course of events. A powerful explosion marks a successful breakthrough to a new level. Fei feels a new, previously unknown power within herself. A mysterious night force leaves Fei baffled. The thirst for new power pushes Fei deeper into dangerous lands. The enraged bear destroys the forest in a rage, trying to get to Fei. The exhausted beast breathes heavily, but its eyes still burn with bloodlust. Fei mocks the bear, testing his endurance. Fei's lightning attack takes the exhausted beast by surprise. A deafening explosion puts an end to this grueling duel. By the fire at night, Fei realizes it's time to move on to a new level of power. The Master's sudden appearance opens up incredible possibilities for Fei. The shocking news of the ability to purify Yi crystals stirs Fei's mind. The Master reveals the secrets of rare crystals, pointing out dangerous regions. Fire crystals are hidden in the red-hot craters of volcanoes, inaccessible to many. Ice crystals are born only in lands of eternal cold and snow. Fei's curiosity drives him to learn about the thunder attribute, the rarest of all. The Master abruptly cuts off Fei's dreams, reminding him of the current limits of his abilities. Fei remembers the Ice City and a bold plan is born in his head. The Master confirms the guess, giving Fei hope for success. Impatience pushes Fei to immediately set off on a risky journey. The Master stops Fei, warning him against hasty and rash actions. Essential recipes for hardening the body become the key to survival in harsh lands. A long road through snowy wastelands leads Fei to his cherished goal. At the gates of the Ice City, Fei feels a strange warmth, not noticing the bitter cold. An honorary reception at the gate opens the way for Fei to enter the Ice City. A dire warning about snow monkeys mars the arrival. Fei's first disappointment awaits him in a city where there is no pharmacist's guild. The Master's strict orders remind Fei of the mortal danger of haste. The determination to find the necessary components leads Fei to the city market. Fortune smiles on Fei, because all the medicines on the market were unexpectedly easy to find. The merchant's flattery underlines the pharmacist's high status in this harsh region. The missing ingredients force Fei to look beyond the city walls, into the arms of danger. Doubt creeps into Fei's heart, because it seems there is no other way. The Master's cryptic clue points to a bench where someone's pain is hidden. A strong smell of medicine coming from behind the door foretells an encounter with someone else's misfortune. The unfriendly old man greets Fei with a cold face, trying to drive away the uninvited guest. Fei challenges the old man's rudeness by reminding him of his professional honor. Fei's keen gaze instantly recognizes the old man as the victim of a powerful poison. Fei's deep knowledge reveals the mystery of the illness and the desperate attempts to cure it. The old man's contempt only underlines his unwillingness to admit his own weakness. Fei's confidence grows because the old man's poison seems ridiculously simple to him. The old man's flash of anger shatters the cup and the fragile semblance of peace in the room. The old man's hidden power bursts forth, turning the sick man into a formidable warrior. Fei offers a daring deal, turning a life-threatening threat into a chance for success. Hua's contempt for the pathetic yellow stage pharmacist knows no bounds. A small flame on the tip of Fei's finger completely changes the balance of power. Shock distorts Hua's face, because in front of him is a Zhuan stage pharmacist. Suspicion gives way to surprise, and Hua sees in Fei an envoy from the Temple of Shadows. The name Temple of Shadows means nothing to Fei, adding a note of intrigue to the conversation. Hua Yuntian's name sounds like a promise of help, and reveals his great status. The realization of Hua's relationship with the royal family stuns Fei. But the goal is more important. Fei's simple request surprises Hua, who is willing to do anything for healing. The deal is made, and Fei's confidence promises Hua the salvation she's longed for. The diagnosis begins, and Fei immediately identifies the poison as chronic Xuan level. Fei's in-depth analysis reveals Hua's desperate struggle with poison over the years. 10 years of torment, named Fei, hit Hua like a thunderclap. Complete trust is born in Hua's heart, amazed by the young man's incredible abilities. A year of healing becomes the price of a life, and Fei doesn't give false hope. Hua Yuntian's gratitude knows no bounds, as Fei gives him a new dawn. Fei begins the detox process with confidence, in complete control of the situation. A powerful stream of healing energy flows into Hua's body, beginning the fight against the poison. A tense silence hangs in the room as the grueling healing session unfolds. Fei realizes that he has gained an ally of legendary caliber, and his future is changed. The first signs of relief appear on Hua's face after the painful procedure. An incredible relief fills Hua's body, amazed by the skill of the young pharmacist. Fei's calm underscores that this is only the beginning of a long journey to healing. Hua's admiration for the boy's talent grows, because in front of him is a true genius from the backwoods. A new day takes Fei and Hua deep into the silent icy desert. The sudden roar of a snow monkey breaks the icy silence, heralding a fight. Hua's display of strength reduces the dangerous beast to dust with one blow. Fei's gratitude to his new ally grows stronger with each monster he kills. Suspicion creeps into the hero's soul, linking the monkey invasion with the sought-after crystal. The bone-chilling cold becomes an ominous sign of approaching the goal. The realization that the cold is unnatural forces Fei to search for a hidden cause. The idea of the Yi crystal's influence flashes through the young man's mind, explaining everything. Doubts plague Fei, as the crystal's power has exceeded all expectations. The young man's determination knows no bounds even in the face of new difficulties. The master's alarm confirms that the situation is much more dangerous than it seemed. The new plan requires finding a powerful spiritual medicine to unlock hidden potential. Searching in the snowy wasteland seems almost hopeless. Suddenly, the guy changes his plan, abandoning any further search for the ice cure. A new path leads the hero back to the city for a rare and powerful drug. Hua's insight reveals the young pharmacist's daring plan. The old man's 10 years of experience in these lands becomes an unexpected key to the mystery. The thirst for power drives Feng Hao to search for the most powerful drugs. Hua's wise advice opens a new path for the young man to the 5 cities of Ibaraki. The guy's determination cannot be broken, even if the journey turns out to be longer than expected. Hua's incredible strength manifests itself in fiery wings that carry the hero into the sky. The thrill of flight takes over Feng Hao, opening up a whole new world to him. Hua's words about flight become a lesson for the young man about the limitless heights of mastery. The realization of the gap between the spiritual and legendary levels makes the hero think. The burden of the 3-year agreement weighs on Feng Hao's shoulders, forcing him to hurry. Fruitless searches in 2 cities did not break the spirit, and the path lies to the city of Gusu. The question about Gusu City carries with it the hope that Hua knows something important. The city of Gusu suddenly takes on personal significance, as the Chong family has its roots there. Hua's suggestion to visit the Chong family sounds like the only right decision. The thought of his grandfather and the grown-up Liner filled the young man's heart with warm excitement. The dead silence on the familiar street replaces Feng Hao's childhood memories with anxiety. The closed gates of the Qiong residence become an ominous sign of trouble. A desperate knock on the door and an unanswered call intensify the growing fear. The deadly spearhead that flew out from behind the door becomes an icy greeting. Hua's lightning-fast reaction saves the young man's life from a treacherous attack. The sudden ambush is shattered by the invincible power of Hua, who is protecting his companion. A mortal threat looms over Hua as a new enemy charges in with sword drawn. Uncle Chongsu's sudden appearance stops the fatal blow at the last moment. The long-awaited meeting with Grandpa Cheong brings tears of joy and relief. Feng Hao's anxiety grows as the boy demands an explanation for the chaos that is unfolding. In the tense atmosphere of the hall, Grandfather Cheong turns his attention to his grandson's powerful companion. Mr. Hua's name causes a sensation, causing Grandpa Cheong to take a new look at his grandson. The messenger's cry of enemy arrival rudely interrupts the conversation, returning everyone to harsh reality. Grandfather Cheong's tired look at the uninvited guests speaks of the hopelessness of the situation. The hypocritical wedding invitation sounds like an ultimatum from the city's ruler. The envoy's humiliating words about Master Cheong's former strength ignite righteous anger in Feng Hao. The brazen demand to give a daughter as a concubine is presented as a great honor for a humiliated family. Contemptuous words about an animal cause a wave of indignation, but no one dares to openly object. Feng Hao's brazen mockery of Lord Zhu's breaks the oppressive silence, shocking the insolent envoys. The young man's caustic suggestion to call the Lord a loser drives the messenger into a white heat. Feng Hao's calm in the face of threats only makes his question about the specific daughter of the Chong family more pressing. A cold analysis of the enemy's forces reveals to the hero the terrible truth about the imminent death of his family. The name Liner sounds like a thunderclap, evoking Feng Hao's childhood promise of love. The realization that Liner has been kidnapped turns the young man's shock into uncontrollable rage. Feng Hao's rage boils over as he demands an answer from the insolent envoy. The messenger's smug confession becomes the last straw that breaks the hero's patience. The contemptuous grin of an enemy who underestimates the pharmacist's strength foretells his swift execution. The envoy's brazen threat about the consequences of refusal sounds like a death sentence for the Chong family. The messenger gives the order, and his men rush to do the dirty work. Feng Hao's desperate cry to Grandpa Hua becomes the only hope for salvation. Hua's calm in the face of chaos speaks to his invincible power. A crushing wave of Hua energy sweeps away the attackers, leaving them no chance. Feng Hao's icy voice pierces the messenger's fear, demanding an immediate answer. The youth's merciless blow severs the messenger's leg, turning his threats into cries of pain. Arrogance gives way to pathetic pleas for mercy under the torture of unbearable pain. The fear of death loosens the messenger's tongue, and he reveals the enemy's lair, the Su's family estate. A chance encounter with Su's Hong proved fatal for Liner, condemning her to captivity. Concern for Liner's safety leads Feng Hao to ask the ultimate question. The messenger swears the girl's safety, trying to pass off the kidnapping as a wedding invitation. The young man's sinister smile gives the messenger false hope of salvation. Mercy is not in the hero's plans, and the messenger turns into a cloud of dust. The massacre is over, and now Hua's gaze turns to a new target, the city of Ibaraki. There is an unwavering determination in Feng Hao's voice, for hesitation is akin to death. The hero's path leads to Ibaraki, the capital of the 5 cities, and the enemy's stronghold. Power in the city has long been divided, but the Su's family has kept everyone in its fist for decades. Grandfather Cheong's warning about Su's 30,000-strong army echoes ominously. Despite the danger, Hua and Feng Hao fly to meet their destiny in Ibaraki. Landing in Ibaraki reveals the total dominance of the Su's family. Decades of power and imperial resources have made the Su's family nearly invincible. Feng Hao's anger reveals suspicions of betrayal at the highest level. Wise Hua puts aside anger, reminding us of the need for healing and rest. Another healing session brings Hua long-awaited relief and new strength. Hua's admiration grows, as the young man's talent surpasses all known limits. Feng Hao's enigmatic smile conceals the secret of the Red Lotus, his true source of power. Hua's concern for the Empire's future turns into a subtle test of the young genius's loyalty. Feng Hao's firm pledge of allegiance to the Ceylon Empire makes him a valuable ally. Deep respect makes Hua ask the young man to keep his incognito a secret. A vow to take the secret to the grave seals their union with unbreakable bonds of trust. Under the light of the full moon, the Su's family estate looks ominous and forbidding. A secret meeting at the estate reveals the true puppeteers pulling the strings. Suzu Yu's flattery and submissiveness reveal his true status as a mere puppet. The Shadow Temple's reward is presented with a bloody hand, hinting at the price of power. 10 battle crystals become a generous payment for devotion and blind obedience. Greed and servility distort Suzu Yu's face at the sight of the priceless gift. An army of 50,000 is ready to betray the Empire for the sake of the interests of the Dark Temple. The satisfaction of the ambassador foreshadows a new, even dirtier assignment. The icy congratulations on his son's wedding sound like an ominous reminder of the kidnapped Liner. The ambassador's sinister order turns the upcoming wedding into a bloodbath. The deadly poison becomes the guarantee of the complete destruction of all unwanted enemies. The realization of the scale of the betrayal chills even Su's Yu's blood. The messenger's self-confidence knows no bounds, because the poison leaves no chance of salvation. Su's Yu humbly accepts the role of executioner, ready to do anything for the sake of the temple's power. A new mission from the envoy expands the web of conspiracy to the city of Neon. The temple's order makes Suzuyu responsible for eliminating another family. Cold calculation forces the head of the family to send his own son on a bloody mission. The generous promise of double reward becomes the price for complete submission and betrayal. The envoy's departure leaves Suzu alone with heavy thoughts and a new order. The secret council begins, and the head of the family reveals his cards to his allies. The difficult choice between submission and one's own will falls on the shoulders of the elder. The allies' ambitions come to the fore, as their future depends on the leader's breakthrough. Precious crystals become the key to power, cutting the 20-year journey in half. 5 years to reach the level of ancient martial arts. This thought intoxicates the allies with a thirst for power. The age-old dream of seizing power in the empire becomes reality, fanning the flames of betrayal. Suzu's cold mind holds back the euphoria, reminding him of his addiction to the demonic cult. The decision has been made, and after the wedding, the bloody trail will stretch to the city of Nian. The unprecedented bustle on the streets of Ibaraki creates a deceptive feeling of a holiday before the storm. An observant city dweller senses a catch, because the lavish wedding conceals something more. Hua's wisdom sees behind the lavish wedding a cunning plan to seize power. Feng Hao's anxious question about the Du and Shi family's silence reveals his concern. Hua's icy calm conceals a determination to uncover the abscess of the conspiracy. The walls of the Du estate are permeated with fear of an imminent takeover by the Su's family. Elder Du's words are filled with bitterness and contempt for the Su's family. The realization of Su's imperial ambitions plunges the Du family into deep despondency. The question of what to do next sounds like a cry of despair in the abyss of hopelessness. Hua's lightning strike bursts into the hall, disrupting the tense meeting. Amazement and fear are reflected on the faces of the Du family, who do not understand what is happening. Hua's incredible strength easily neutralizes all the guards, leaving them no chance. Hua's commanding voice echoes throughout the hall, demanding an answer from the head of the Du family. The unbroken spirit of the Du family leader throws accusations in the face of the mysterious master. Hua's gentle blow becomes the best proof of his non-involvement with the Su's family. Feng Hao's smile and healing energy bring hope to the House of Despair. The incredible strength of a young pharmacist of Xuan's caliber makes the Du family tremble. Gratitude and respect replace anger as the head of the Du family addresses the saviors. The young man's direct question about an alliance with the Shi family reveals the opposition's main weakness. The bitterness of powerlessness resounds in the words of the head, because even united forces are insignificant. The incredible power of the Su's family makes even the mighty Hua frown. The revelation of information about 3 spiritual masters explains the general fear. The shocking news about the 3 spiritual masters leaves Feng Hao stumped. Chief Du's despair is growing, as the 60,000-strong army leaves them no chance. Hua's cold contempt for Su's insolence results in a decisive plan of action. The royal decree in the hands of Du Feng becomes the key to power and a symbol of imperial wrath. The Du family's envoy hurriedly delivers the invitation to the head of the Shi family. Shijen's deep respect for His Royal Highness knows no bounds. Hua's imperious gesture orders the head of the Shi family to stand up, asserting his status. The unification of opposition forces defines the first target, the Ibaraki army. 2 powerful clans bow to the will of Hua, ready to carry out the order. A daring plan to seize control of the army shocks the leaders, but leaves them no choice. Feng Hao's concern for his allies' health exposes Hua's vulnerability, still weakened by the poison. The young man's thoughts raced, because even a weakened Hua was equal to the strongest of the Suzes. The young man's keen eye sees more than just the suppression of poison. The mysterious box in Feng Hao's hands becomes an unexpected gift for the powerful master. The incredible artifact in the box makes Hua's heart skip a beat in anticipation. The healing aroma, just one breath of it, causes the poison in Hua's body to slowly recede. The recognition of the legendary treasure plunges the powerful master into a state of shock. The legendary Medicine King appears in Hua's hands, promising him a complete cure. Hua's boundless gratitude for the priceless gift seals his alliance with the young genius. The anticipation of tomorrow's battle fills the room, as the honor of the Chong family is at stake. Hua's cold calculation reveals the true intentions of the Su's family, who don't care about honor. Feng Hao's anxiety about Linner's fate becomes unbearable. Hua's self-confidence knows no bounds, because nothing is impossible for him. Wedding firecrackers at Suze's estate become a harbinger of a bloody feast. The despair and determination in Linner's eyes speak of her willingness to die rather than submit. Su's Hong's fear of the dagger betrays his cowardice and insignificance. Linner's unwavering will declares that death is better than a shameful marriage. Su's Hong's rage at impotence turns into accusations of ingratitude. Vile blackmail with the fate of the family becomes the scoundrel's last argument. The hidden threat in Su's Hong's words leaves Linner no choice. Broken but not defeated, Linner drops the dagger, accepting her fate. Hypocritical congratulations fill the hall, hiding the general tension and fear. The report of the arrival of the heads of the Du and Shu families makes Su Yu feign joy. The unexpected appearance of Feng Hao and Hua leaves Elder Shu's perplexed. Suzu Yu's feigned hospitality conceals anger and suspicion towards the uninvited guests. Suzu Yu's hidden anger flares up at the insolence of the guests who came empty-handed. Shijen's ironic greeting subtly hints at the true reason for their visit. Du Feng's humiliating apology for the lack of gifts becomes part of their plan. Behind the ostentatious hospitality, Su Yu hides a death sentence for all those who are objectionable. Feng Hao's cold gaze studies the enemy, preparing for the decisive battle. Feng Hao's silent warning about the poison becomes a lifeline for his allies. A smug Su Yu is confident that his cunning plan will work without a hitch. The failure of the poison plan comes as an unpleasant surprise to Su Yu. Linner's joyful cry upon seeing Feng Hao fills the hall with hope. Du Feng's sudden intervention stops the wedding ceremony at its most interesting point. Su Yu's angry roar demands an explanation for such a brazen interruption of the celebration. Shijen's bold proposal to change the bride sounds like a slap in the face to Su's family. Words of violence inflame the crowd of guests, turning the wedding into a public scandal. Suzu Yu's rage foreshadows a bloody massacre of those who dared to humiliate him. General Tick, one of the pillars of Su's power, steps forward, ready to fight. Du Feng's contemptuous outburst challenges the general to want the elder dead. Shijen's incredible strength as a fire attribute user astounds everyone present. The crushing blow sends General Tick flying, demonstrating the true power of the Shi family. The humiliated general becomes a laughingstock, and fear can be seen in Su Yu's eyes. Hua's hidden power haunts the head of the Su's family, forcing him to be more careful. Su Yu's commanding orders to his men indicate that he has not yet lost control. The long-awaited reunion of Feng Hao and Linner fills hearts with warmth and hope. Su Hoon's jealous cry reveals his possessive feelings towards the girl he considers his own. Feng Hao's icy gaze promises to take Linner back no matter the cost. Su Hong's impotent rage collides with his father's calm, which foreshadows a storm. Suzu Yu's sudden epiphany makes him see the truth about the girl's forced coercion. Su Hong's confusion betrays his complete lack of understanding of his father's cunning game. A resounding slap brings the stupid son to his senses, reminding him of the need to think. The humiliating order to apologize to the girl comes as a real shock to Su Hong. The hypocritical apologies of the head of the Su's family try to smooth over the sharp edges of the brewing conflict. The tenderness in Feng Hao's voice confirms his intention to save Linner at any cost. Fear for the life of the savior makes Linner beg him to leave the dangerous place. Feng Hao's confidence reassures the girl, promising her complete safety. The young man's impudent question and statement confronts Su Yu with a fact. Linner will leave. The hidden threat in Su Yu's words promises to personally visit the Chong family. Shi Zhen's approval underscores that a tactical withdrawal was the only correct decision. Hua's plan to split forces seems to be the only way to avoid unnecessary casualties. The panic-stricken news of the estate being surrounded by a 50,000-strong army ruins all plans. The realization of his own army's betrayal plunges Su Yu into a state of shock and rage. Shi Zhen's malicious laughter mocks the naivety of the tyrant who lost his army. The royal decree in Du Feng's hands becomes irrefutable evidence of treason. Horror and disbelief are reflected on Su Yu's face when he sees the symbol of royal power. Fear of the prince makes everyone present fall to their knees. Knowing that the Hua family has interfered leaves Su Yu no chance of winning. The tyrant's unbroken spirit leads him to challenge royal power itself. Su Yu's sinister confession about the deadly poison leaves the guests horrified. Panic grips the crowd as the realization of impending death becomes reality. The false hope offered by the smug pharmacist only adds to the despair to come. Powerlessness in the face of an unknown poison makes the pharmacist shudder with horror. The painful death of one of the guests becomes a clear demonstration of the power of the poison. Despair grips everyone, as even a Xuan-level master is unable to resist the poison. The familiar symptoms of the poison awaken anger and old memories in Hua. Su Yu offers guests a deal with the devil, the death of their enemies in exchange for an antidote. A limited supply of antidote turns guests into a pack of hungry wolves. The thirst for life forces the poisoned guests to rush into battle for the saving medicine. A bloodbath begins, turning the wedding feast into a battlefield. Su Yu and her son are trying to escape the hell they created. The invincible power of Hua stands in the way of the fugitives, preventing them from escaping justice. The incredible power of the ancient martial arts master sows panic in the ranks of the enemy. Hua's devastating attack destroys Shuzyu's last hopes of salvation. The ruins of the estate become a silent witness to the fall of the rebellious Su's family. Hua's merciless order does not leave a single traitor involved in the conspiracy alive. The prince's wise decision sends all the innocent and the coerced to Feng Hao. News of the capture of Su's followers continues to pour in, clearing the city of filth. The weariness of the endless purge is reflected on the faces of the victors. But justice demands sacrifice. Shijen's fatigue from endless problems results in a desire to deal with the impudent people. The arrival of the head of the Qiong family from distant Gusu comes as a complete surprise to everyone. Suspicion of collusion with the Su's family immediately falls on the uninvited guests. Shijen's anger is directed at the Qiong family, whom he considers traitors. Hua's commanding shout stops the massacre, demanding the immediate release of the captives. Tenderness and guilt fill Feng Hao as he sees Liner sleeping and exhausted. The unexpected appearance of Grandpa Qiong interrupts the touching moment of solitude. Tears of joy and relief flow down Liner's cheeks at the sight of her dear grandfather. The realization of how fate could have turned out makes Feng Hao shudder. The thirst for power becomes the only way for the young man to protect those dear to him. The Yi crystal, under the moonlight, becomes a symbol of future power for Feng Hao. The fall of the Su's family paves the way for Qiong to become one of the three pillars of the empire. The Qiong family accepts their new, incredibly responsible position with reverence. Feng Hao's concerns about the family's future without a spiritual master are well-founded. Hua's generosity knows no bounds, as he is ready to sign the decree for admission to the capital's academy. Feng Hao's sincere gratitude shows how important this gift is to him. Thoughts of Liner's safe future bring peace to the young man. Feng Hao's reminder brings everyone back to their main goal, the journey to the ice wastes. The Shadow Cult's lair is in turmoil over the failure of the Ibaraki operation. The question of how the information could have leaked hangs in the air, calling for blood. The bitterness of defeat in one day deprives the Shadow Cult of decades of work. The stupidity of Su's son becomes a scapegoat in the eyes of the cultist. The prince's illogical intervention seems like pure madness to the cult elder. The failure in Ibaraki forces the leader to turn his attention to other cities. An unexpected ray of hope appears in the form of a spy who poisoned Marshal Silon. A new assignment for the spy becomes the last bet in this losing game. The icy wastelands are transformed into an arena of bloody battles for the right to possess the crystal. Rumors of the Yi crystal fuel greed that threatens to escalate into war between empires. Hua's powerlessness in the face of the approaching storm overshadows his power. Stealing the crystal from under the noses of hundreds of masters seems like an impossible task to Feng Hao. The realization of the weakness of even the mighty Hua pushes the young man to take a desperate step. A plea for help to the master becomes the only way out. The master's cunning plan involves using the Hua crystals as a distraction. A new day begins with a timid knock on the door, concealing an important request. A polite invitation to enter paves the way for Feng Hao to carry out his daring plan. Hua's generosity, ready to give away any crystals, exceeds all the young man's expectations. 15 battle crystals become the key to the success of a risky operation. The anticipation of the decisive battle for the Yi crystal fills Feng Hao with determination. Hua's wise advice on camouflage becomes the key to survival in the enemy's lair. The battlefield in the ice wastes is littered with corpses, confirming the words about the reigning chaos. Endless conflicts over the Yi crystal are becoming commonplace in these brutal lands. A huge iceberg on the horizon becomes a harbinger of the imminent appearance of treasure. Celestial beasts and mighty warriors flock to the iceberg like moths to a flame. Hundreds of masters take to the skies, ready to fight to the death for possession of the crystal. The presence of ancient martial arts masters makes the upcoming battle even more bloody. The master's warning about mortal danger sounds like a last chance to come to one's senses. The tip of the iceberg splits, releasing incredible energy. A blinding flash of light forces even powerful masters to cover their eyes. The anticipation of the crystal's imminent appearance hangs in the frosty air. The long-awaited Yi crystal breaks free from its icy confinement, illuminating everything around. The thirst for possession makes all masters rush recklessly towards the treasure. The bloodthirsty smile of one of the masters reveals his firm intention to take the crystal. A sudden blow cuts the smug warrior in half, shocking everyone. The new threat in the form of the barbarian makes everyone else freeze in horror. The crystal's icy energy suddenly attacks the barbarian, turning him into an ice statue. The fragile statue shatters into thousands of pieces, leaving no trace of the barbarian. The terrifying power of the Yi crystal causes everyone else to scatter. The realization that the crystal is powered by the energy of the earth comes to Feng Hao too late. The crystal's deadly cold drains the fighting energy from everyone nearby. An inexplicable noise in the distance distracts the warriors from the crystal's deadly trap. The sudden appearance of ice monkeys turns the battle for the crystal into a real meat grinder. The ferocious creatures fall upon the exhausted warriors, leaving them no chance. Waiting for the king makes the pack of monkeys even more dangerous and organized. A golden flash at the top of the iceberg foretells the appearance of the true master of these lands. The Ice Monkey King appears in all his terrifying glory. The king's incredible power is not inferior to that of the masters of ancient martial arts. The terrifying thought of a monkey's possible breakthrough to the stage of dominance chills the blood. One of the masters challenges the king, not wanting to give up the treasure to the beast. The master's furious attack is aimed at subduing the raging monster. The king's crushing blow sends the master flying, demonstrating his superiority. Contempt for pathetic humans can be seen in the gaze of the Ice Monkey King. The combined forces of the masters launch a desperate attack on the ferocious creatures. Even under pressure from several masters, the Monkey King holds his ground confidently. The Yi crystals fall into the iceberg causes everyone to freeze in despair. The loss of the crystal becomes a tragedy, because now it is almost impossible to get it back. Powerlessness before the power of nature forces the heroes to seek a new plan. The ferocity of the ice monkeys knows no bounds, and warriors perish one after another. Panic and fear grip the survivors, forcing them to look for escape routes. A desperate battle for survival turns into a bloody massacre. It seems the fate of the Yi crystal is sealed. It will go to the Monkey King. The Master's team becomes the last hope in this hopeless situation. Hua's skepticism about the power of ordinary crystals is replaced by amazement at the young man's aura. An uncontrollable flow of energy bursts out from Feng Hao's body under the influence of the Master. Golden spheres, generated by crystals, circle around the young man, ready to attack. A powerful explosion of golden energy attracts the attention of all participants in the battle. Feng Hao is annoyed by the waste of crystals for the sake of a few shots. The attention of all the masters is focused on the tip of the iceberg, where the main action unfolds. Feng Hao's reckless flight to the Monkey King seems like pure suicide to Hua. Exhausted warriors flee in panic from a pack of ice monkeys. The sudden appearance of a giant fiery palm stops the chaotic flight. Feng Hao's disdainful gaze promises to teach the impudent Monkey King a lesson. A crushing fist of fire falls upon the king, leaving him no chance to dodge. A blow of incredible force slams the mighty beast into the icy ground. The defeated Monkey King lies in the crater, unable to move. The incredible power of the blow makes everyone believe that they are facing a master of the dominance level. Feng Hao himself was surprised by the power that passed through his hand at that moment. Thoughts of the master's boundless power fill the hearts of warriors with awe and hope. The master's disdain for the Monkey King's weakness sounds like a death sentence. Incredible power once again fills Feng Hao's body, preparing him for the final blow. The Yi crystal is finally released, and the final battle is about to begin. With a lightning-fast movement of his hand, Feng Hao snatches the Yi crystal out of thin air. A golden arrow shot by a young man becomes a signal for retreat. Disappointment and relief are mixed in the hearts of the surviving warriors. The long-awaited rescue from the icy hell brings Hua a feeling of deep satisfaction. A swift flight carries the heroes away from the cursed place. Feng Hao's confusion over what happened requires an immediate explanation from the master. The master reveals the secret by transforming the energy of the crystals into a semblance of his own power. The master's sinister grin hints at the price that must be paid for power. The realization of the wastefulness of such power leaves Feng Hao in complete shock. The Yi crystal in the ring becomes a symbol of future trials for the young man. The master's reminder of the need for protection emphasizes Feng Hao's dependence on Hua. Hua's bewilderment at the youth's concealment of his true strength hangs in the air. The list of defeated enemies only increases Hua's admiration for the youth's strength. Feng Hao's gratitude to his savior seems completely out of place to Hua. The solitude of the cave gives the young man the chance to finally begin cleansing the crystal. The master's impatient shout makes Feng Hao focus on the upcoming ritual. News of the crushing defeat in the frozen wastes reaches the shadow cult. A survivor's report confirms the incredible power of the mysterious robed man. The suspicion that the mysterious warriors belong to the temple makes the leader nervous. Information about a new student who claimed to know about people in black robes haunts the cultist. The cult elder's relief that the enemies are not from the temple is mixed with rage. The leader's wrath falls upon the worthless subordinate who has failed all the tasks. The useless spy is reduced to a cloud of dust, a victim of his master's wrath. The question of the mysterious enemies who challenge the temple remains unanswered. For 7 days, Hua guards the cave alone, driving away countless monsters. Feng Hao's endurance, being able to endure the crystal's refinement, astonishes even Hua. The master's concern about the condition of the young man frozen in the icy cocoon grows. The master's decision to intervene again becomes the only chance for salvation. A powerful burst of energy shatters the ice prison, freeing Feng Hao. The triumphant breakthrough to the middle stage of martial arts fills the young man with euphoria. The master's wise words remind us that all our suffering was not in vain. New power, gained from the Yi crystal, fills Feng Hao's hands. The anticipation of freedom and a new life pushes the young man towards the exit of the cave. The incredible aura emanating from Feng Hao made even the mighty Hua shudder. Finding his own attribute becomes a real miracle for Feng Hao. The young man's offer to stay for Hua's complete recovery cements their friendship. From that day on, Demonic Beast Mountain became Feng Hao's training ground. Countless battles with monsters hone your fighting skills and temper your spirit. Each new day brings new challenges and makes the young man stronger. 10 months later, lightning tears through the sky, heralding a new incredible breakthrough. Feng Hao's lightning strike leaves a deep scar on the ancient tree. The new technique, Thunder Slash, becomes a formidable weapon in the young man's arsenal. Fatigue after a long training session makes Feng Hao think about returning. Hua's high assessment confirms that the youth's strength has reached the level of great masters. Thoughts of Yun Ying fill Feng Hao's heart with the determination to overcome any obstacles. The good news of Hua's complete recovery is a reward for many months of training. Disbelief in his own healing gives way to genuine surprise on Hua's face. Hua Yuntian's boundless gratitude cements their friendship forever. Feng Hao's embarrassment at formalities turns into a warm brotherly bond. The young man's path leads to the capital's Feng Yue Academy, to new knowledge and power. Hua's proposal to go to the capital together marks the beginning of their new journey. Feng Hao's joyful agreement marks the end of their seclusion on Demonic Beast Mountain. The golden wings of Hua once again carry the heroes into the sky towards new adventures. The endless stream of people heading to the capital speaks of the upcoming enrollment in the academy. Feng Yue Academy's reputation is such that even princes can be denied admission. The approaching end of the 3-year agreement makes Feng Hao increasingly nervous. The ominous memory of Shinner and her ridicule fuels the young man's determination. The vow to make Yunying pay his debt echoes across the capital. The majestic view of the empire's capital exceeds all the young warrior's expectations. Feng Hao's awkwardness reveals his secret plans, which he is not yet ready to reveal. Hua's generous offer of temporary shelter becomes Feng Hao's salvation. Confusion and joy are mixed in the young man's heart from such an unexpected honor. 10 years of separation did not erase the image of His Highness from Old Man Gu's memory. The old servant's admiration for the prince speaks of his boundless loyalty. Old Man Gu's concern for the prince's health reveals his deep affection. Hua's healthy appearance becomes the best answer to all questions about his condition. The bitterness of loneliness and oblivion shines through in Old Man Gu's words. The mention of Marshal Yun awakens curiosity and vague guesses in Feng Hao. An unexpected coincidence, Marshal Yun turns out to be the grandfather of his longtime rival. Alarming rumors of trouble at the marshal's estate make Hua wary. The news of the misfortune that befell the Yun family haunts the noble prince. Hua's order to prepare a room for the young man indicates his intention to stay. Master Feng's farewell to his new quarters conceals events to come. Hua's suspicions about Feng Hao's past with the Yun family grow. The prince's determination to find out the truth from Yun Xiong pushes him to take immediate action. The menacing shout of the guards at the gates of the marshal's estate is unable to stop the prince. Hua's unbreakable power sweeps away the guards, opening the way for him to enter. The charge of disturbing the peace sounds ridiculous in the face of royal power. The guards' anger, driven by impotence, results in empty threats directed at the uninvited guest. Hua's icy calm in the face of the spears aimed at him speaks of his superiority. The recognition of Prince Yuntian in Hua's face causes the guards to freeze in shock. The leader of the Blade Squad, Ding Jun, greets his master with reverence. The entire elite squad kneels before the true heir to the throne. The presence of the Blades at the marshal's estate confirms Hua's worst fears. The prince's determination to meet the old man leaves the guards no other choice. Yun Xiong's worried expression suggests that something truly wrong has happened at the estate. Ding Jun's desperate plea for the marshal's salvation is filled with pain and hopelessness. Hua's angry question about the reason for the tears reveals his deep affection for his old friend. The terrible news about the marshal's poisoning plunges the prince into a state of shock. Without wasting a second, Hua demands to be taken immediately to the dying man. A contemptuous shout from the marshal's chambers speaks of his unwillingness to see guests. Hua's confidence in his friend's imminent death sends the marshal into a fit of rage. Yun Xiong's anger turns to surprise when he recognizes the guest as his old friend. A touching reunion between two old friends is interrupted by the appearance of the beautiful Iner. Iner's care for her grandfather shows her deep love and devotion. Yun Xiong's request to leave them alone with the prince hints at a serious conversation. An old friend's suspicious behavior forces Hua to demand an explanation. The truth about the poisoning at the hands of the shadow cult becomes a bitter discovery for the prince. Hua's anger at the cult's vile methods is mixed with concern for his friend's life. The question of help from pharmacists sounds like the last hope in this hopeless situation. Yun Xiong's despair grows, for the same poison that struck down the prince now flows through his veins. The shocking news of Hua's complete recovery leaves the marshal in a stupor. Hua's calm confirmation of his healing becomes a ray of hope for Yunxiang. The incredible news makes the marshal beg his friend for help. A shadow of doubt falls on Hua's face, because he has his own suspicions. The savior's strange reluctance to treat the marshal leaves Hua perplexed. The direct hint of betrayal in the Yun family makes the marshal tense. The accusation against the Yun family comes as a bolt from the blue. Rage and disbelief distort the face of the marshal, who refuses to believe in betrayal. Memories of his journey from a poor youth to an imperial hero fill Yunxiang with bitterness. Hatred of the rich scoundrels who mock the weak boils in the marshal's blood. Hua's stern words remind his friend of his nickname, the God of Death. The angry roar of the marshal, calling all members of the family together, foreshadows a bloody massacre. Half an hour later, the entire Yun clan stands before their angry leader. The marshal's unwavering determination to punish the traitor does not spare even his own son. Hua's attempt to stop his friend speaks of his unwillingness to see senseless bloodshed. The marshal's evasive answer shows that he is not yet ready to name the traitor. The realization that there was a scoundrel in his house filled Yunxiang with rage. Hua's friendly reminder about life and death conversations softens the marshal's anger. The prince's firm promise not to let his friend die becomes the guarantee of their eternal friendship. The greatness of the Feng Yue Academy attracts talents from all over the empire, promising glory and honor. Huge competition for 1,000 places makes admission a real challenge. The appearance of the academy's vice president causes a storm of emotions in the crowd of applicants. The legendary Shu Yusin, a master of ancient martial arts, inspires awe with his very appearance. The vice president's commencement speech opens the academy's matriculation ceremony. The promise of help to enter the empire's elite motivates every applicant to give their all. Exemption from the main trials for masters with a combat attribute becomes the first sieve of selection. Dozens of hands shoot up, demonstrating the presence of a rare combat attribute. The incredible power of the vice president easily separates the chosen ones from the masses. Congratulations to the lucky winners marks the beginning of the main stage of the entrance examinations. The announcement of the start of the selection makes thousands of hearts beat in unison. Thoughts about the cruelty of the world, where only 1,000 out of tens of thousands will pass, visit Feng Hao. The first test, the purification of combat energy, becomes a test of the purity of power. A complex system of purification levels determines the future fate of each applicant. Even a low level of purification becomes a pass to the next stage, giving hope to many. The anticipation of meeting her brother makes Shinner burn with curiosity. Self-confident Su Yu has no doubt that he will win the heart of the beautiful Ao. The flattery of sycophants only strengthens Su Yu's belief in his irresistibility and superiority. Irritated by the empty chatter, Su Yu abruptly interrupts his companions. The long-awaited appearance of Shinner makes the heart of the young man in love skip a beat. Su Yu's provocative behavior doesn't stop him from pursuing the cold beauty Shinner. The appearance of a girl at the exam causes a storm of delight among lustful applicants. Feng Hao's irritation with the crowd's behavior shows his focus on the goal. Shinner's impatient thoughts about Brother Hao reveal the true purpose of her visit. Su Yu's intrusive attention only evokes cold contempt in the girl. Feng Hao's suspicions about Yun Ying's involvement in the appearance of this impudent man are growing stronger. The master's wise advice about girls' forgetfulness makes the young man doubt. Knowing that Shinner is looking for him fills Feng Hao's heart with joy. A confident step towards the altar of trials speaks of the young man's complete readiness for the test. The bright flash of energy from touching the stone shocks even an experienced instructor. The instructor's bewilderment gives way to relief when he sees the result. Formal recognition of a low level becomes a pass for Feng Hao to move on. The instructor's hidden doubts reveal the young man's abnormal speed and strength. The assumption of an average level of refinement makes the instructor take a closer look at Feng Hao. The young man's calm and confident answer about himself only increases the intrigue. A recording of a 14-year-old martial artist baffles the instructor. The thought of Feng Hao's incredible talent makes the instructor believe in miracles. Congratulations on passing the test become the first step towards a dream for a young man. A new day brings new challenges, where the academy seeks only the most capable. The challenge to crush his opponent in the second test lights a fire in Feng Hao's eyes. The crowd roars in anticipation of the upcoming fights. The tournament begins, where defeat means elimination. The brutal fight demonstrates the level of local fighters. Feng Hao smirked as a duel involving the young man was announced. Shen Yun stops the guy before the fight, starting a strange conversation. The enemy offers Feng Hao a huge amount of money to fake a defeat. Shen Yun desperately increases the bribe to 1 million. The hero's silence enrages Shen Yun, hurting the fighter's pride. Shen Yun mistakenly thinks that Feng Hao is bargaining. The young man boldly declares victory with 1 blow. An enraged Shen Yun rushes to attack first. The fighter puts all his fury into his signature move. The enemy attack was stopped with humiliating ease. Feng Hao shows mercy to a pitiful opponent. Observers notice a gifted young man in the arena. The guy's skill level is highly praised by the official. A decision is made to immediately enlist the talented fighter. Feng Hao is surprised by the news of his early admission to the academy. Instructor Chaemin takes the gifted young man under his wing. The young man pays respect to his mentor by accepting his guidance. Instructor Chaemin leads the young man deep into the mysterious academy. Feng Hao admires the excellent location for future training. Suddenly, a little companion appears with news about crystals. Feng Hao's eyes lit up with greed at the mention of treasure. The little spirit urges the boy to moderate his ardor and pull himself together. The girl points in the direction where the treasured artifacts are hidden. The spirit warns the young man about the incredible danger of this crystal. The hero excitedly confirms his desire to obtain the artifact. An ominous warning sounds about fatal consequences for the body. The frightening prediction of the body exploding leaves Feng Hao terrified. The girl explains the mortal danger of merging different crystals. It is a stark reminder of the single life and the countless risks involved. The instructor places Feng Hao in a room and leaves him there until the class begins. The young man reflects on Chongying's strength and the catastrophic lack of time. The guy realizes the futility of attacks against his opponent's icy power. Feng Hao aims to reach the highest combat level in order to win. The search for an alien crystal becomes the hero's only hope. The young man resolutely sets out to find the source of power. The young man discovers that the path to the crystals is blocked by the academy. The guy feels someone's presence behind the impenetrable wall. Feng Hao reflects on the mysterious place and the people inside. The guy decides to retreat, realizing the futility of trying to get inside. The young man finds the academy's training area, preparing for action. A sudden scream interrupts the calm, demanding that the guy stop. A familiar voice full of insults makes Feng Hao turn around. The crowd incites a fight, wanting to punish the person who offended Mr. Bao. Several students brutally beat up one guy in the middle of the square. The hooligans strike blow after blow, showing no mercy to their victims. The beaten young man freezes in horror, unable to resist. A powerful wave of energy scatters the attackers in different directions. The defeated hooligans look in shock at their unexpected protector. The rescued boy thanks the stranger for his help in trouble. Feng Hao calmly reminds his cousin Qianning of their relationship. Qianning can't believe that the person standing in front of him is Feng Hao. The rich students look with disdain at the uninvited guests. Qianning reveals the bitter truth about the blackmail over the girl Linner. The mention of forced marriage ignites Feng Hao's rage. One of the bullies arrogantly warns the hero not to interfere. A brazen slap puts the insolent man in his place, causing shock among the crowd. The guy gives the bully half an hour to bring the ringleader, Bao Hu. Feng Hao's eyes blazed with anger, threatening reprisals for his failure to appear. Guilt gnaws at Qianning, but Feng Hao only smiles encouragingly. Qianning panics and tries to explain how dangerous their opponent Bao Hu is. Bao Hu and his henchmen walk confidently into the square. Qianning begs his cousin to flee, realizing the enemy's strength. Bao Hu's smug grin suggests he has powerful patrons behind him. Feng Hao reassures his cousin, showing his unwavering determination. The guy declares that he will personally put an end to all these problems. The tension mounts as Bao Hu arrogantly confirms his identity. Bao Hu looks down on the newcomer, unaware of his hidden power. The hero's patience snaps and a powerful aura bursts out. Feng Hao's lightning strike flies straight towards the surprised enemy. A clash of elements occurs and Bao Hu's attack is completely neutralized. The crowd is stunned by the strength of this newcomer. Bao Hu is furious and confused as his fire technique was so easily suppressed. A mysterious aura surrounds Feng Hao, who seems to be a fighter without attributes. A chilling promise is made to kill anyone who dares to touch Qinglinger. The public humiliation makes Bao Hu boil with impotent rage. Blinded by rage, Bao Hu makes a sneak attack from behind. Qianning screams in despair, seeing his cousin in mortal danger. The young man easily repels the vile blow to the back. Bao Hu's shameless attack fails, leaving the bully a laughingstock. An enraged Bao Hu rushes forward, pouring all his power into his fiery fist. Feng Hao responds with a devastating 1,000 lightning fists technique. A powerful blow sends Bao Hu flying, shocking his minions. The winner humiliates the enemy by boldly challenging the entire crowd. The sudden appearance of the instructor interrupts the impending reprisal. The defeated Bao Hu seethes with hatred, saved only by the intervention of his mentor. Feng Hao leaves after giving a final warning about Linner. The traitorous instructor strikes in collusion with Bao Hu. A fiery fist flies straight into the back of an unsuspecting guy. The insidious plot is revealed as Bao Hu gloats behind the mentor's back. Feng Hao feels mortally threatened by a blow that could break his spine. The instructor puts all his hatred into the attack, but the young man is ready to fight. The hero meets the traitor's blow with his most powerful technique. The clash of two incredible forces shakes the training area. Incredibly, the mentor was thrown back, unable to withstand the strength of his student. The instructor's followers scream in panic, fearing for the life of their leader. Ning calls on everyone to immediately get out of the epicenter of the conflict. The defeated mentor recognizes the boy as Min's student, deciding to retreat. Instructor Ming asks directly about the fight with Bao Hu. The mentor tries to convey to the guy the seriousness of the situation. The shocking truth about Bao Hu's royal connections is revealed. The young man confidently declares his ability to solve everything on his own. The young man asks his mentor to take care of Ning's safety. The boy goes off alone, leaving his worried cousin with the mentor. Feng Hao arrives at the mysterious palace of a long-forgotten prince. The elderly maid happily welcomes Feng Hao as her master. Secret observers are shocked, because the abandoned palace turned out to be inhabited. The spies decide not to interfere and report everything to Bao's residence. The observers hastily leave their post to deliver the report. Inside the palace, the young man finds Elder Hu lost in thought. Elder Hu is surprised by the young man's quick return. The hero reports a successful admission, but there is a note of anxiety in his voice. The wise mentor notices the boy's anxiety and offers his help. After listening to the story, Elder Hu just laughs, calling the problem a trifle. Suddenly the mentor becomes serious, hinting at his enormous influence. Elder Hu laments his lack of influence to fight the Bao family. Feng Hao hopefully asks if there are other ways to solve the problem. The elder's mysterious answer leaves the young man completely perplexed. Elder Hu tells of the great hero Sushida, whose fate is sealed. Feng Hao was horrified, unable to understand how the legendary hero could become a fiend of hell. The oppressive silence is broken by a hint that the doomed hero is still alive. The shocking news of the poisoning makes the young man's blood run cold. Elder Hu decides to take action, heading to the palace to seek help for the boy. At the gates of the royal palace, guards block the path of a wise mentor. The prince's golden command in the hands of the elder makes the guard tremble. The royal guard humbly kneels before the powerful guest. The name Hua Yuntai was called out and the guard was ordered to report his return. The ruler himself comes out to greet the guest, calling the elder Uncle Wang. The warm meeting of old friends is filled with genuine joy and relief. While enjoying tea, Hua Yuntai reminisces about 10 years of forced exile. The king asks with concern in his voice about the health of his old friend. Hua Yuntai answers evasively, trying to hide the truth about his condition. The show of complete health turns out to be just a clever game. The ruler cannot contain his delight, believing in the miraculous healing. The idea of a cure leads the king to think of a powerful pharmacist. The elder confirms the presence of enemies, linking the conspiracy to Feng's family. The ruler eagerly awaits the story, ready to hear important news. The story begins about an ancient conquest and the need to purify the blood. The king recalls the tyranny of the Han family, which has lost the support of the people. The ruler tells of the rise of an emperor who brought peace and prosperity. Hua Yuntai interrupts the historical excursion to move on to the main purpose of the visit. The teacher asks a direct question about the concubine of the Bao family, Princess Bao Fei. A threatening demand is made to expel the Bao family to avoid great disaster. The ruler is intrigued and demands to know the name of the daredevil who insulted the Bao family. The revelation that it was the elder savior leaves the king in shock. The ruler tries to understand whether the Bao family really dared to harm the mysterious doctor. The elder reveals the truth about Bao Hu's atrocities, which terrorizes the academy. The king realizes the gravity of the situation and receives instructions not to touch the healer for now. Hua Yuntai advises to immediately take the Yun family under protection and transport them to the capital. The ruler agrees to the plan, receiving assurances of Yunxian's safety. Feng Hao sincerely thanks Elder Hu for his invaluable assistance. The wise mentor modestly assures that the service did not cost him much effort. The young man becomes interested in the poison of the living hell, hoping to help in the treatment of a mysterious patient. The elder tells about the victim, a simple guy, and asks the hero not to hold a grudge. The young man is perplexed, because he has to help a stranger. A sudden thought dawns on Feng Hao, connecting everything with the Yun family. The boy realizes the elder's cunning plan and hurries back to the academy. Hua Yuntai watches the young man go, satisfied with the work he has done. Feng Hao vows to take revenge on Yunying for all past humiliations. The path to power leads a young man to an auction house in search of medicine. The bitter realization of a complete lack of money ruins all the hero's plans. A sudden commotion catches the boy's attention as a sick person is carried past. Panicked cries about the doctor's guild make the young man interested. Feng Hao recognizes the patient as the auction owner and recognizes the fatal symptoms. The desire to repay the debt forces the young man to follow the crowd to the guild. A desperate son begs Guildmaster Quan to save his father's life. Chief Quan, the capital's chief physician, calmly begins his examination. A hopeless verdict of an incurable disease sounds like a death sentence. The son, in despair, continues to pray for help while his father lies motionless. The doctor declares that even the royal physician is powerless against this disease. The last hope of salvation collapses, leaving the son in complete despair. The inconsolable man calls out to everyone present, seeking salvation for his father. A generous reward is promised to anyone who can achieve the impossible. Experienced doctors shyly look away, admitting their powerlessness. An unexpected confident voice pierces the silence, promising healing. Feng Yue Academy's adept becomes the only hope for his grief-stricken son. The young man's attempt to help is cut short by an imperious gesture from the guild leader. Chief Quan looks at the boy doubtfully, questioning his abilities. The young man confidently confirms his membership in the Doctor's Guild. Displaying an advanced yellow rank causes those around to fall silent. Chief Quan, although impressed, still doubts the young healer's abilities. Feng Hao boldly challenges, offering to give him a chance since others are powerless. The desperate son, clutching at his last straw, begs to let the boy try. Having received permission, the young man immediately begins treatment. The surrounding doctors are amazed to realize that they are facing a solar-ranked healer. Even Chief Quan is shocked, as this level of skill is incredibly rare. Streams of healing energy flow into the patient's body, creating a real miracle. The guild leader can't believe his eyes as he watches the incredible healing. The young man's skills surpass anything the experienced doctor had seen in his long life. Quan understands that healers of this level are only available to the highest nobility. A terminally ill man comes to his senses, marking the triumph of a young genius. The son is delighted, not believing his luck, because his father is really saved. Weakened after the procedure, the young man asks for rare ingredients to be brought to him. The son rushes to fulfill the request, but Chief Quan stops him. The experienced doctor himself gives the order to bring everything necessary to the young savior. To everyone's amazement, Feng Hao indiscriminately stuffs precious herbs into his mouth. The doctors present were shocked by such barbaric treatment of rare ingredients. Having regained his strength, the young man feels much better, ready for new achievements. A powerful charge of healing energy finally pulls the patient from the clutches of death. The young man reports that the danger has passed, but more is needed for complete healing. The news of a possible return of the disease plunges the grateful son into despair. To fully cure him, Feng Hao demands that 2 extremely rare ingredients be obtained immediately. The son vows to find the precious plants no matter the cost. Touching reunion between father and son confirms miraculous healing. Headmaster Quan is completely confused and tries to unravel the secret of this incredible skill. The rescued auction owner expresses his immense gratitude to the young healer. The guy resolutely refuses a generous reward for saving his life. The hero leaves, leaving a promise to return in a month for rare herbs. The news that the genius healer is only an adept of the outer courtyard shocks the guild leader. The assistant is perplexed as to why a solar-ranked doctor would waste time on martial arts. Intrigued, Headmaster Kwang decides to personally visit Feng Yue Academy. The path leads the head of the Doctor's Guild to the gates of the famous academy. A quiet game of Go between 2 masters is interrupted by an unexpected intrusion. Chief Quan bursts into the chambers, making a request to Abbot Hua himself. Abbot Hua is surprised, because the renowned guild leader rarely asks for favors. Headmaster Quan directly asks about the presence of a student with medicinal skills in the academy. The question of healing talents causes genuine bewilderment among the academy's leadership. Headmaster Quan offers the abbot a lucrative deal in exchange for a meeting with the mysterious disciple. Chief Quan departs, leaving the abbot with the promise of 3 future favors. Abbot Hua has no intention of handing over such a valuable talent to the Doctor's Guild. The deputy abbot suspects that the genius is hiding his true identity. A cunning plan is born to find the mysterious student before everyone else. Abbot Hua makes his move in the game, anticipating an interesting development. Liner sits alone, lost in her sentimental thoughts. The unexpected appearance of Brother Hao takes the girl by surprise. A joyful meeting interrupts sad thoughts, filling the heart with warmth. Liner firmly declares that she will never marry, embarrassing her companion. The girl admits that she wants to always be close to Feng Hao and her grandfather. The guy gently puts an end to naive childish talk about eternal devotion. The young man notices a mysterious place and asks his companion about it. The question about the academy's courtyard arouses keen interest in the young man. Liner tells of a legendary place where the academy's elite gather. The prospect of finding I Ching inside the courtyard makes the hero's heart beat faster. With hope in her voice, the girl asks if Feng Hao would like to become one of the chosen ones. It was time to go back, but a new ambitious plan had already matured in the guy's head. The young man comes to his mentor Che Meng with the firm intention of passing the selection. The mentor approves of the decision, because Feng Hao is already one of the best students. Having received a blessing and an entry on the list, the boy thanks his teacher. The boy asks a question about a mysterious student named Wan Xin. Mentor Che Meng tenses up at the familiar yet dangerous name. The truth about Wan Xin, the owner of a rare ice attribute, is revealed. Feng Hao is happy because his rival is already in the courtyard, where the young man is heading. The long-awaited selection tests for the Academy's Holy of Holies begin. The very first battles demonstrate incredible cruelty and uncompromisingness. Feng Hao watches the simple yet effective techniques with approval. The hero's turn comes, and his name is announced loudly throughout the arena. The participation of a newcomer in the selection tests surprises the management. The referee gives the command, and the decisive fight for a place in the elite begins. The opponent immediately rushes into attack using a powerful technique. The young man easily dodges the blow, causing confusion in his opponent. A lightning-fast counterattack throws the enemy back without giving him a single chance. The defeated fighter falls to the ground, unable to continue the fight. The opponent is in shock from the internal injuries he received, although he remains alive. The judge declares Feng Hao the winner, and the masters admire his control of power. Chief Quan searches the crowd for the mysterious healer, not noticing him in the arena. The defeated enemy thanks the young man for his mercy in battle. The next fight ends with a quick and spectacular victory for Xuan Meng. The winner remains in the arena, challenging everyone present. Xuan Meng calls out to Feng Hao, who calmly accepts the challenge. A bold challenge from one of the top 10 fighters shocks the crowd. The motive for revenge for Bao Hu is revealed, but the wise mentor warns the fighter. The young man's self-confident smile leaves no doubt about his readiness for battle. The hero quickly flies into the arena, accepting an unequal duel. The elder is worried about the boy, but the abbot sees hidden potential in the newcomer. The Academy's leadership allows the fight, anticipating an exciting spectacle. The deputy abbot gives the signal, and the duel of honor and revenge begins. Liner looks at the arena with concern, but Qian Ning has faith in his cousin's strength. Xuan Meng puts all his fury into a fire attack, wishing death on his opponent. Feng Hao responds with a crushing fist of 1,000 lightning bolts ready to clash. The two elements collide in a blinding flash, shaking the arena to its foundations. The abbot is impressed, because the young fighter easily withstood the powerful blow. Xuan Meng was furious, unable to understand how this newbie had blocked his full power. The spectators are stunned into silence as the attack of the strongest is completely repelled. Feng Hao's eyes flashed with power as the youth prepared a devastating counterattack. A powerful wave of cold energy throws Xuan Meng back, catching him off guard. The fighter realizes his stupidity, because his fire technique is useless against the cold. The guy proves his superiority by defeating a top-ranking master. Humiliated, Xuan Meng desperately uses his last trump card, the Crushing Fist. The hero's apparent defenselessness deceives the enemy into thinking that victory is easy. The deputy abbot panics and wants to intervene, but the wise master stops him. Abbot Hua notices an incredible technique in which the young man compresses the air itself. Xuan Meng's attack falls upon the motionless, seemingly defenseless hero. Feng Hao releases a devastating lightning strike accumulated in compressed air. A powerful discharge of energy pierces the enemy, deciding the outcome of the duel. The defeated Xuan Meng falls to the ground, unable to believe his defeat. A mysterious healer from the Doctors Guild helps a fallen fighter heal his wounds. The judge declares a triumphant victory for Feng Hao, the rookie who crushed the elite. The Academy's management approaches to congratulate the young man on his brilliant battle. The deputy abbot tries to stop the hero, but he rushes off to the next trials. Abbot Hua announces that the boy has already been accepted into the inner courtyard without further fighting. The good news of being accepted into the elite comes as a complete surprise to the young man. Qian Ning and Liner tearfully rejoice at their friend's triumph and safety. The hero receives the coveted token, which opens the doors to a mysterious courtyard. Mentor Che Meng sadly bids farewell, regretting that he will not be able to teach such a talent. There is a mysterious advice about a secret room of scriptures, where something special awaits the young man. Feng Hao expresses deep gratitude to the mentor for his wise guidance. Rumors of the newcomer's incredible victory over Xuan Meng had already spread throughout the courtyard. An interested girl with pink hair decides to find out everything herself. A girl named Wan Xin asks the students about the mysterious newcomer. The news that Feng Hao has already been accepted into the inner courtyard makes her delighted. Wan Xin thanks the students who respect the famous girl. The girl can't contain her joy, because her brother Hao is finally here. The strange reaction of the icy beauty causes confusion among random witnesses. The sudden appearance of a stranger interrupts the night silence of the courtyard. The spectacular landing demonstrates the alien's high level of skill. Feng Hao recognizes the attacker as the same guy he saw at the selection. A sinister grin and a direct threat leave no doubt about the enemy's intentions. The young man notes with a grin that the enemy came alone to his own doom. A powerful golden energy envelops the fighter, surprising Feng Hao with the similarity of attributes. The deadly threat sounds again, leaving the newcomer no choice but to fight. The opponent rushes in to attack, delivering a death sentence to Feng Hao with his weapon. A young man meets the blow with a devastating technique of 1,000 lightning bolts. The guy's incredible strength throws the enemy back, breaking his self-confidence. The enraged fighter cannot believe the power emanating from a simple newcomer. The sudden intervention of the courtyard master stops the duel. The aggressor, smiling, tries to pass off the mortal combat as a regular training session. The mentor is suspicious of the night training, sensing something is wrong. The fighter retreats, leaving a dire warning for Brother Hao. The teacher blames Feng Hao for the day's incident, demanding an explanation. Feng Hao inquires about the identity of his overnight guest, sensing a catch. The identity of the attacker is revealed, the grandson of Prime Minister Jiang Yu. The young man becomes lost in thought, trying to understand the reason for the hostility from the elite. The gates open into the inner courtyard, a place for select geniuses. Wan Xin is eagerly waiting for Brother Hao at the entrance to the elite zone. The girl is alarmed by strange traces that appeared out of nowhere. A sudden encounter with a stranger takes Wan Xin by surprise. The long-awaited meeting with Feng Hao fills the girl's heart with joy and relief. The happy couple, holding hands, walks into the depths of the mysterious courtyard. Wan Xin points the way, promising a quick arrival at the destination. The guy notices a hidden threat in the bushes, where dozens of masters are hiding. The girl calms the young man down, suggesting that he simply show his pass. Feng Hao realized that he was already mistaken for an outsider on the first day. A heavy atmosphere of hostility weighs on the hero, who has barely set foot on the new land. A majestic view of the inner courtyard and its towers opens before your eyes. Feng Hao senses many attributes, but they all seem too weak. The little spirit suggests that the treasured I Ching should be in the main tower. An icy voice interrupts the idyll, calling Wan Xin to her. Yun Ying, Feng Hao's main rival and longtime target, appears before the couple. Yun Ying looks at the guy with disdain, not understanding how a talentless person got into the elite. Memories of a long-ago humiliation and a vow to take revenge in 3 years come to light. The girl is perplexed, because the young man's incredible progress seems impossible. Feng Hao reminds him with a smile that he has changed beyond recognition. The ominous reminder of the imminent expiration of the oath escalates the tension. Yun Ying coldly accepts the challenge, confirming the inevitability of the coming fight. The girl takes Wan Xin to training, leaving the rivals alone. Feng Hao smiled encouragingly as he let go of the worried Wan Xin. Wan Xin's parting gaze is full of concern for the fate of Brother Hao. Little Spirit reveals Yun Ying's secret. Her level has already reached the martial spirit. The companion is perplexed as to how this is possible, since it contradicts all laws. The spirit explains the riddle. The girl's physical strength outpaces her cultivation. The verdict is disappointing. With his current level, the hero has no chance of winning. Feng Hao is in despair, because without the ancient texts, his development has reached a dead end. The little spirit cunningly hints at the existence of alternative paths of development. A sudden revelation dawns on the guy, opening a new path to the pinnacle of power. A young man decides to focus on improving the quality of his strength. The newly minted adept arrives at the pavilion for registration in the courtyard. The manager recognizes the newcomer's name and a sinister grin appears on his face. Feng Hao receives the key to his room, unaware of the trap being set. The new privilege of a private courtyard surprises the newly arrived student. The gathering of adepts at the mysterious tower arouses Feng Hao's keen interest. The guy decides to find out what secrets this mysterious place hides. The cultivation tower proves to be the center of attraction for all the inner courtyard's adepts. The incredible sight of exhausted students leaving the tower shocks the hero. The strange behavior of the adepts, who have barely been inside, seems suspicious to him. A small spirit reveals the secret of a tower where I Ching energy is used for training. Feng Hao doubts that ordinary bodies can withstand such powerful energy. The companion reassures the young man that his unique lightning attribute will handle the load. A rude shout breaks the guy out of his thoughts, returning him to harsh reality. The hero apologizes sheepishly, letting the impatient old man go ahead. Upon crossing the threshold, the young man feels an incredibly powerful energy. An invisible force grabs the guy, preventing him from controlling his own body. Powerful discharges of energy pierce the hero's body, causing unbearable pain. The tower guard advises to leave immediately if the load is too great. Feng Hao grinned and assured that everything was fine, as his lightning attribute had awakened. The guy understands that it was this energy that his longtime rival used. The determination to harden his body and surpass the enemy forces the young man to endure hellish pain. The caretaker watches the newcomer's tenacity with amazement, wondering how long he will last. After recovering from the initial shock, Feng Hao notices mysterious rooms on the sides. The unfortunate adept falls out of the room, burned and barely alive. Feng Hao watches the other student's pitiful state with surprise. The guy notices that the entire room is made of metal, a perfect conductor. With a cry of pain and delight, the young man absorbs the power of the electrical discharges. The overseer is shocked because the newcomer has reached the 4th level, gaining the power of the fighting spirit. The satisfied hero bursts into the cultivation room and locks the door from the inside. 2 hours later, the keepers begin to worry about the fate of the brave newcomer. Feng Hao grits his teeth, enduring hellish pain in order to gain unprecedented strength. The little spirit praises the boy for his resourcefulness, as he has found the perfect way to train. The young man notices that the precious crystal has not yet formed. The satellite explains that the rarity of a crystal directly affects the difficulty of its creation. The spirit comes to the disappointing conclusion that the crystal will not appear in this place. Feng Hao is in despair, not understanding why his cherished goal is unattainable. The little spirit hints at unexpected benefits and great secrets of the future. The guy is confused and tries to understand the mysterious words about the coming power. Tired of puzzles, the young man decides to focus on current cultivation. 9 hours later, a disturbing thought about Wan Xin breaks the young man out of his trance. An enraged caretaker meets the hero, demanding an answer for such a long absence. The shocking news about the 11 hours spent in the tower shocks the boy. Feng Hao was horrified, because during this time, Wan Xin must have been waiting for her. Feng Hao hurriedly leaves the tower after receiving an invitation from the caretaker to return. The caretaker is amazed by the newcomer's endurance, calling the guy a real monster. The guy finally finds Wan Xin, apologizing for the excruciatingly long wait. The romantic moment is interrupted by awkwardness when the young man tries to get closer. The sudden appearance of Hu's brother, Yun Hu, disrupts the intimate atmosphere. Wan Xin happily introduces the young man, oblivious to the impending threat. Feng Hao thanks Yun Hu for taking care of the girl, but his voice is cold. The bold announcement that Wan Xin is now under the hero's protection shocks the opponent. A broken heart and jealousy push Yun Hu into open conflict with the newcomer. The fighter looks at the guy with contempt, considering him unworthy of such a girl. Yun Hu openly humiliates Feng Hao, calling him weak and worthless. The rival's friends cannot understand how the goddess Wan Xin chose such a simpleton. Feng Hao casts a defiant glance at Yun Hu, provoking him into a duel. An enraged Yun Hu, engulfed in flames, accepts the challenge of the overconfident newcomer. The hero calmly declares that weaklings have no place near Wan Xin. Feng Hao makes it clear that the real weakling in this situation is not the young man. The girl tries to stop the brewing fight, worrying about both of them. The guy gently reassures Wan Xin, promising to sort out the problem in a minute. Observers laugh at the hero's arrogance, predicting his quick defeat. Feng Hao, with a cold grin, prepares to show his true strength to this fool. Yun Hu charges forward, determined to determine once and for all who is the weakling here. Feng Hao responds with a thunderous fist, ready to repel the onslaught of his enraged opponent. The clash of two elements creates a powerful wave, but no one is going to give in. The spectators are shocked, because the newcomer not only withstood the blow, but also fought on equal terms. Yun Hu uses his signature technique, bare fist, with all his might. The guy meets the attack with a devastating thunderbolt, turning defense into offense. The crushing blow sends Yun Hu flying backwards, causing him pain and confusion. The defeated fighter looks at the newcomer in horror, not understanding where this monster came from. The spectators were amazed as Yun Hu, known for his defense, was defeated. Yun Ying's sudden appearance interrupts the duel, causing everyone to freeze. The girl looks at her brother's wounded hand with alarm, demanding an explanation. Feng Hao boldly declares that a simple exchange of skills does not violate the rules. The icy beauty is enveloped in a cold aura, taking the young man's words as a challenge. Wan Xin panics and tries to stop his mentor, fearing for his friend's life. The hero reminds Yun Ying of their old bet and the upcoming duel in a month and a half. The daring challenge to the master of martial spirit seems like pure suicide to the audience. The girl accepts the challenge, realizing that she has no other choice. Feng Hao arranges a meeting at the same place, taking one last look at his rival. The guy's confidence in his abilities after training in the tower leaves no doubt. The tower guard greets the young man with a grin, as if he had been waiting for his return. The boy politely apologizes, not knowing how to address the tower's caretaker. Feng Hao respectfully greets the third elder, Lao Jianmu. The realization of the incredible power of the academy comes to the young man through the hierarchy of elders. The master praises the young man, recognizing him as a unique genius for decades. The elder suddenly warns the boy against approaching the mysterious abyss. The news of the Thunder Dungeon that has swallowed up many masters shocks the hero. The third elder begins to tell the story of the ancient secrets of the Feng Yue Academy. The legend of Hua's ancestor and the discovery of the prison in the meteorite crater is breathtaking. The first abbot, the founder of the tower, disappeared without a trace into the depths of the Thunder Dungeon. The deadly trap that took the lives of many daredevils remains unsolved. The young man thanks the elder for his valuable advice and grim warning. Feng Hao plunges into meditation, confident of quickly reaching the highest level. With each bolt of lightning, the determination to fight Yunying only grew stronger. At the prince's residence, Elder Hua reproaches brother Yuntan for his secrecy. The news that it was Feng Hao who freed the elder from the poison surprises both of them. Master Yuntan recounts the chaos the young man caused at the academy. The mention of the 3-year agreement makes Elder Hua tense up. Marshal Yuntan dismisses this, dismissing the upcoming battle as nothing more than a childish squabble. The elder screams in panic about the mortal danger looming over Yunxiang. A terrible secret is revealed. Yunxiang was poisoned by the same demonic sect. Elder Hua realizes that Yunxiang's fate depends on the outcome of the coming battle. To save the kingdom, the elder is ready to do anything to protect the marshal. In desperation, Hua Yuntai decides to immediately find Yunying to prevent a disaster. The wise Yuntan stops his friend, suggesting that he wait and trust in fate. Elder Hua finds solace in the young man's stubborn nature, which only grows stronger. Half a month later, the grueling training continues in the cultivation tower. Feng Hao meditates, absorbing streams of pure lightning energy. A powerful physical breakthrough marks a new stage in the young warrior's development. Pleased with the result, the guy decides to continue cultivation to the limit. His energy reserves are running low, and the young man realizes that it is time to collect the promised herbs. The hero resolutely leaves the tower, heading to the auction house for a reward. The auction house eagerly awaits the return of the mysterious savior. The long-awaited appearance of the gentleman causes a storm of delight in the owner's son. Feng Hao asks to be taken to Mr. Ouyang immediately to complete his treatment. The young man is led into the courtyard, where a recovering patient is already waiting for him. The hero apologizes for being late, seeing that Mr. Ouyang is on the mend. The son gives the young man a ring with all the necessary medicinal herbs. Feng Hao extracts rare ingredients from the ring, checking their authenticity. Having confirmed the quality of the herbs, the guy nods with satisfaction, ready for the ritual. The hero first takes the medicine himself to restore his strength before healing. Having regained his strength, Feng Hao begins the final stage of healing. A powerful flow of energy is directed into the patient's body, driving out the remnants of the disease. Half an hour later, the son anxiously asks how his father is feeling. Mr. Ouyang enthusiastically declares his full recovery, calling it a miracle. As a sign of gratitude, the healed man orders his son to bring a special gift. The son proudly hands the ring to the savior, offering to add more treasure. Inside the ring, the guy discovers untold riches and 10 battle crystals. The young man tries to hide his delight, pretending that the gift did not impress him. Feng Hao happily accepts the generous reward for saving his life. As he says goodbye, the hero receives assurances that he will always be welcome at the auction house. An unexpected meeting with Chief Quan takes the young man by surprise. The head of the guild admits that he waited for the young genius for many days at the auction. The guy shyly suggests that the old master address him in a simple way. Feng Hao notes with irony the cunning old man's persistence. Chief Quan makes an incredible offer to lead the doctor's guild. The embarrassed young man tries to refuse, considering himself unworthy of such an honor. The old master insists, assuring that this will be a great honor for the guild. The hero whispers that he is unable to create real pills. The boy thanks Chief Quan for the offer, but politely declines it. The guild leader is perplexed, because without the king of medicine it is impossible to reach such heights. A month later, the day of reckoning arrives, marking the end of the 3-year agreement. Yunying arrives at the arena, ready for the final showdown, and the crowd buzzes with anticipation. Even the powerful elders of the academy deign to appear at this spectacle. The great battle attracts the attention of the entire senior leadership of the academy. Elder Jean eagerly awaits the arrival of the mysterious child. The cunning third elder offers his colleague to make a bet on the outcome of the battle. Lao Jianmu bets 20 battle crystals on Yunying's victory. The second elder's overconfident bet on Feng Hao only makes him laugh. The third elder, with a grin, advises his opponent to prepare crystals instead of empty words. The long wait begins to tire the crowd, giving rise to rumors about the challenger's cowardice. Spectators are confident that a simple master will not dare to challenge a genius of the fighting spirit level. Elder Jian is nervous, afraid that he will have to count the match as a technical defeat. The third elder remains calm, as his cultivation in the tower is not yet complete. At the last moment, the young man absorbs the remaining energy, being on the verge of a breakthrough. Using battle crystals, the guy decides to make a final push towards new strength. A powerful surge of energy marks transformation and a transition to a new level. Feng Hao finally reaches the long-awaited level of a great martial artist. The little spirit warns that joy is premature and that one must hurry. The young man is perplexed, not understanding why his efforts might be in vain. The sudden realization of the impending battle makes the guy run into the arena in panic. The third elder is already anticipating victory, reminding them of the lost crystals. Elder Jian is in a panic, as his reputation and fortune are at stake. Feng Hao's appearance as a Grand Master causes a sensation among the audience. Yunying's friends can't believe the newcomer's strength has grown so rapidly. Even Yun Hu, who had been defeated earlier, was amazed by his opponent's incredible progress. The third elder is jubilant, but his opponent still believes in Yunying's victory. Wanxin calls out for Brother Hao with anxiety in her voice, fearing for his life. A tender moment before the fight sparks a wave of envy and gossip in the crowd. The guy gently reassures the girl, asking her to just wait for the outcome of the battle. Feng Hao enters the arena, fulfilling his long-standing promise made 3 years ago. Yunying is amazed at how much the stubborn child from the past has changed. The hero looks at his rival with a smirk, realizing that she underestimated him. The question is asked directly about readiness for battle, leaving no room for retreat. An explosion of icy energy envelops Yunying, demonstrating her incredible power. The crowd erupts in applause, anticipating a brutal and spectacular performance. The elder watches with annoyance the stubborn girl, ready to do anything for victory. Abbot Hua gives orders to keep an eye on both fighters to avoid tragedy. The aura of 2 elements, ice and lightning, collide and a great battle begins. Yunying creates an ice blade, unleashing a barrage of deadly attacks on the enemy. Feng Hao easily parries the blow, demonstrating his new, incredible strength. The guy reminds himself that this is just a test before the real battle. A crushing Ultra Thunder Fist crashes down on the opponent's icy defense. Yunying responds with a flurry of mixing ice palms, creating an impenetrable barrier. The hero breaks through the ice wall, dodging deadly fragments. The girl concentrates all her power in one crushing icy palm. The clash of techniques shakes the arena, but neither side gains an advantage. A powerful blast wave sends Feng Hao flying backwards, breaking his defense. Wanxin screams in horror as he sees Brother Hao being seriously injured. Despite the pain, the young man survives, shocking the crowd with his incredible resilience. Abbot Hua is amazed, guessing that the guy has mastered Earth-rank techniques. The elders are amazed, because this child exceeds all their expectations. The young man reflects on his lack of strength to use his most powerful techniques. Thanks to the pill taken earlier, the hero's body is instantly restored. The guy understands that to win, he needs heavenly ranked techniques. Feng Hao concentrates all his energy, creating a powerful thunder dragon. An attack of unprecedented power rushes towards Yunying, ready to incinerate everything in its path. The girl realizes that her opponent turned out to be much stronger than she expected. Yunying creates countless ice palms to defend. The hero uses Thunder Strike, launching himself into the air for a decisive attack. An unexpected maneuver takes the icy beauty by surprise, leaving her defenseless. A decisive, thunderous blow rushes towards the defenseless target with incredible speed. At the last second, Yunying creates an ice barrier, freezing everything around him. The freezing cold chills the spectators to the bone, turning the arena into a winter landscape. The majestic sight of the hovering ice goddess captivates even the most sophisticated. Feng Hao's attack is shattered by an impenetrable wall of pure ice. The girl uses her signature ice seal, putting all her power into it. It seems that this is the limit of her strength, and the outcome of the battle is predetermined. The 2 elements collide in a blinding flash, turning the arena into an icy wasteland. The collision of energies creates an incredible explosion that shakes the earth. The abbot and Wanxin look anxiously at the epicenter of the battle. The young man tries with all his might to break through the ice seal, but his strength is running out. For the sake of his family's honor and his own pride, Feng Hao cannot afford to lose. The elders prepare to intervene, seeing that the boy is not strong enough to win. The third elder decides to save the young man, not wanting to lose such a talent. Abbot Hua stops everyone, declaring that Yunying needs to be saved. The incredible statement shocks the elders, causing them to doubt the master's words. The ice seal cracks and Yunying realizes that the battle is lost. The abbot reveals a secret. This child has much more energy than it seems. Feng Hao screams in despair, unwilling to accept defeat, and unleashes new power. An incredible heat envelops the hero, marking the awakening of the second, fiery attribute. Yunying is shocked by his opponent's sudden surge of strength. The spectators are amazed as the youth's aura suddenly surpasses the power of Yunying herself. The third elder is delighted, calling this child a true miracle. The girl is perplexed and tries to understand where the guy got this energy from. Feng Hao, burning with battle lust, rushes into a decisive attack. Yunying realizes that the energy is getting out of control and prepares for the worst. The collision of 2 elements creates an incredible explosion that shakes the entire academy. Awakening the fire attribute at a critical moment saves the hero from defeat. The girl admits that without the loss of control over energy, she would have lost her arm. Yunying is shocked to realize that his opponent has a healing pharmacopoeia. The thought that this boy could be a heavenly ranked doctor terrifies her. The guy notes with irony that even the pharmacopoeia does not save one from defeat. Despite her wounds and fatigue, Yunying is still able to continue fighting. Feng Hao launches a swift strike, catching her exhausted opponent off guard. A precise blow to the shoulder throws the girl off balance, deciding the outcome of the fight. Yunying falls to the ground, admitting his crushing defeat. The winner proudly announces his victory over the invincible Ice Beauty. The crowd can't believe that one of their most outstanding students lost. The defeated girl recalls how 3 years ago she called this guy a loser. Abbot Hua intervenes, stopping the fight and declaring it over. Unbroken, Yunying is ready to fight to the death, refusing to admit defeat. Feng Hao remembers his old vow and realizes that the day of reckoning has come. Yunhu and Wan Xin rush into the arena, trying to stop the bloodshed. The girls try to separate the fighters, but pride and hatred are stronger than common sense. Abbot Hua intervenes, declaring that the duel is over and Yunying has lost. The defeated girl screams in rage, unable to accept the humiliating defeat. The abbot officially declares Feng Hao the winner of the 3-year dispute. The boy asks the abbot to forget about the feud if Yunying will not touch him anymore. Abbot Hua takes the wounded girl away from the battlefield. A pleased third elder approaches to congratulate the young man on his incredible triumph. Lao Jianmu, true to his word, appears before the winner. As a reward for winning the bet, the elder gives Feng Hao a pouch of battle crystals. The lucky winner of the bet flies away, leaving the hero with a well-deserved reward. The young man sincerely thanks the elder for the unexpected and generous gift. Finally alone, the couple can allow themselves to relax a little. Feng Hao mentally says that he has finally taken revenge for his father's humiliation. Abbot Hua informs Yunying of her grandfather's serious illness and the only savior. The name Feng Hao as a healer plunges the Ice Beauty into deep shock. The abbot confirmed with a grin that Yuntan had also been healed by this youth. The realization that her grandfather's fate is in the hands of her enemy drives the girl to despair. Yunying bitterly admits his past stupidity and arrogance. Abbot Hua leaves the girl a choice, because what happens next depends only on her. At the Yun Manor, the news that Yunying was injured by a simple disciple causes shock. The words that the winner is just a newbie surprise the marshal even more. Grandfather cannot understand how such a powerful fighter remained unknown. Yunying calls out the name of the winner and kneeling makes a request to his grandfather. Marshal Yuntan, terrified, tries to lift his granddaughter, ready to fulfill any wish. The girl asks to announce to the whole country her defeat in the duel with Feng Hao. A humble willingness to admit defeat must convey the truth to every citizen. The marshal does not understand why his granddaughter needs such public humiliation. Yunying vows not to rise from her knees until her request is fulfilled. Anger and bewilderment overwhelm the marshal, who considers this request complete nonsense. The unexpected appearance of Elder Hua interrupts the tense family conversation. Hua Yuntai urges the marshal to simply agree to his granddaughter's request. An enraged Yuntan demands to know what a stranger is doing in his house. Elder Hua responds with a powerful blow, making it clear that this concerns his family. Hua Yuntai looks at the marshal with disdain, proud of his family's power. The elder lifts Yunying up, promising that grandfather will fulfill her request. The brazen interference in family affairs infuriates the marshal. A girl in desperation tries to stop the brewing battle between two great masters. Elder Hua's crushing blow severely injures Yunying, who stands in the way. The girl, with all her might, begs her grandfather to fulfill her request. Marshal Yuntan panics and orders medicine to be brought for his wounded granddaughter. Elder Hua confirms that Feng Hao was the one responsible for the quarrel. The marshal decides to fulfill his granddaughter's will and do everything as she asks. The Feng family mansion is in turmoil as they await the head's return. The clan members greet their leader, Feng Chen, with respect. The father asks anxiously about his son, Haoware, not knowing his fate. The news of Feng Hao's triumphant victory brings his father into indescribable delight. Now the great victory is known not only in the city, but throughout the entire kingdom. Feng Chen doesn't understand why it was necessary to make the family matter public. Under pressure from elders, the man accepts the title of head of the family. A sudden visit from a messenger interrupts the solemn moment with an urgent message. The news of the general's arrival with the royal decree takes everyone by surprise. The general announces the order to read the royal decree to the head of the Feng family. By the will of heaven and the dictates of fate, the king calls young Feng Hao to him. Feng Chen is awarded the hereditary title of Marquis for his son's services. The new Marquis humbly thanks His Majesty for the favor shown. Receiving a noble title becomes a great day for the entire Feng family. The general congratulates the new leader and offers an escort to the royal capital. The father reflects with pride on the incredible difficulties his son overcame. In the ominous residence of shadows, darkness and tense anticipation reign. The Black Guardian requests an audience with a mysterious elder of a demonic sect. A sinister sorcerer surrounded by skulls and snakes impatiently orders to speak. The guard reports an important message received from the royal capital. The news that Marshal Yun Xiong refused to obey enrages the sorcerer. The elder of the sect disdainfully declares the imminent fall of the entire kingdom. The messenger interrupts the gloating by reporting another, more alarming piece of news. The news of Prince Hua Yuntian's return to the capital takes the sorcerer by surprise. The elder does not believe that the prince, poisoned 10 years ago, could return. The guard reports that the prince has been completely healed, which seems completely impossible. The sorcerer is furious because his deadly poison, created by the Holy Virgin herself, did not work. The idea of the existence of a heavenly ranked doctor seems like complete nonsense to the elder. A sinister threat looms over the spy who has once again failed his master. The brutal massacre of the useless servant demonstrates the sorcerer's ruthlessness. At the last moment, the guard begs for mercy, promising valuable information about the boy healer. In the cultivation tower, the young man continues his grueling training. The elder's voice announces that his beloved is looking for him, interrupting his meditation. Feng Hao understands that the lightning attribute is ideal for training the body and spirit. The little spirit destroys the hero's dreams, warning him of the dangers of one-sided development. Feng Hao respectfully asks the master to enlighten him on the path of martial arts. The small spirit explains the limitations of external power and the impossibility of reaching the highest level. The difference between a beginner and a master lies in the source of the energy they draw from. At the ancestral level, the ability to create energy vortexes in the internal organs opens up. The spirit gives the example of Hua Yuntian, who created 2 funnels in the heart and liver. The news about the 5 craters and sublevels plunges the young man into deep shock. The hero leaves the tower to consider the new, stunning information. Thoughts about the secrets of martial arts completely absorb the guy's attention. Wan Xin suddenly appears, dragging his friend along with him in an unknown direction. The girl reports the good news of Uncle Feng's arrival in the capital. The news of his father's arrival comes as a complete surprise to the young man. In the Shadow Demon sect's temple, a beautiful saint rests surrounded by butterflies. The maid reports an alarming message from the Jin dynasty and the neutralization of the poison. The saint asks with interest who dared to challenge her deadly creation. The news that a 15-year-old boy did it makes her take action. In the throne room of the sect, the elders greet their mistress with respect. The saint announces to the council the failure of their plan and the appearance of a mysterious healer. The elders of the sect call for the immediate destruction of the dangerous young man. The lady looks at her subordinates with contempt, reproaching them for inaction. Suddenly, one of the elders speaks out against killing the mysterious boy. The saint wonders why the elders are against killing the boy healer. The elder reveals that the young man is capable of curing fatal coronary heart disease. The news of the possibility of a cure seems to the council to be complete heresy and an impossible miracle. The lady realizes with disdain that the elders are afraid of losing their only savior. A cunning plan is born to lure the boy into the temple and make him their holy son. The Feng family's new residence in the capital is filled with a festive and welcoming atmosphere. Feng Hao finally returns home, accompanied by the beautiful Wan Xin. The touching scene of father and son reunion is filled with tears of joy and relief. The boy proudly introduces his companion, the beautiful Wan Xin, to his father. The sudden appearance of Elder Hua interrupts the family idyll. The arrival of Prince Yuntan causes everyone present to kneel. In the banquet hall, Liner anxiously awaits Brother Hao's return. The appearance of Lao Hua and Feng Hao attracts the surprised girl's attention. An unexpected meeting with Wan Xin takes Liner by surprise. Jealousy flares up again when the 2 girls meet eyes. Feng Hao tries to defuse the situation by taking the embarrassed Wan Xin away. A jealous Liner throws herself on the hero's neck, shocking everyone present. A father watches with a smile as a love triangle unfolds with his son at its center. The young man tries to calm the enraged girls, but the father only adds fuel to the fire. An unexpected visit from the academy director and his assistant interrupts the family drama. The director of the academy is delighted to have the opportunity to meet the little genius in person. The arrival of auction house owner Ouyang Yuan and his son attracts everyone's attention. The appearance of the head of the Doctors Guild, Quan, causes a new wave of gossip. The guests are perplexed, because the Feng family has gathered all the elite of the kingdom. Marshal Yunxiong enters the hall, accompanied by his famous granddaughter Yunying. All present will recognize the Grand Marshal, the legend of the Zealand Kingdom. The Marshal announces that he has come here to personally ask for forgiveness. The incredible news that the Marshal is asking the Feng family for forgiveness shocks the guests. Marshal Yunxiong takes full blame for his wayward granddaughter's misdeeds. Feng Chen tries to stop the great warrior's humiliating bow. Elder Hua intervenes, urging them not to pay attention to children's mistakes. Hona Yuntai declares the conflict between the families completely resolved. The elder orders Yunying to apologize to Feng Hao immediately. To save her grandfather, the proud girl is ready to undergo public humiliation. Yunying bows humbly, uttering the long-awaited words of apology. Elder Hua declares the conflict settled and invites everyone to the table. The guests whisper, condemning the disrespectful behavior towards the marshal and the prince himself. Feng Hao interrupts the fun, reminding him of the insult to his family. The guy is furious, because of the girl's actions, his family was on the verge of destruction. Yunying bitterly realizes the depth of his guilt and the cruelty of his actions. Feng Hao is tormented by doubts, because of him, innocent people could have suffered. Yunying is desperate and ready to do anything to earn the young man's forgiveness. Wanxin tearfully begs Brother Hao to forgive her mentor. The girl bitterly realizes that the heart really is not subject to orders. The father urges his son to forget about the feud, because Yunying has sincerely repented. Feng Chen unexpectedly thanks the girl, which leaves her completely amazed. The wise father explains that it was Yunying's actions that became the impetus for his son's development. Wan Xin proudly declares that she doesn't care about the feud, and takes the hero away with her. Elder Hua notes with a smile that everyone present has become one family. The young man is relieved to tell the old man that he is finally saved from the poison. A couple of days later, Feng Hao thanks the marshal for his earlier kindness. The boy notices that the poison in the marshal's body was created from spiritual medicine. The phrase spiritual medicine left Yunxiong shocked and confused. The hero understands that someone very powerful is behind the creation of this poison. At night, grueling training continues at the cultivation tower. During meditation, the guy feels his body being torn apart from the inside. An unknown force sucks out energy, not even allowing life forces to help. The little spirit screams in panic, calling for the immediate use of the battle crystal. The confused young man has difficulty remembering the saving artifact. Using a crystal stabilizes energy flows, restoring control over the body. After recovering from the shock, Feng Hao tries to understand what happened to his body. The little spirit explains that the mysterious Shu Yu needs constant nourishment. The guy is furious, because the master should have warned him about such an important detail. Lost in thought, the hero tries to find a way to feed the insatiable something. The realization that there won't be enough crystals in the entire country pushes the young man to desperate measures. Suddenly a clue appears in my head, pointing the way to the ancient ruins. The word ruins evokes both interest and mortal horror in the boy. The hero is angry because his little companion has again hidden important information from him. The spirit explains that the young man was previously too weak for such a dangerous journey. A brief excursion into the history of ancient ruins, full of treasures and dangers, begins. The prospect of finding secret techniques and ancient tombs captures the boy's imagination. The young man realizes that at his current level, it will be extremely difficult to survive in the ruins. The companion offers a simple solution: rob an already open tomb. Feng Hao is outraged by the suggestion that he should settle for the leftovers like some beggar. The hero decides to find out the exact location of the ruins from more knowledgeable people. In the prince's mansion, the young man finds two elders playing Go. Feng Hao directly asks Lao Hua where the ancient abandoned ruins are. The question of the ruins causes surprise and concern among the elders. The masters confirm the existence of such a place, but warn of mortal danger. The guy grins and declares that he just wants to try his luck in the open tombs. Elder Hua, with a stern look, warns the young man against the dangerous journey. Dark images of ruthless murderers and robbers emerge in his imagination. Despite the warnings, Feng Hao confidently declares his determination. Giving in to his stubbornness, the elder decides to give the boy something for the journey. Hua Yuntai hands the young man a precious map of the ancient ruins. The elder strictly forbids approaching the dangerous red zones. The only safe place on the map is marked as the city of Juan. The boy gratefully accepts the gift, bowing to his wise mentors. Finally, the young man is advised to take a doctor's robe with him for disguise. The girls try to follow the hero on his dangerous journey. Feng Hao politely but firmly refuses to take the beautiful companions with him. Liner jokingly sets rules forbidding affairs behind her back. Laughing, the young man agrees to all the conditions, just so that he is left alone. In the academy director's office, the boy announces his departure on a journey. Feng Hao cannot give an exact time frame, but estimates it will take a year or two. The director approves of the desire to gain experience, but sets one important condition. The news about the national competition arouses the young man's interest. The incredible reward of 1,000 battle crystals shocked Feng Hao. The thought of such wealth makes the young man dream of a carefree life for 10 years. The honor of entering the royal mountain becomes the greatest motivation for the guy. Feng Hao understands that the journey to the ruins will have to be postponed in order to gain power. The academy's director talks about the kingdom's shameful defeat at the previous competition. The news of the past winner's incredible strength shocks the young warrior. The secret to success is revealed. All of the top 3 participants use crystal energy. The hero is determined to win, but to do so he needs to find rare crystals. The director foresaw this question and prepared valuable information for the young man. Old scrolls point to places where crystals are most likely to be found. The guy gratefully accepts the gift and promises to take one of the 10 places. The little spirit scolds the hero for choosing the dangerous demonic ridge. 2 days later, a thunderclap and the cracking of trees are heard on the demonic ridge. Pleased with a successful hunt, the young man rests by the fire, but is interrupted by a cry for help. Without a second thought, Feng Hao rushes to help those in trouble. A ferocious fire leopard surrounded a group of travelers, leaving them no chance. The surviving guard begs his mistress to escape, ready to sacrifice himself. The enraged beast rushes at the daredevil who challenges him to a fight. A fatal blow of claws falls on the guard, sealing his fate. The girl cannot give up, because the life of her sick father depends on her. In desperation, she stands between the beast and the last survivor, ready to die. A scream of horror escapes her chest as she sees the monster flying towards her. At the last moment, a well-aimed blow throws the beast back, saving the girl from certain death. The girl is surprised that her savior turned out to be a doctor at such a young age. Around the fire, 2 strangers try to recover from the horror they experienced. The guy offers his hungry companion to taste the healthy meat of a fire beast. A casual glance at the girl's belt reveals a rare herb of crimson clouds. The hero awkwardly apologizes for his curiosity, promising to take the girl out in the morning. The girl mentally understands that in front of her is that same legendary 15-year-old. A cunning plan is brewing in the head of the rescued woman, because she is a spy for a demonic sect. The next morning, the couple sets out, introducing themselves to each other. The story of a poisoned father and the search for a cure touches Feng Hao's heart. The girl talks about an unknown poison that can only be contained by strengthening yin. A sudden guess about the connection between this poison and the poison of old Manhwa dawns on the young man. The rescued woman hopefully asks if Mr. Feng Hao can cure her of the poison. The girl desperately begs for help, clutching at the young man. The offer of 20 battle crystals for saving his life makes the guy think. Feng Hao decides to take a risk, because there is nothing more valuable than human life. The hero, with tears in his eyes, justifies his self-interest, caused by need. The little spirit praises the girl's ingenuity, but Feng Hao is confident in his plan. The companion's determination to go to the Yun Kingdom leaves no doubt. 3 days later, the travelers arrive in a city shrouded in a strange heat. The girl explains that this is a fire mountain, the border with the Yun Kingdom. The young man tries to wake up his little companion, but receives only sleepy grumbling. The news of the presence of a fire attribute in the mountain makes Feng Hao overjoyed. The guy decides to stay late, which makes Qinyi suspicious and worried. The hero invites the girl to return home first, promising to catch up with her later. Qinyi insists on staying with the master, not wanting to leave him. A majestic sight of a fiery mountain spewing lava appears before their eyes. The girl notices her companion's keen interest in the dangerous volcano. The mystery of the mountain's eternal flame and the mysterious crystal inside it intrigues the boy. Feng Hao doesn't understand why people just look at the mountain without trying to enter. It turns out that the crowd came here not for the crystal, but simply to gawk at the spectacle. Some fire attribute holders use this place for cultivation. The story of the failed expedition of the warrior ancestors explains the fear of the mountain. Countless attempts by masters to conquer the volcano ended only in death and defeat. Qinyi suddenly takes the young man by the hand, pulling him to the very foot. At the entrance to the cave, the girl asks her companion to stay, but he is adamant. Donning a cloak and mask, Feng Hao promises to return soon and hides in a cave. The girl doesn't understand where this guy gets so much confidence in his abilities. Qinyi orders his hidden assistant to come out of the shadows. The sect's spy receives an order. The young man must not die inside the mountain. The lady decides to monitor whether Feng Hao can obtain the crystal, forbidding anyone to interfere. Qinyi watches the young man with interest, wondering what else he can surprise her with. The guy doubts his strength, because even the masters of the ancestors were wounded here. The realization that the remaining 7 crystals are not enough leads the hero to despair. The little spirit suggests another, more painful but effective method. The satellite warns of the need to endure the pain of being burned alive. Despite mortal danger, Feng Hao is ready to do anything for his goal. The little mentor advises using cooling medicine to help. Having determined the direction, the hero, without hesitation, rushes into the depths of the fiery mountain. The audience looks with mockery at yet another fool walking to certain death. The young man throws himself into the very heat of the moment, ignoring warnings and ridicule. The unbearable heat forces the guy to immediately use a cooling medicine. Medicinal herbs bring only temporary relief in the fiery hell. Feng Hao understands that without using crystals, he cannot survive here. He decides to use the power of the battle crystal to create a protective barrier. The crystal's energy creates an impenetrable sphere of ice around the young man. The ice attribute protects the body by reducing the temperature to a tolerable level. After 3 hours of continuous movement through the flames, the goal is finally close. Ahead, mountains loom, the source of incredible heat and perhaps ancient evil. The young man recognizes the source of the heat as the mythical drought demon, Nuba. The realization of his insignificant level in the face of the ancient spirit horrifies the guy. The little spirit reveals the secret of the demon, who is able to create spiritual weapons. The hero's eyes light up with greed at the mention of the rarest artifact. The guy rushes into the depths of the volcano without hesitation, because the demon is guarding the crystal. With a roar, a giant shadow appears from the depths of the mountain, ready to destroy the intruder. A fierce demon of drought appears before the young man, the killer of all who dared to come here. The spectators outside are horrified, feeling the wrath of the ancient monster and wondering why. Qin Yi watches the mountain with concern, doubting the strength of his companion. The scorching flames almost fry the guy, even the ice attribute is powerless. The demon spews a stream of purple flame, leaving the hero no chance. The young man uses his last strength to create a protective barrier, repelling the deadly attack. The wounded boy falls to the ground, but a small spirit calls him to action. By absorbing the fire crystal, the hero receives an incredible surge of power. The drought demon retreats in surprise as a new enemy is born from the flames. The monster's huge, fiery fist crashes down on the small, cloaked figure. The little spirit accepts the challenge, transforming into a giant fire kitten. Incredible strength of spirit easily throws back the demon, saving its master. Spectators outside hear the demon's roar, wondering about the mysterious warrior's strength. The defeated monster is completely consumed by the fire spirit. The final blow ends the battle, transforming the ancient evil into pure energy. Feng Hao receives a reward, a powerful artifact, stronger than any spiritual weapon. The little spirit tries to calm the enraged master, but in vain. The news of the drought demon's death seems completely unbelievable to onlookers. The desire to find out who accomplished the impossible makes the crowd rush forward. The marauders notice a lone cloaked figure, mistaking it for a wounded man. Having determined the warrior's level as a great master, the robbers see this as their chance. Feng Hao understands that the crowd came here with ill intentions. Realizing the enemy's numerical superiority, the young man decides to strike first. A lightning attack takes the leader of the robbers by surprise. The incredible force of the blow, surpassing the level of a great master, shocks the bandits. The leader orders his men to retreat, realizing that they cannot cope. 3 hours later, the crowd again notices a lone figure returning from the cave. The hero's appearance and wounds mislead the marauders about his weakness. Confident of easy money, the bandits decide to try their luck again. The robbers rush into the cave unaware of the deadly trap. Feng Hao watches with a smirk as the fools walk straight into his trap. The poisonous powder instantly corrodes the flesh of unwary marauders. The leader warns his men in horror, but it is too late. The guy comes out of the cave, confirming that he has obtained the coveted crystal. The girl can't believe how he managed to defeat the demon alone. Feng Hao declares with determination his intention to improve the artifact he received. Feng Hao confidently promises the girl that he will definitely save her father. The guy hides in a cave, leaving his companion in anxious anticipation. The girl waits impatiently, wondering if this meal will be the young man's last. The hero consumes the beast's meat, hoping to make a breakthrough and improve his chances. A powerful surge of energy marks a successful transition to a new level of strength. The guy is overcome with bewilderment, because no breakthrough has occurred, despite all his efforts. The little spirit explains that certain conditions must be met in order to break through. The cunning mentor offers her help, seeing the despair of her ward. An explosion of energy from the cave causes the girl outside to flinch in fear. The incredible surge in strength to the level of fighting spirit leaves the spy in shock. Qin Yi can't figure out what secret technique this monster is using. A cold fire flashes in the girl's eyes. If the monster cannot be subdued, it must be killed. Having reached a new level, the young man is ready to begin improving the crystal. The guy plunges into meditation, directing all his energy to the precious artifact. The girl can't believe her eyes as she watches a real miracle unfold before her eyes. Unbearable pain pierces the hero's body as the crystal begins to merge with his flesh. Through agony and screams, Feng Hao uses his last strength to complete the dangerous ritual. Exhausted but satisfied, the boy falls to the ground, reporting success. A sudden heat and weakness overcome the young man, whose body burns with fire. Qin Yi runs up to the weakened hero with alarm, not understanding what is happening. An uncontrollable lust takes hold of the young man, causing him to desire Qin Wu. Feng Hao's eyes are burning red, and his body is acting against his mind. The girl retreats in horror, not understanding what is happening to her savior. Qin Wu releases his energy, threatening to kill the boy if he comes closer. Despite the mortal threat, the possessed hero continues his offensive. The girl's attack envelops Feng Hao in dark energy, but he doesn't even notice. The guy grabs the frightened spy, ignoring her furious resistance. The sinister smile and the offer to relax terrify Qinwu. A passionate kiss makes the girl cry from powerlessness and humiliation. The obsessed young man rips the girl's clothes off, completely surrendering to his passion. At dawn, a servant calls his mistress, interrupting her sad thoughts. Qinwu bitterly realizes that her cunning plan has failed, and she herself has become a victim. The girl remembers that she had a chance to kill the guy at night, but she missed it. With a heavy heart, the spy leaves the cave, leaving the sleeping youth alone. When Feng Hao woke up, he couldn't understand what happened last night. The hero discovers that he is left in the cave completely alone, without his companion. The little spirit calls his charge a lucky bastard, hinting at what happened. The guy is perplexed, because he doesn't remember anything at all about last night. The spirit was shocked, not believing that Feng Hao had actually forgotten everything that had happened. A sudden revelation makes the young man realize that all this was not a dream. The little spirit warns that the girl is not who she claims to be. The companion reminds us that without the divine pharmacopoeia, only bones would have remained of the young man. The hero takes responsibility for what happened and decides to keep his promise. A boy arrives in the Yun Kingdom to find the Qi family and save Qinwu's father. The luxury and wealth of the local rural town amaze the young man's imagination. At the gates of the estate, guards block the way, demanding to know the purpose of the visit. The mention of Qinwu and Mr. Feng's names causes the guards to express surprise and respect. The guest is respectfully invited inside, awaiting the arrival of the owner of the house. Feng Hao checks the patient's pulse and realizes that the poisoning is not that serious. The young man promises to neutralize the poison, which brings tears of gratitude to the owner of the house. The guy begins healing by directing streams of healing energy into the patient's body. After a couple of hours, the poison was completely removed, and the girl's father performed a real miracle. The hero asks if Miss Qinwu is home, wanting to talk to her. The news that the girl left, leaving only a note, puzzles the young man. The father says that his daughter left immediately after she learned about the healing. The mysterious farewell and the promise of a new meeting leave more questions than answers. Feng Hao bids farewell to the master of the house, deciding that it is time for him to move on. The little spirit wonders if the boy is really going to look for the escaped spy. The realization that the girl is a member of the Shadow Demon sect shocks the hero. The spirit reproaches the young man for his inattention, because the divine pharmacopoeia saved his life. Feng Hao tries to figure out if this whole story was part of the sect's evil plan. A sudden revelation reveals the truth about the poison master who was covering for the spy. The young man does not understand why the demon sect needs him if they are not going to kill him. The feeling of guilt makes the guy admit that he deserved the girl's anger and hatred. The hero decides to go to the ancient ruins to become stronger and protect his loved ones. In the demon temple, the saint cannot forget Feng Hao, tormented by conflicting feelings. A maid brings her mistress news from the Jin dynasty, interrupting her thoughts. The news that the boy neutralized the poison in just a couple of hours shocks the saint. The incredible speed of healing makes the girl doubt her abilities. The thought that she should have killed the young man while she had the chance haunts her. Traces of brutal battles and the remains of the unfortunate are visible everywhere in the ancient ruins. A small spirit warns of powerful magical beasts that live here. The satellite reminds us that in these lands, the most feared thing is not animals, but people. The law of survival in ruins is simple. Here, everyone is on their own in the fight for treasure. The hero decides to first go to the city of Juan to gather information. Before he could take a single step, the young man encountered a group of suspicious individuals. The bandits look at the lone figure with disdain, seeing it as easy prey. The robbers demand that all the money be given, promising to spare the life in exchange for the treasure. The guy decides to play by their rules since they themselves are acting so insolently. The robbers listen with surprise as their victim is about to tell them something. Feng Hao smirks and demands that the bandits hand over everything of value they have. A sudden attack from behind makes one of the robbers cry out in pain. The enraged bandits attack the daring loner, wanting revenge. A crushing thunderclap instantly kills one of the attackers. The surviving bandit, in a rage, vows to avenge the death of his brothers. 10 years later, with a cry for revenge, the robber cowardly flees the battlefield. A sudden blow in the back interrupts the escape, leaving the bandit perplexed. The wound proves fatal and the robber falls dead to the ground. The young man discovers rich loot, crystals, and spiritual medicines among the dead. Among the trophies, the guy finds a mysterious piece of spiritual iron. The little spirit explains that only low-level weapons can be created from this material. Disappointed, the hero decides to continue his journey to the city of Juan. An unexpected encounter with a new enemy interrupts his path to the city. A mysterious warrior pursues Feng Hao, accusing him of killing members of the gang. The enraged pursuer does not give the young man a second to breathe. The hero stops, realizing that it is not so easy to escape from this enemy. Surrounded by winged demons, the boy finds himself in a deadly trap. In desperation, the young man calls out to his little companion, begging for help. A powerful blow to the ground splits the rocks and creates a curtain of thunder. The pursuers are perplexed, not understanding what their cunning adversary has planned. Strange sounds from the depths of the earth attract the attention of pursuers. A huge, evil tiger spirit emerges from underground, terrifying the bandits. Feng Hao grinned as he left his enemies alone with the enraged monster. The gang leader panics and shouts to his men, ordering them to retreat immediately. A fierce spirit overtakes the fugitives, leaving them no chance of escape. The guy reproaches his companion because they accidentally wandered into a dangerous red zone. Mysterious sounds from an ancient temple attract the attention of a brave traveler. The sleepy spirit refuses to help, sending the young man to certain death alone. A terrifying monster bursts out of the temple, and Feng Hao panics and calls for help. The little mentor easily repels the attack of the vile abomination. The hero's sarcastic gratitude only irritates his companion. A powerful slap sends the goblin flying, demonstrating incredible fortitude. A defeated monster drops a precious spiritual core of the wood attribute. The boy notices with concern that his little savior has become weak. The spirit admits that she has spent some of her life force and needs rest. Feng Hao is in a panic because he doesn't know how to restore his master's vitality. The young man realizes that he needs to find a way to help his companion. Mysterious drawings on an ancient column attract the attention of a curious young man. Offended by the rude answer, the hero decides to solve the mystery of the past on his own. Feng Hao touches the column, trying to find out what happened here many centuries ago. Touching the wall releases a stream of mysterious green energy. The little spirit screams at the young man in panic, not believing what is happening. Feng Hao insists that he actually felt the energy from the drawing. Intrigued, the mentor asks her protege to try again. A second touch creates a powerful energy ball that engulfs the master. The guy calls his companion in horror, but he only looks at the ball in surprise. The spirit cannot understand how this energy, which is not like wood, contains its own strength. The strange phenomenon puzzles both of them, because there is no logic to it. Just in case, the spirit advises the young man to collect as much of this energy as possible. Sitting by the fire, the hero cannot understand why the dragon meat had no effect. A sudden noise makes Feng Hao alert, sensing someone's presence. The group of pursuers is furious, as their fast target has slipped away again. A sharp gust of wind and a flashing shadow make the young man prepare for battle. The gang leader gives the order to turn everything upside down, but to find the fugitive. Something flies into the guy's clothes, forcing him to freeze in cover. The commander orders to blow up the rock behind which the fugitive is hiding. Feng Hao realizes that he can no longer hide and prepares to go out. The pursuers are at a loss, not knowing what to do with the surrounded target. An old man suddenly appeared and ordered everyone to leave immediately. Left alone, the hero does not understand why he did not run away when he had the chance. The guy doesn't understand why he needed to run away from ordinary bandits. A mysterious object that found its way into the clothes turns out to be a life-saving talisman. A giant fire dragon emerges from the talisman, leaving everyone in awe. The dragon's powerful roar shakes the earth, sowing panic and destruction. The young man, hiding behind the rocks, watches the unseen creature in horror. Exhausted by the chase, the hero falls to the ground, unable to move any longer. The little spirit grins and declares that her charge is incredibly lucky. Feng Hao is angry because he almost died because of this strange luck. The companion hints at a mysterious object hidden in the young man's sleeve. A cute white animal with a long tail and big ears appears from the sleeve. The guy jumps back in horror, mistaking the harmless creature for a dangerous monster. The small creature arouses both fear and curiosity in the hero. Feng Hao wonders warily if this is a wild beast cub. The spirit confirms the guess, again reminding him of the incredible luck of his student. The little animal quickly crawls under the clothes, causing the young man to tickle and laugh. The lecture begins about wild magical beasts, descendants of ferocious ancient creatures. The realization of the animal's high rank makes the guy's eyes burn with greed. The spirit confirms that it is impossible to tame an adult, but there is a chance with a cub. To successfully tame a young man, he must first please the little creature. The hero tenderly takes the animal into his arms, trying to win its trust. The young man begins the taming ritual by transferring his energy to the small animal. The companion suggests that using the attribute can speed up the pet's growth. Feng Hao gives his new friend a cute nickname, Ball. The hero doubts the path he has chosen, but the spirit assures him that this is the only safe route. Little Ball peeks out from under the cloak, making his owner smile. Suddenly, the animal takes off and runs away in an unknown direction. The ball begins to dig the ground, discovering something valuable hidden under the sand. With a powerful blow of his sword, The boy opens the ground, finding the hidden treasure. The hero's eyes glow with greed, because now he doesn't have to worry about crystals. The ball tries to eat the treasure it found, causing its owner to panic. Feng Hao tries to explain to the little animal that if it eats everything, it will no longer receive energy. The young man notices his pet's sharp fangs, surprised by their unusual shape. The spirit explains that the new friend is not so simple and is able to sense the aura. The companion announces that the guy is now rich and suggests going to the city. The travelers arrive in the city of Juan, the only oasis of safety in the ruins. The hero is surprised to sense the aura of a powerful martial ancestor in the crowd. The little spirit calms the young man, reminding him of the strict laws of the city. The guy doesn't understand how they can get rich in this huge and unfamiliar city. The spirit points to the stone betting signs, offering a gambling way to earn money. The idea that spiritual iron might be hidden inside the stones ignites excitement in the hero. The little spirit reveals the secret of the new pet, who is able to find treasures. The hero's eyes light up with excitement, because now betting on stones seems like a sure thing. A conflict breaks out on the street, where one of the players is brutally beaten. The loser shouts in rage about his victory, but no one listens to him. The impudent croupier smirks and declares that it is not up to him to decide who wins. The attempt to appeal to the city laws only makes the bandit laugh. The croupier explains that laws apply only in the city, but here there are different rules. Desperate players warn newcomers that these are not bets on stones, but on life. Feng Hao decides to start small and goes into an inconspicuous shop. The shop owner complains about the lack of winnings, luring new victims. The young man asks if he can take the stones with him, but is refused. The boy carefully examines the stones, but his little assistant remains silent. Despite the lack of a signal, the hero confidently chooses one of the stones. The owner praises the choice with a hypocritical smile, anticipating easy money. Feng Hao decides to keep a low profile and do everything quietly. The seller quotes an exorbitant price of 10,000 gold, confident of his profit. The crowd urges action, certain that a battle crystal is hidden inside. The hero asks with a smile to break the stone, pretending that he has no money. The shop owner prepares to break the stone, anticipating the impudent man's disappointment. The stone breaks into pieces under the watchful eyes of onlookers. The young man is impressed by the skill of an ordinary salesman who lives up to the city's reputation. The shop owner mockingly suggests continuing, confident in the empty stones. The crowd laughs at the newcomer, as the stone doesn't have a hint of a precious aura. Feng Hao does not give up and confidently orders them to continue breaking the stone. Inside the stone, a shiny battle crystal is unexpectedly discovered. The seller congratulates the gentleman with a fake smile, and the crowd whispers about his luck. The owner invites the gambling young man to try his luck again, hoping to win back his losses. The guy points to 2 more stones, deliberately choosing a few empty ones. Feigned disappointment at empty stones convinces the crowd of the blind luck of a beginner. The hero offers to exchange the 1 crystal for all the stones in the shop. A clever calculation allows the young man to appear successful without arousing suspicion. Feng Hao excitedly orders all the remaining stones in the shop to be smashed. The owner warns that if the last stone turns out to be empty, the guy will lose everything. The hero, with a confident smile, orders the stone to be broken, knowing of his victory. Incredible luck is on the young man's side again, and 2 crystals are found in the stones. The audience is delighted and envious, dreaming of the same incredible fortune. The guy comes out on top, saving 1 crystal after a risky bet. Feng Hao decides to take the remaining 10 stones with him so as not to tempt fate. The seller respectfully sees off the lucky player, inviting him to come back again. A satisfied smile lights up the hero's face, because 7 out of 10 stones contain hidden crystals. The next day, Feng Hao returns to the gambling house with excitement, demanding more stones. The 3rd crystal of the day confirms the incredible luck of the mysterious gentleman. The fame of the King of Fortune reaches the Yanxi household, causing them to become envious and suspicious. After 2 weeks, the hero realizes that the crystals he won are no longer enough. An unexpected stranger stops a guy on the street, interrupting his thoughts. The servant of a mysterious lord invites the King of Fortune to his gambling house. The boy is suspicious of the generous offer and the unknown lord. The name of Yu Yue's gambling house makes the young man even more wary. Yu Yu's gang turns out to be one of the strongest and most dangerous in the ancient ruins. Feng Hao agrees to the proposal, but sets his own condition. Feng Hao sets a meeting in 3 days, preparing for a new challenge. On the appointed day, the young man arrives at Yu Yue's luxurious gambling house. The establishment's opulence is astounding, as the ceiling is strewn with battle crystals. The servant respectfully greets the guest on behalf of the powerful Yu family. The guy recognizes the owner of the house as the head of the Yu Yue gang, Yu Xiao himself. The hero introduces himself under the fictitious name Hao Fen, hiding his true identity. Yu Xiao repeats the new name with interest, unaware of the catch. A large crowd of guests gathered to see the legendary King of Fortune with their own eyes. The gang leader announces the conditions, all the stones are at the guest's disposal, and the reward is 10 crystals. Yu Xiao gives the signal and the long-awaited performance begins. The unexpected appearance of a group of young people interrupts the start of a gambling game. Feng Hao learns that these are the young gentlemen from the 4 families of the Xianxi clan. The leader of the group, Yuan Po, turns out to be the 3rd genius of the city of Juan. The arrogant guests declare that they have come to support the King of Fortune. Yusho notes with irony that their support looks more like an attempt to interfere. One of the young gentlemen suggests adding a couple more change coins to the game. The mysterious proposal makes the hero wary and suspicious. Yuan Po makes an incredible bet, 10 crystals for every crystal found. If he loses, Feng Hao will have to humiliate himself and leave the city forever. The gang leader is furious, because the humiliation of his guest is his own humiliation. Feng Hao calmly accepts the challenge, surprising gang leader Yu Xiao. The guy puts forward a counter-condition: if Yuan Po wins, he will kneel down himself. The arrogant young gentleman accepts the bold bet with a grin. Yu Xiao tries to calm his guest, but he asks to judge fairly. The gang leader gives the signal, and the most anticipated event of the evening begins. The hero quickly chooses 3 stones, without wasting time on long deliberation. An unprofessional choice only evokes laughter and contempt from competitors. Having finished his selection, the young man announces the total cost of the stones, 470,000 gold. Yuan Po and his friends gloat, convinced that the King of Fortune has completely failed. An enraged Yu Xiao orders all the selected stones to be smashed immediately. All the stones turn out to be empty, and the crowd sighs in disappointment at the end of their luck. Yuan Po gloats, confident of his unconditional victory. Feng Hao grins as he reminds her that he still relies on his incredible luck. The young man's unperturbed calm makes Yu Xiao tense up, expecting a trick. The hero politely asks the gang leader to break all the remaining stones. Yuan Po is perplexed, not understanding how there could still be crystals in these stones. Even an experienced craftsman does not feel any hint of an aura in the remaining stones. Yu Xiao agrees with a grin to fulfill the request of his gambling guest. The gang leader decides to personally check whether young Master Hao's luck is so constant. A powerful blow shatters the stone into dust, preparing a big surprise for everyone present. A series of empty stones makes the crowd believe that the king's luck has finally turned against him. Yuan Po gloats, confident that the last stone will be a dud. Even Yu Xiao is starting to doubt whether this guy is just a simple slacker. The explosion of the stone illuminates the hall with golden light, revealing another battle crystal to the world. The incredible luck of a beginner shocks even the most experienced players. Yu Xiao respectfully congratulates Mr. Hao and presents him with the promised reward. The winner, with a grin, demands that the loser fulfill his part of the bet. Yuan Po disdainfully refuses to kneel before some worthless person. Yu Xiao's menacing voice interrupts the impudent man, reminding him of the promise he made. Under pressure from the gang leader, the humiliated young gentleman falls to his knees. Feng Hao accepts the apology, noting that anyone can lose. The public humiliation of the Xianxi clan causes anger and bewilderment among the noble guests. One of the young gentlemen looks at the hero with hatred, promising quick reprisals. The guy accepts the new challenge with a grin, offering to make another bet. The young man turns to Yu Xiao again, asking him to judge their new dispute. Yuan Po swears an oath and announces the terms of the bet: the winner takes all. The hero listens to the proposal with interest, ready for a new game of chance. The rules are simple. Everyone chooses stones worth 500,000 gold, and the one who finds the most wins. The gang leader gives the start to a new competition, anticipating an exciting spectacle. Yuan Po, with an arrogant grin, offers the newcomer the choice of first choice. Yuan Po uses the legendary all-seeing eye technique to select stones. The perfection of the technique, close to the heavenly rank, impresses everyone present. Feng Hao looks at the display of strength with doubt, not believing in its invincibility. The little spirit reassures the young man, assuring him that the technique's accuracy does not exceed 30%. Having chosen his stones, Yuan Po passes the move to his opponent with a smug smile. The hero casually selects stones, pretending to rely on pure intuition. The random selection without the use of techniques convinces Yuan Po of the stupidity of the newbie. Now everyone has 7 stones, and the tension in the room reaches its peak. The rival looks with disdain at the young man's choice, considering his stones useless trash. Feng Hao asks about the draw with a sly smile, anticipating his victory. Yuan Po confidently agrees to a draw, considering it tantamount to victory. Feng Hao takes his opponent at his word with a grin, sealing the terms of the bet. It's time to open the stones and determine the winner in this game of chance. 4 battle crystals are discovered within the Yuan Po stones, causing the crowd to rejoice. Spectators are amazed by the all-seeing eye technique, which is close to the celestial rank. The previously humiliated bandit gloats, anticipating double revenge for his defeat. Yu Xiao offers the King of Fortune to replace the stones, but he firmly refuses. The hero, with an unperturbed look, orders the opening of his stones to begin. The gang leader doubts success, because luck cannot be infinite. The very first stone brings Feng Hao a battle crystal, shocking everyone present. Spectators and competitors are perplexed, suspecting that the newcomer is hiding his true strength. Yu Xiao continues to break the stones, and each one ends up with a treasure. Yuanpo can't believe his eyes, because stones without an aura shouldn't contain crystals. The second crystal in a row makes the opponents nervous and doubt their technique. Is luck on this guy's side, or did he really underestimate him? The third crystal in a row puts a bold end to this dispute. Yuanpo is horrified to realize his crushing defeat in this gambling game. Now there is no need to break the remaining stones, because the winner is already obvious. The guy admits that he didn't plan to stand out, but circumstances changed. Feng Hao looks at his defeated enemy with a smile, ready to collect his winnings. Yuanpo's gloating turns to disappointment as another stone turns out to be empty. The crowd begins to doubt, because luck seems to have abandoned its king. Yu Xiao announces the current score. Mr. Hao Feng has collected 3 crystals. The leader of the gang is perplexed, because there is only one stone left that decides everything. The opponents are jubilant, because with a score of 4-3, victory is on their side. Yuanpo looks at the boy with disdain, confident in his superiority. Feng Hao asks with a grin what his opponents are so proud of. Even if the last stone contains a crystal, it will still be a draw. The sudden realization of the terms of the bet plunges Yuanpo into icy horror. The decisive moment arrives and Yu Xiao prepares to break the last stone. The young man's unperturbed calm makes his opponent even more nervous. A powerful blow shatters the stone into dust, revealing its secret contents. Inside the stone, not 1, but 2 battle crystals are found. Yu Xiao officially declares Mr. Hao Feng the winner of this dispute. The crowd erupts in applause, chanting the name of the new king of luck. The hero modestly accepts congratulations, attributing everything to incredible luck. The gang leader doesn't believe in simple luck, admiring the young man's brilliant calculation. The defeated Yuanpo falls unconscious, unable to bear such humiliation. The friends are panicking and trying to bring their defeated master back to his senses. The winner happily accepts the invitation to visit the Yue Stone Vault. Yu Xiao opens the vault doors, inviting the guests to enjoy the spectacle. The guy assesses the collection with restraint, but in his mind he is already looking for the best stones. Little Ball jumps out from under the cloak, causing surprise and shock in the owner. The gang leader is amazed to see a real magical beast next to the young man. Feng Hao casually introduces his pet as a gift from the elders. Yu Xiao comes to the conclusion that this guy is the scion of a powerful family. The gang leader suggests testing the animal's abilities by breaking several stones. The incredible result, 24 crystals from 30 stones, amazes everyone. Yu Xiao is finally convinced of his assumptions and decides to act. The gang leader generously gives all the crystals he finds to his lucky guest. Feng Hao gratefully accepts the gift, and Sharik happily jumps on his shoulder. Yu Xiao warns of the Xianxi family's revenge and offers his protection. The hero understands that the leader of the gang is trying to win his trust and patronage. The guy happily accepts the offer, because in this city a patron would not hurt. In his new room, the young man feeds his little assistant crystals. The little spirit notes with disdain that the little beast is only capable of trifles. Feng Hao guesses that by the jackpot the teacher meant spiritual iron. To obtain real treasure, you will need the all-seeing eye technique. The young man hopefully asks if his master possesses this legendary technique. The hero eagerly asks to be taught this art, anticipating new opportunities. The little spirit promises to teach the young man the art of purple key to enhance his vision. The Xianxi family estate is filled with anger and disappointment after the humiliating defeat. The enraged head of the family does not understand why his people were unable to stop the impudent man. The thought that some puppy dared to challenge his family enrages him. The clan leader orders Yuan Hong to go to the gambling house and put the insolent man in his place. 7 days later, a cry is heard from the top of the mountain, calling upon unknown forces. After intense training, Feng Hao's vision had become incredibly sharp. The servant meets Master Hao at the gates of the gambling house, ready for a new performance. The news that the Yuan family has already arrived does not take the young man by surprise. The elders of the Yuan family meet a child who has challenged their powerful clan. The guy reminds of the unpaid debt, demanding justice before starting a new game. The hero asks with a grin if they are going to pretend to faint again. Yuanpo, true to his word, humbly kneels before the winner. The young gentleman fulfills the terms of the bet, admitting his defeat and humiliation. Feng Hao graciously forgives the loser, because he did not tarnish the honor of his family. Elder Yuan is furious at the impudent words, but is forced to restrain his anger. The clan leader proposes changing the rules of the game by relying on spiritual iron. The young man understands that his rivals know about his inability to find spiritual iron. The guy eagerly accepts the new challenge, wondering what the stake will be. Feng Hao demands 1 caddy of top-grade spiritual iron upon victory. The demand for 1 caddy iron is surprising, because even the Yu family doesn't have that much. Elder Yuan demands to know how the young man intends to pay. Feng Hao smiles and asks Yu Xiao to lend him the spiritual iron caddy. The Yuan clan leader is furious, but is forced to agree to a risky bet. Yu Xiao leads the players to the top floor, where the best stones are kept. The quality of the stones here is incomparably higher than on the first floor. Feng Hao uses the student's technique, causing surprise among the audience. Elder Yuan was shocked, not understanding how this guy had mastered his technique. The clan leader can't believe his eyes, suspecting that it's just a fake. After 3 hours, both players have finished their selections, and the tension is building. Yu Xiao announces that the elder must now begin to open the stones. To make things fair, the gang leader decides to open the stones at the same time. Elder Yuan's very first stone brings him a battle crystal. The spectators gloat, because getting a crystal for 100 gold pieces is a great success. Yu Xiao opens Feng Hao's stone and something more emerges from it. An incredible find, spiritual iron, shocks the elder. The audience is amazed by the skill of the young man, who has achieved perfection in stone processing. The gang leader respectfully hands over the low-quality spiritual iron to the winner. Even low-grade iron is worth a fortune, about 10 million gold. Yu Xiao continues to open the stones, and the excitement in the hall reaches its peak. Yuan Po is anxiously anticipating defeat, but the elder orders him to remain silent. The young master points to the sweat that has appeared on the ancestor's forehead, but he denies everything. Elder Yuan tries to hide his excitement, blaming it on the unbearable heat. Yu Xiao grinned as he congratulated his opponent on finding the rankless spiritual iron. The Yuan clan leader breathes a sigh of relief as a draw saves him from total failure. Suddenly, another piece of precious spiritual iron is discovered in Feng Hao's stone. An hour later, the score is 2.3 in favor of Master Hao, and the intrigue is growing. There are only 2 stones left, and the fate of the bet hangs in the balance. Elder Yuan desperately prays for spiritual iron, but his stone is empty. Yu Xiao congratulates Elder Yuan on finding a common battle crystal. Yuan Po tries to calm his ancestor, confident that the newcomer will not find anything else. In the hero's last stone, another piece of precious spiritual iron is discovered. The crowd erupts in applause, chanting the name of the new, unrivaled champion. With the score at 4.2, the gang leader declares Master Hao the early winner. Elder Yuan loses the bet miserably, admitting defeat to the young genius. True to his word, the clan leader presents the winner with a precious spiritual iron. Feng Hao happily accepts the reward, dreaming of creating a top-class spiritual weapon. The little spirit screams in panic, warning its owner of mortal danger. The defeated old man, blinded by rage, rushes at the young man. A treacherous blow to the back takes the winner by surprise, leaving no chance for defense. Yu Xiao screams in horror as he sees his guest receive a fatal blow. The gang leader throws back the attacker, saving the life of his new ally. An enraged Yu Xiao is ready to fight, because the old man dared to attack his guest. Elder Yuan accepts the challenge, and the 2 powerful masters prepare to clash. Suddenly, everyone present falls unconscious, overcome by an unknown force. Yuan Po rushes to his ancestor's side with tears in his eyes, fearing for his life. Yu Xiao is furious because the insult to his guests is a direct insult to himself. The defeated Yuan family realizes that they cannot defeat this enemy. The gang leader tries to revive the wounded young man, begging him to survive. Yu Xiao orders that Mr. Hao be moved to a safe place immediately. The doctor reports that the boy's internal organs are too badly damaged. The only doctor of Xuan rank can't do anything about such injuries. Yu Xiao begs the healer to try harder, as it is impossible to find an Earth-ranked doctor. The doctor promises to do everything possible when starting to treat a hopeless patient. During treatment, the doctor notices something strange happening to the young man's body. An unknown force slowly restores damaged internal organs. The doctor is shocked to realize that there is an Earth-ranked treasure hidden inside the boy's body. Yu Xiao is relieved to know that his guest from the hidden family is protected. In the city lord's palace, the gang leader demands the extermination of the entire Yuan family. The city's lord, Ruan Panrong, listens to the request, ready to deliver his verdict. The city's lord refuses to intervene, fearing persecution from the emperor. Yu Xiao understands that the ruler does not know the whole truth about his guest's power. At night, the Yuan family mansion is filled with fear and tense anticipation. On the orders of the city's lord, warriors break into the estate to exterminate the entire clan. The girl asks her grandfather if Feng Hao is really that strong. The rumor that the Yuan family was destroyed because of a grudge against the hero shocks the old man. Grandfather comes to the conclusion that this Hao Feng is not as simple a person as he seems. The girl still has doubts, not believing in the divine origin of the young man. A wise old man reminds his granddaughter that there will always be people much stronger than her. In the Yuyue faction house, Feng Hao is recovering from a serious injury. The guy is furious at his own weakness, because some old man was able to beat him like that. Hundreds of crystals prove insufficient to build a solid foundation. The hero realizes that he cannot rob all the gambling houses and looks for another way. The sudden thought of the Chiyun gang and the unpaid debt lights up his face with a grin. Having fully recovered, the young man leaves the room, where guards are already waiting for him. The guards are surprised where their master is rushing to after being seriously wounded. Feng Hao confidently declares his intention to visit the Chiyun family's gambling house. The return of the Master of Luck is causing a stir among the city's gamblers. At the Chiyun gambling house, guests are greeted with a false smile and ostentatious hospitality. The hero demands that the servant remember his receipt, promising to pay after the choice. The servant understands that he has no right to disappoint such a powerful man. Feng Hao looks at the stones with disdain, calling them useless trash. The hero's indignation causes laughter among the crowd, because the Master of Luck cannot make mistakes. The losing players laugh, not believing that someone could deliberately step on a rake. The manager is in a panic, realizing that this guy has come here to destroy everything. The young man offers to exchange the found spiritual iron for battle crystals. The strange decision leaves the crowd puzzled, as iron is much rarer. The hero generously gives a couple of stones to onlookers if he finds spiritual iron. The crowd is delighted, fighting for the right to receive the precious stone from the hands of the master. The guy watches what is happening with a grin, knowing that everything is going according to plan. The leader of the Chiyun gang, Chi-Chi, personally comes out to greet the distinguished guest. Feng Hao brazenly declares that he will come here every day from now on. The news of daily visits leaves the gang leader shocked and indignant. Chi-Chi, with a false smile, assures that the Master of Luck is always welcome here. The gang leader realizes that this kid has come to rob him completely. The leader of the Desert Pursuers tries to apologize for a past misunderstanding. As an apology, the bandit offers a ring containing 1,000 crystals. The young man accepts the generous gift with a smile, forgiving his unlucky offenders. Having received protection and accompaniment, the hero leaves the gambling house as a winner. Chi-Chi, in a rage, vows to deal with the insolent man outside Ruin City. At the Yuyue gambling house, Feng Hao receives his fair winning trophy. Yu Xiao bitterly admits that this is the last time he will make a bet with him. The guy refuses the generous gift, but the gang leader insists. In the end, the hero accepts the gift, realizing that his help was invaluable. Feng Hao wonders if there is a master in the city who can create a spiritual weapon. Yu Xiao tells the story of the best blacksmith Lu Song, who doesn't always take on work. The hero decides to use the essence of the drought mimic along with the spiritual iron. The gang leader explains that the different attributes will make the weapon weak. Yu Xiao promises to find the spiritual iron of the required attribute for Brother Hao. The incredible price of the highest quality iron, 100 million per caddy, shocks the young man. Elder Yu decides to visit Master Lu first before looking for iron. It turns out that even the powerful Yu Xiao couldn't persuade the strange master. Lu Song was the best blacksmith in the Jin dynasty, creating the highest quality weapons. The thought that the new weapon could be the same as Yan Qing's is mind-blowing. Yu Xiao hopes that the guest's personality and talent will be able to convince the stubborn master. At the entrance to the forge, they see a master at work, creating a spiritual weapon. Having easily destroyed his creation, the blacksmith calls it useless trash. Gang leader Yu Yue greets Grandmaster Lu Song with respect. The blacksmith rudely drives away the uninvited guests, not wanting to waste his time on them. Feng Hao introduces himself as Hao Fen, expressing his desire to get acquainted. Feng Hao directly states his request, to forge a spiritual weapon for him. Master Lu Song rudely refuses, citing his lack of mood. The young man does not give up and offers the blacksmith a more profitable deal. The offer to cure a hidden injury in exchange for a service makes the master think. Lu Song is shocked, not understanding how this boy knows about his secret illness. The hero reveals the truth about a disease that will soon become a big problem. The blacksmith bitterly admits that even the best craftsman could not help him. Feng Hao confidently declares that only he can cure this disease. The demonstration of healing power close to the heavenly rank convinces the stubborn one. The young man's incredible skill leaves Lu Song in a state of shock and awe. The blacksmith finally agrees to talk and invites the guests to his house. After conducting the diagnostics, the guy confidently confirms that he can help. Lu Song can't hold back his tears of joy when he realizes that he is finally saved. Yu Xiao was surprised because he had never seen this stern master laugh. For a full recovery, the hero will need a lot of time and good medicine. The blacksmith is ready for anything, because his own life is at stake. Master Lu Song immediately begins preparing everything necessary for forging. Yu Xiao is amazed that Brother Hao was able to negotiate even with such an eccentric. The boy notes with concern that a weapon with the attribute of fire can harm the master. The little spirit orders to tell the blacksmith to make a weapon with the attributes of fire and ice. Feng Hao informs the master that he does not need a weapon with the fire attribute. The guy decides to reveal his secret but asks to keep it a secret. The hero demonstrates his mastery of two opposing elements. Lu Song is shocked, as the coexistence of the attributes of ice and fire is considered impossible. The young man clutches fire and ice in his hand, asking if the master can create such a weapon. Kuznets admits that he has never seen anything like it, and it is very difficult. Feng Hao suggests dividing the sword into two parts, so that the elements do not interfere with each other. To create such a weapon, the master needs iron with the ice attribute. The thought of having to ask Elder Yu for help again confuses the young man. Half a month later, a rainbow column of light rises above the forge, signifying the completion of the work. A magnificent weapon created by an eccentric master amazes the imagination of the townspeople. Lu Song proudly presents his masterpiece, announcing the completion of the work. The master orders the young man to drop his blood onto the blade to bond with the weapon. The blood ritual allows you to speed up your progress as a master of spiritual weapons. The hero is delighted with the incredible power of the new sword, thanks to its creator. The boy offers the blacksmith to give a name to his magnificent creation. Master Lu Song proudly names his masterpiece Wu Feng. A month later, Feng Hao bids farewell to the master, leaving the city for an indefinite period. The young man plans to walk around the ancient ruins before moving on. As a token of gratitude, Lu Song gives his savior a map of the ruins, indicating the dangers. The guy notices a strange energy emanating from the ancient wall. The little spirit scolds his charge for excessive panic out of the blue. The hero insists that he actually felt the energy from the mysterious drawing. Intrigued, the teacher asks the young man to try touching the wall again. The second touch creates a powerful flash, enveloping both of them in a strange light. The spherical barrier protects the spirit, confirming the presence of unusual energy. The little companion cannot understand the nature of this force, which is unlike the tree attribute. A strange phenomenon makes both of them think about the secrets of this ancient place. Just in case, the spirit advises the young man to collect as much of this mysterious energy as possible. A day later, deep in the tomb, the hero still cannot understand the strangeness of this place. Even the deity finds it suspicious that the path to the main hall is so simple and deserted. Using purple vision, Feng Hao discovers a hidden passage in the wall. The spirit understands that this is not just a tomb, but a clever trap, a double tomb. The companion explains that this is an ancient practice for hiding real treasures. There were no masters left in the Jin dynasty who could recognize such deception. The idea that Emperor Wu himself might be buried here is mind-boggling. The hero is in a panic, because the massif covering the tomb is still intact and guarded. The young man faces a difficult choice: risk his life for the treasure or run away. The spirit reminds us of a small animal that can go on reconnaissance. 3 days later, the travelers find themselves at the entrance to the real main hall. Inside the hall, the guy discovers projections of many ancient animals. The thought of countless treasures guarded by powerful creatures excites the imagination. The little spirit doubts that their pet will be able to carry all the treasures. The gaze falls on a mysterious black box, guarded by the most ferocious beasts. Feng Hao gives his pet the order to bring that very box from the coffin. The small animal easily penetrates the protective barrier, surprising its owner. The ball returns with its loot, deftly dodging all the projections. The spirit impatiently demands that the mysterious box be opened immediately. The young man tries to open the box using all his strength and energy, but in vain. Even the combined energies of Wu Yan and Bingu cannot deal with the castle. The little pet pokes his paw at the stomach, hinting at a way to open the box. The companion guesses that the very same mysterious energy of Shiwu is needed for the opening. The hero is in despair, because he has absolutely no idea how to control this new power. It turns out that due to the lack of one factor, no one except the first generation could accept Shiwu. The guy is perplexed, trying to understand what this mysterious factor is. The spirit just waves his hand irritably, not wanting to reveal all the secrets at once. The ball starts to squeak and point in a certain direction, attracting attention. It turns out that the little animal knows where that very missing factor is. The hero bitterly realizes that with his current abilities, he will not be able to defeat wild animals. A small spirit with a sly smile suggests that they simply steal what they need. The little spirit reveals his ingenious plan to steal the treasure. A day later, the city of Huan is bustling with activity and bustle. The girl tells her grandfather about rumors about the king's tomb being found nearby. The old man looks at his granddaughter with suspicion, understanding the true reason for her concern. The girl begs her grandfather to let her go just to look at the tomb. With a heavy heart, the grandfather agrees, but makes him promise not to get into a fight. As he says goodbye, The old man reminds us of their family's main credo, to keep quiet. In ancient ruins, crowds of adventurers prepare to storm the tomb. With shouts, the treasure hunters rush into the dark passage. Feng Hao looks with disdain on fools who are willing to sacrifice their lives for profit. The incredible skill of one of the warriors, using the art of lightning, amazes the young man. The guy is surprised to see how many respected masters have gathered here. In the crowd, the hero notices a familiar figure, the owner of the gambling house, Yu Xiao. Inside the tomb, a bloody battle begins for the right to possess the treasures. Warriors fight not only with each other, but also with monstrous creatures. Feng Hao admires the skill of the warrior Wu Zun, who easily deals with enemies. A sudden roar and ominous roar make everyone panic and prepare for defense. The young man does not understand what could frighten such powerful masters. A huge monster with purple eyes emerges from the depths of the tomb. The Wuzong-level devastated beast is ready to destroy anyone who dares to disturb it. One of the masters decides to join forces to defeat the monster. Wuzong-level warriors attack the beast with their strongest techniques. Giant snakes, summoned by magic, wrap themselves around the monster, trying to immobilize it. A powerful blow from a fiery palm slams into the body of the devastated beast. The incredible energy of the explosion shakes the tomb, causing everyone to freeze. Feng Hao was horrified, realizing that he wouldn't have a chance against such an enemy. Even after a crushing attack, the beast remains on its feet, ready to counterattack. A powerful blow throws back one of the masters, breaking through his defense. The devastated beast falls dead, defeated by the combined attack of the heroes. The little spirit explains that there could be dozens of such creatures hiding in the tomb. The companion suggests waiting until someone else comes and cleans the tomb. A sudden scream interrupts their conversation, drawing attention to a new scene. A group of robbers surrounded the girl, demanding that she give up her life or her spiritual weapon. The guy is outraged to the depths of his soul, seeing how grown men attacked a defenseless girl. The hero wants to intervene, but the spirit stops him, assuring him that the girl has a chance. Unexpectedly for everyone, the girl deftly dodges the attack and strikes back. The bandits are furious, not understanding how this girl dared to kill their brother. The guy was surprised, because the girl had a spiritual longsword of good quality in her hands. The enraged robbers rush to the attack, intending to avenge their comrade. The girl uses some kind of poison, causing her opponents to freeze in horror. Feng Hao was shocked. Could this girl really be a poison master? The bandits look at the beauty with pity, predicting her imminent death. One of the robbers repeats his attack, leaving the girl no chance. The sudden appearance of a new enemy makes the bandits scream in rage. The stranger's arrogant response only fuels the anger of the angry crowd. A lightning attack hits one of the bandits, causing him to be shocked. The death blow pierces the robber's body, leaving him dead. The leader, in a rage, orders his men to kill the impudent upstart. The hero uses poisonous smoke to hide from his pursuers. The bandits gloat, convinced that by jumping into the smoke he has signed his own death warrant. The guy brings the poisoned girl back to her senses, saving her from certain death. An unexpected touch to the chest makes the rescued one scream in embarrassment. The girl, in a rage, calls her savior a pervert, not understanding his intentions. Feng Hao tries to explain that he came here to save her. The bandits are confused, not understanding whether their victim is okay after the fall. The enraged crowd rushes to attack, intending to kill both of them. The hero enters into an unequal battle, defending himself and his new companion. One of the bandits seizes the moment, raising his sword for a fatal blow. A crushing blow from a sword piercing the moon saves the young man at the last moment. The girl looks with gratitude at her savior, who covered her in battle. One of the bandits begs for mercy in horror, trying to save his life. Feng Hao easily disarms and catches the fleeing bandit. The guy approaches the rescued girl, but she greets him with a threat. The hero ironically notes the ingratitude of the person whose life he just saved. The girl is surprised to realize that in front of her is not just a warrior, but a healer. With parting words, the young lady leaves her savior, promising to meet again. The guy sighs with relief, hoping to never meet this fierce girl again. The little spirit urges his student not to hesitate and collect the trophies. The young man decides to check if there are any hidden passages in the ruins. Touching the stone releases a strange energy that consumes the hero. Suddenly, a majestic palace, hidden from prying eyes, appears in front of the guy. A bright light from the open gates blinds the uninvited guest. Inside the palace, the young man sees projections of powerful warriors of the past. The giant sword thrust into the floor attracts all attention. A mysterious figure of a warrior in a dark cloak appears before the hero. The mysterious palace and its inhabitant disappear as suddenly as they appeared. A yellow pearl appearing out of nowhere dissolves in the guy's hand. The news that 2 days have already passed leaves the young man in shock. The hero rushes to the exit in panic, fearing that all the treasures have already been looted. A huge crowd has gathered at the entrance to the tomb, and Feng Hao realizes that he is not too late. Feng Hao is pleased to note that the Wuwan formation has finally been destroyed. The arrival of the big shots, the Wu Kings, marks the beginning of the real battle. A deafening roar comes from the depths of the tomb, causing everyone to freeze in horror. The appearance of a real fire beast, the mythical Qilin, leaves the crowd in shock. The legendary creature soars into the sky, raining fire down upon the earth. The hero cannot believe his eyes, because in front of him is the son of the legendary Qilin, a mythical beast capable of destroying heaven and earth with a single wave of its paw. The young man understands that now it would be best to turn back. Little Ball begins to squeak, attracting the attention of his puzzled owner. The pet persistently points at the Qilin, as if urging it to be tamed. The guy is horrified by this idea, because it is tantamount to a death sentence. The little spirit explains that it has something to do with the Void's martial arts. The hero has doubts, because he has too little essence to tame the Qilin. The legendary beast flies away, leaving behind a trail of fire and destruction. Powerful masters give chase, determined to capture the beast. Qilin easily pushes back one of his pursuers, demonstrating his power. The warriors understand that they are no match for this ancient beast. The girl notices a familiar figure flying on a sword and doubts her eyes. She doesn't believe that this teenager could be that powerful warrior. Feng Hao admits that he has absorbed 2,000 Wujing and can barely control himself. The little spirit flies straight into the mouth of the fiery beast, causing terror in its owner. The mentor, with parting words, reminds him that now everything depends only on him. The hero cries out in despair, not wanting to lose his faithful companion and teacher. The spirit envelops the Qilin in golden light, completely subjugating it to its will. The crushing blow sends the beast crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. The spectators are shocked, not understanding whether the battle ended in such an incredible way. Suddenly a roar comes from the crater, and the earth begins to shake. The thought that the fire Qilin is still alive terrifies the warriors. The enraged beast reappears on the battlefield, ready for a new attack. The hero, engulfed in flames, soars into the sky, calling his opponent a fool. The fire Qilin tries to escape, but is trapped in golden flames. The incredible power emanating from the young man makes the beast freeze in horror. A powerful explosion shakes the earth, demonstrating the unprecedented power of the mysterious warrior. Spectators wonder if this man is on the level of the emperor himself. The defeated Qilin falls to the ground, admitting its complete defeat. Grabbing the beast by the tail, the hero easily lifts it into the air. The warriors are shocked, suspecting that this powerful man is from some hidden family. Exhausted by the battle, the boy can barely stand on his feet, but his spirit is safe and sound. The companion reminds that now the young man will have to rely only on himself. Feng Hao vowed with determination that he would definitely master the void martial art. Little Ball jumps on the defeated Qilin and begins to eat it. A fire spirit, resembling a small Qilin, emerges from the pet's body. The animal is trying to explain something to its puzzled owner. The ball persistently points to the fire spirit, offering the young man to swallow it. The idea of this ritual's connection with the martial arts of the void dawns on the boy. Without waiting for consent, the pet himself stuffs the fire spirit into his owner's mouth. An incredible power begins to consume Feng Hao from the inside, causing him hellish pain. Half a day later, the hero is still struggling with the energy raging in his body. After some time, the guy understands that he needs to continue in order to improve Qilin. The unbearable pain in his left arm makes the young man scream in agony. The hero's hand transforms, turning into the fiery paw of a powerful Qilin. The guy looks at his new limb in horror, not believing his eyes. The realization that he has inherited the Qilin's abilities delights him. A powerful blow from the fire paw easily splits a huge tree. The hero is disappointed, because instead of the art of the void, he received only the paw of the Qilin. The boy still can't open the mysterious box, despite his new power. Resigned to failure, the young man vows that he will master this art someday. The ability to hide and show his paw at will pleases the hero. 3 days later, a daring challenge to a game of 100 crystals is heard in the city of Huan. Feng Hao looks at the group of impudent people who challenge the entire dynasty with surprise. The city's residents are outraged because their younger generation has lost out to the newcomers. The only hope left is for a master of luck who can defeat anyone. The upstarts laugh at the rumors, not believing in the existence of the mythical King of Luck. A menacing shout makes everyone fall silent and turn around in anticipation. The appearance of Miss Shen Yun and her support group gives hope to the townspeople. Even visiting gentlemen are enchanted by the beauty and skill of the mysterious stranger. The girl confidently declares her readiness to place a bet of 100 crystals. One of the impudent fellows suggests betting on love and pleasure. Shen Yun scornfully rejects the offer, not wanting to talk to losers. Shi-kun, impressed by the audacity, suggests changing the rules of the game. The girl delightedly realizes that she has finally met a real man. Xinyun sets new rules. The one who finds the most crystals wins. The strange rules of the game cause confusion and suspicion among opponents. The girl is confident of her victory because her technique, Can of Emptiness, has no equal. Shikun realizes that his own technique is much stronger than she thinks. The young master accepts the challenge with confidence, ready for a new battle. Yu Xiao gives the signal and the players begin to select stones. After an hour, both participants make their choice, spending almost the same amount. The gang leader begins to open the stones to determine the winner. The decisive moment arrives, and Yu Xiao is ready to announce the current results. Yu Xiao announces the current score, where Shikun is ahead of Shen Yun by 1 crystal. Spectators are certain that Miss Shen will inevitably lose because her opponent is too strong. The upstarts gloat, suggesting that the girl admit defeat and marry the winner. Shen Yun does not give up, because the dignity of the entire Jin dynasty is at stake. Yu Xiao bitterly realizes that his dynasty will definitely lose this time. A sudden voice interrupts the general panic, causing the crowd to turn around. A familiar voice makes gang leader Yu Yue flinch in surprise. Feng Hao's appearance causes a new wave of gossip and surprise. Yu Xiao is glad that the King of Fortune came just in time to save their honor. The townspeople are delighted because now they have a chance to win. The visiting gentlemen look at the newcomer with disdain, not believing in his strength. Shen Yun looks at Master Hao with hope, ready to give up her position to him. The girl is surprised to recognize the Master of Fortune as the same hooligan from the ruins. Memories of their last meeting make her blush with embarrassment and anger. The hero regretfully notes that he was late, otherwise he would never have lost. One of the rivals laughs at the bragging, but the other is more serious. Shikun grins and invites the young man to join the game before it's too late. Feng Hao accepts the offer with a challenge, ready for another battle. The young man offers to exchange the stones, which surprises everyone present. Shikun allows you to exchange as many stones as you want, up to a limit of 1 million. Shikun is eager to see what this arrogant young man is capable of. Feng Hao respectfully apologizes to Miss Shen, but she completely trusts the Master of Fortune. The guy starts choosing stones, doing it carelessly and at random. The hero's strange behavior causes laughter and contempt among his rivals. Having quickly finished his selection, the young man announces that he is ready to open the stones. Feng Hao explains that he took 3 stones from the girl and took 2 of her stones for himself. Shen Yun was at a loss, not understanding where this guy got his confidence from. Yu Xiao announces the current score and the intrigue reaches its climax. Unexpectedly, another crystal is discovered in Mr. Feng Hao's stone. 3 battle crystals in a row make the crowd believe in the master's incredible luck. Shen Yun is shocked, not understanding how such precision can be achieved with such apparent carelessness. The score is 17-17. And everything is decided by Feng Hao's last stone. Shikun realizes with horror that if the last stone contains a crystal, he will lose. Yu Xiao prepares to uncover the final decisive stone in this tense game. The opponent thinks with alarm that he really underestimated this strange guy. The last stone turns out to be empty, and the final score becomes a tie. Shikun breathes a sigh of relief, glad that he managed to avoid defeat. The spectators are disappointed, because they had so much hoped for the victory of their master of luck. The guy understands that it is better to stay in the shadows to avoid constant surveillance. Yu Xiao is surprised to realize that this child deliberately caused a draw. The audience is disappointed, thinking that the Master of Luck has nothing special. Feng Hao reminds him with a grin that he promised not to lose, not necessarily to win. An enraged Shikun demands another game, unable to accept a draw. The hero tries to leave, citing important matters, but they won't let him go. A new bet of 1,000 battle crystals makes the young man stop. The thought of such wealth shocks the guy and gives him an irresistible desire to play. Shikun's friends support him, also betting 1,000 crystals on victory. His mouth waters at the sight of such a jackpot, and Feng Hao pretends to think about it. 5,000 battle crystals are at stake. It's impossible to refuse. Shen Yun advises to refuse, because a draw is also a good result. The guy reassures the girl, assuring her that he is worried about something completely different. The hero, with tears in his eyes, complains about the lack of crystals for the bet. Yu Xiao decides to support his guest and bets 5,000 crystals for him. Feng Hao tearfully thanks old man Yufang for believing in him. Shikun is furious because he was not taken seriously before, but now he is determined to win. The crowd supports its favorite, confident of his unconditional victory. The guy with a cold grin advises his opponent not to fall flat on his face. Yu Xiao announces the start of the final decisive match. The gang leader congratulates the young master on finding the 18th crystal. With a score of 18-16, Feng Hao achieves a triumphant victory. Shikun can't believe he lost because he tried his best. The loser keeps his word and gives the winner 5,000 crystals. Shikun respectfully admits his defeat in this tense game. Feng Hao points out that his rival's friends are in no hurry to pay. The defeated players desperately beg for their battle crystals to be returned to them. Yu Xiao settles a dispute by taking the crystals from the losers and giving them to the winner. The girl thanks her savior for bringing glory to her city. Shen Yun sheepishly admits that she still hasn't forgiven the guy for his advances. The young man, smiling, assures that he had no ulterior motives. The girl bombards the hero with questions, trying to unravel the mystery of his identity. Feng Hao evades the question with a grin, promising that she will find out everything in the future. A month later, there are only 2 months left until the great competition of the kingdoms. The guy exhales, realizing that it's time to hit the road. The news that Master Hao will represent their country shocks Lu Song. The hero is determined to achieve good results and raise the rank of the kingdom. Master Lu offers to accompany the young man, wishing to go with him. Feng Hao politely declines, explaining that he wants to practice along the way. The blacksmith decides to go to the capital himself and wait there for his new friend. At Yu Feng's mansion, the news of Master Hao's departure causes surprise. Yu Xiao doesn't understand why the boy decided to go on a journey alone. Feng Hao smiles and asks to be called by his first name, refusing formalities. Yu Xiao invites the young man to follow him deeper into his mansion. Before the hero appear 2 powerful elders, sitting in meditation. One of the elders opens his eyes, and his aura of a martial admirer fills the hall. The incredible power of the 2 supreme elders almost knocks the guy off his feet. Yu Xiao respectfully asks the elders to look at the guest's golden token. The gang leader orders Feng Hao to follow him into the Holy of Holies. Countless shelves of secret writings amaze the young warrior's imagination. Yu Xiao leads his guest to the top floor, where the main treasures are kept. The empty hall and only a few scrolls on the table leave the guy perplexed. These scrolls contain ancient secret techniques, the greatest treasures. Yu Xiao proudly talks about the relics his team collected. Yu Yu's team had only collected 4 ancient techniques in 10,000 years. The gang leader invites the young man to try to master one of them. The idea of changing life itself with the help of these techniques seems too precious a gift to the hero. The boy touches one of the scrolls with gratitude, hoping for good luck. Success depends not only on talent, but also on the fate of the master himself. The very first scroll repels the young man, preventing him from mastering the technique. Yu Xiao suggests trying the next one without losing hope of success. All 3 attempts fail, and Feng Hao is in despair. Yu Xiao says that there is only 1 scroll left, and if it doesn't work out, then it wasn't meant to be. The boy feels an inexplicable closeness to this scroll, as if it was meant for him. Touching the scroll releases powerful energy that consumes the hero. The elders are shocked to realize that this guy was able to master the secret technique. Feng Hao finds himself in an unfamiliar, deserted place, not knowing where he is. An incredible pressure presses down on the young man, barely allowing him to stand on his feet. The hero decides not to give up and immediately begin learning the new technique. Yu Xiao understands that his guest has entered a special cultivation area. 3 hours later, a golden glow appears over the gambling house, signifying success. Returning, the guy sighs with relief, admiring the power of the ancient technology. Xuanzhong's display of mastery over the gravity field leaves Yu Xiao in shock. Feng Hao understands that with this technique, he can surprise any enemy. The gang leader gives the young man the ancient records of his ancestor, hoping that they will help. The guy gratefully accepts the priceless gift, which promises new knowledge. Studying the records reveals the secrets of the gravitational field and its incredible power. The force of gravity increases with each new kingdom, reaching unimaginable limits. The hero realizes that mastering Xuanzhong is not just a defense, but a new form of attack. Having completed his study, the young man gratefully returns the scrolls and notes. The guy says goodbye, realizing that it is time for him to move on in his journey. Outside the city of Huan, a group of people is already waiting for the hero, ready for a new meeting. The young man feels like he is being followed from the moment he leaves the city. Feng Hao recognizes the attackers as members of the Qiyun gang, who are seeking revenge. The gang leader scornfully declares that the loss of the crystals is not enough for him. The enraged bandits rush to attack, intending to kill the insolent man. The guy assesses the enemy's strength with a grin, seeing this as an ideal opportunity. The hero tries to bluff, offering to take the ring with thousands of crystals. The gang leader laughs, not believing that the great master could be afraid of them. The bandits rush to the attack, intending to finish off the impudent youth. Feng Hao activates his new technique, creating a circle of death around himself. An unknown force restricts the movements of the attackers, making their bodies incredibly heavy. The young man notes with satisfaction that Xuanzhong's possession really works. The gang leader is shocked, not understanding how this child suddenly became stronger. The hero takes out his new sword, preparing to teach the arrogant bandits a lesson. The realization that the guy has a spiritual weapon in his hands terrifies his enemies. The warrior easily repels attacks, demonstrating incredible mastery of the sword. The gang leader tries to escape but finds himself trapped. The bandit understands that this guy is not the same as before, and there is no point in running. Using Xuanzhang pulls the fugitive back, preventing them from escaping. A powerful blow slams the gang leader into the ground, deciding the outcome of this fight. The defeated enemy cannot understand what unknown force has bound his body. The young man decides to reveal his secret, because his opponent will soon die. Feng Ho demonstrates his ancient secret technique by turning his hand into a paw. The gang leader is horrified to recognize the legendary paw of the Fire Qilin. The hero uses his new power, bringing down the Thunder Dragon's fist on the enemy. A crushing blow sends the bandit flying, deciding the outcome of the battle. Exhausted after the fight, the guy feels a strange itch and malaise in his body. The unbearable itching, like thousands of ants crawling on the bones, drives you crazy. Feng Hao screams in pain, unable to bear this excruciating torture. The sudden insight that this might be a sign of a breakthrough gives hope. The itching stops as suddenly as it began, leaving the hero perplexed. Pleasant warmth and lightness fill the body, bringing long-awaited relief. A powerful surge of energy marks a breakthrough to a long-awaited level of fighting spirit. Inspired by new strength, the young man tries to fly, but falls to the ground with a crash. Little Ball laughs at his owner's clumsy attempt to fly. The hero understands that in order to gain complete control over his wings, he will have to train a lot. An unexpected laugh makes the guy wary, sensing someone's presence. A group of people appears on the horizon, watching his training. One of the strangers mockingly notes that it is not easy for the young master to be alone. The powerful aura of martial reverence level emanating from the group astonishes Feng Hao. The mentor looks with disdain at the guy who can't even fly. The old master smirks and teases the young ones who are unable to fly without support. At sunset, the group decides to stop for the night and rest. Young warriors gather around the fire, attracted by the delicious smell of roasted meat. Feng Hao happily treats the girls, offering them to eat as much as their hearts desire. Little Sharik squeaks jealously, not wanting to share his owner with others. The hero refuses to sell his pet with a smile because it is like his own. The guy gently calms his jealous friend, promising to fry some meat for him too. One of the warriors watches the strange couple with surprise, wondering about their nature. Chen Nan, one of the warriors, approaches the fire and gratefully accepts the treat. New acquaintances introduce themselves to each other, united by a common meal. It turns out that they are all heading to the imperial capital to participate in the tournament. Chen Nan invites Feng Hao to go on a journey together since they are on the same path. A plan is brewing in the head of a new acquaintance. A trip with such a genius promises great benefits. The guy cunningly praises his new friend, turning to him with a request. Chen Nan is willing to listen to any request in exchange for delicious meat. The hero offers to fight to test how strong he really is. The warrior is surprised, because his opponent is only in the early stages of fighting spirit. Feng Hao insists on a duel, claiming that he is strong enough for it. Chen Nan agrees, promising to control his strength and fight on equal terms. Two warriors stand facing each other, ready for a friendly sparring match. Observers are skeptical, as Chen Nan is a genius, and his opponent is a nameless child. Chen Nan rushes into attack without warning, not wanting to give his opponent a head start. Feng Hao responds with a crushing Thunder Dragon fist, ready to fight. The collision of two forces creates a powerful shockwave, but neither gives in. Chen Nan is shocked by the incredible strength emanating from the early stage fighter. The mentor explains that one shouldn't underestimate the guy, because he has perfected the crystal. Trying to save face, the warrior declares that he was not prepared and demands a rematch. Chen Nan asks for another chance with determination in his eyes. The hero grins and suggests to his new friend that he use all his strength. Chen Nan uses a flaming fist, putting all his power into the strike. The collision of fire and lightning creates an incredible explosion, shaking the earth. The mentor is perplexed, not understanding how this guy can compete with a genius. Chen Nan respectfully admits that sparring with Brother Feng was amazing. The hero gratefully accepts the compliment, pleased with the results of the training. Two warriors, overcome with excitement, continue their duel with a cry of, "Let's go!" The fierce battle continues, filling the night with flashes of energy and thunder. The girls watch in amazement as the child, who cannot fly, fights on equal terms. Chen Nan stops the fight, admitting that he doesn't want to fight anymore. The guy challenges his opponent to stop holding back and fight with all his might. The warrior happily agrees, promising to no longer hide his true power. Chen Nan unleashes his true power, engulfing himself in a pillar of flame. Feng Hao acknowledges the strength of the martial ancestor level with a grin, ready to fight. The boy activates his secret technique, turning his hand into a fiery Qilin paw. The incredible sight shocks everyone present, calling the young man a monster. Even the powerful mentor cannot believe his eyes. The hero rushes into attack, offering his opponent a chance to try out his new power. Chen Nan barely dodges, realizing that such a blow would break his arm. The guy modestly explains that he received this special technique by chance. The thought of the existence of a real ancient secret technique shocks the warrior. Exhausted from the battle, Chen Nan admits defeat, unable to compete with the monster. Feng Hao teases his friend with a smirk, accusing him of holding back his strength. Chen Nan suggests fighting tomorrow, hoping for a more equal fight. The warrior asks with a grin if his opponent is afraid of losing again. The boy accepts the challenge, his eyes glowing with excitement for the upcoming battle. The hero demonstrates his ability to fly using his newfound fiery wings. Chen Nan is delighted because his friend's flying has improved significantly in just a few days. Feng Hao humbly thanks him for the guidance, without which he could not have managed. Chen Nan pats the guy on the shoulder in a friendly manner, confessing his sympathy. An unexpected confession leaves the hero shocked, causing him to doubt his friend's orientation. Chen Nan covers his mouth in horror, realizing that he just said something stupid. Chen Nan panics and tries to justify himself, insisting that he didn't mean anything like that. Feng Hao jokingly pulls away, saying that he is now afraid to be around. To avoid awkwardness, the young man offers to keep his distance while his friend runs away. The girls laugh at Chen Nan, who turns out to be into men. A new acquaintance wonders if such a genius really comes from a low class. Chen Nan explains the complex hierarchy of kingdoms in their dynasty. In the Middle Kingdom, a fighting ancestor at such a young age is a great rarity. The reason for the low status of the Zilan Kingdom lies in its past defeat in the tournament. The guy confidently asks to tell him about the rules of the great tournament. The first stage of the tournament is a battle for the rating between the kingdoms. Lower-class kingdoms can challenge the higher ones and take their place. The second stage is the main competition, where anyone under 30 years of age can participate. The 3 best warriors will have the right to ascend the Holy King's Mountain. Feng Hao hears about the Holy King's Mountain for the first time, causing surprise in his interlocutor. The Holy King Mountain is the greatest legacy of the Jin dynasty and the dream of every warrior. The Great Tournament is a direct path to the transformation of the family and the entire kingdom. Chen Nan is amazed, because the Zilan Kingdom is lucky to have such talent. The warrior admits that he is aiming for first place in the Great Tournament. After meeting Feng Hao, he sees him as a potential rival for the top spot. The hero notes with a smile that in such a great dynasty there are other talents. Chen Nan begins to talk about the strongest participants in the upcoming tournament. The legend of Bai Yi, whose birth caused all the flowers in the city to mutate. The 15-year-old martial ancestor's incredible progress shocks Feng Hao. The story of Tong Chong, who single-handedly massacred an entire family, is chilling. The hero is terrified because in this world one monster is more terrible than another. Chen Nan tries to encourage his friend, believing in his unique abilities. Feng Hao gains confidence in the realization that there are no invincible geniuses. The sudden appearance of the mentor interrupts the night conversation around the fire. The old master tells of a mysterious man who calls himself the Devil. This crazy name only causes bewilderment and laughter among everyone present. It turns out that this devil is the only survivor of a powerful family. For 10 years he hid, hatching a plan for revenge for the destruction of his family. Upon returning, he single-handedly poisoned to death all his offenders. The students wonder if this demon will participate in the big tournament. The mentor is not sure because this devil has always been unpredictable. Feng Hao excitedly declares that he would like to meet this monster. A month later, a powerful breakthrough marks a new stage in the young warrior's development. Chen Nan congratulates Brother Feng on the incredible success he has achieved in a month. The hero gratefully notes that he would not have managed without joint training. The imperial capital is visible ahead, and the travelers quicken their pace. Even ordinary guards in the capital have the power of the fighting spirit level. The luxury and splendor of the imperial capital make the hero feel like a villager. The friends' paths diverge, and each goes to the pavilion of their kingdom. Chen Nan says goodbye to his brother Feng, promising to meet him at the tournament. The guy waves his hand with a smile, confirming his readiness for the coming battles. The hero finds the pavilion of his kingdom, ready for a new chapter in his life. The thought of possibly meeting Shinner and Linner fills the young man's heart with warmth. A sudden scream interrupts his thoughts, causing him to turn around in bewilderment. A group of impudent young men invites girls to stay in the capital under their protection. The indignant girls contemptuously reject the offer, which provokes anger. The old mentor demands to know why they are crossing the path of people from small kingdoms. One of the insolent men threatens to destroy their kingdom for their insolence. A joyful cry makes everyone turn towards the new guest. The girls throw themselves into the arms of their friend, complaining about the long wait. The appearance of the hero brings relief and a joyful smile to the mentor. The servants are furious because this bastard dares to embrace the girls that their master could not get. The young master stops his servant, deciding to deal with the impudent man personally. He offers 100 battle crystals as compensation for possible violence. The guy asks ironically if their family runs a gambling house. It turns out that this impudent fellow is the second son of the Ruin family's gambling house, Ruin Ping. Feng Hao stifles a laugh as he notes the surprising name of his new acquaintance. Enraged, Ruan Peng beats his servant, forbidding him to speak his name out loud. The hero grinningly declares that he can simply rob a gambling house instead of accepting handouts. Ruan Peng takes the young man's words as a challenge, noting his self-confidence. The guy asks innocently if the young gentleman would mind his visit. The owner of the gambling house accepts the challenge with disdain, not fearing the child from the insignificant kingdom. The new bet is whether Feng Hao can collect 100 battle crystals. Liner anxiously asks if Brother Hao is confident of his victory. Yunying is outraged that this guy dares to gamble their fate. The hero confidently declares that he knows what he is doing, reassuring his companions. Rumors of a new confrontation are spreading throughout the gambling house. The guy asks the girls to choose any stones from the 3 indicated rows. Wanxin asks doubtfully if they can really choose for themselves. Ruan Peng watches with mockery as the ignorant child chooses stones at random. The hero asks to open 12 stones for him, worth a total of 400,000 gold. Unexpectedly, the second young gentleman decides to open the stones himself. The audience is delighted because this child looks cooler than the youngest gentleman. Ruan Peng looks at the stone with disdain, not believing that it could contain a crystal. A powerful blow shatters the stone into dust, revealing a precious treasure to the world. An incredible find, spiritual iron, shocks everyone present. Viewers doubt whether this guy can be a real master. Young Master Feng Hao opens 2 pieces of spiritual iron and 7 crystals. The generosity of the hero, who gave away an entire fortune, brings tears of emotion to the crowd. Ruan Peng doesn't believe that such a young guy can be a master at selecting stones. Feng Hao asks with a grin for permission to continue choosing stones. The opponent agrees with disdain, not wanting to show his weakness. The hero announces to everyone that he has been allowed to continue the game. The guy invites his companions to continue choosing stones with him. 2 hours later, Ruan Peng sits tensely, waiting for the results to be announced. The servant announces that Master Feng Hao has selected 653 stones. 11 pieces of iron and 586 crystals were found in the selected stones. The incredible result plunges everyone present into a state of profound shock. Ruan Peng cannot allow this to continue, otherwise his gambling house will go bankrupt. The opponent hands the hero a ring containing all the treasures he has won. The guy thanks for the win, but wants to remind him of something else. Feng Hao asks that all remaining stones be replaced so as not to damage the house's reputation. The idea that 10,000 stones could be empty seems impossible. An enraged Ruan Peng cannot believe such impudence and audacity. The hero issues a challenge, promising to pay 100 crystals for each crystal found. The young man's self-confidence makes everyone wonder if he is bluffing. A crowd of gamblers rushes to check the remaining stones. It turns out that all the stones were empty and the Zhuang family had put trash there. Enraged gamblers leave the gambling house, calling it the worst in town. Ruan Peng falls to his knees in despair, not knowing how to explain everything to his parents. Feng Hao thanks him for the hospitality with a smile, promising to return next time. The owner of the gambling house tearfully begs him never to come again. The hero walks away with an unperturbed look, leaving behind a ruined enemy. The girls admire Brother Hao's strength, because with him they are afraid of nothing. The guy accepts the compliments with a smile, but notes that he has room for improvement. An unexpected gift in the form of a spiritual weapon delights the girls. Wanxin is surprised that Brother Hao also has an ice spirit weapon. The young man decides to give the sword to Wanxin, knowing that she wants to give it to Yunying. The girl gratefully accepts the gift, which will help improve the relationship. 3 days later, the day of the great tournament of the kingdoms arrives. All the people greeted the emperor with respect when he came to the opening. The emperor announces an additional 10% reward for each class. The great Zhaoyi tournament is officially declared open. The mentor addresses his students, hoping for their confidence in victory. The head of the Zhuyun kingdom looks with disdain at the team from the insignificant Zilan. Chihan notes with a chuckle that it took 10 years to train 2 martial ancestors. Mentor Hua notes with irony that not everything is smooth in the Zhuyun kingdom either. The head of the Zhuyun kingdom disdainfully rejects the possibility of fighting the lower class. The arrogant old man offers to fight when their kingdom rises to his level. The mentor explains that they need to reach the middle class first. One of the masters goes to sign up the Zilan team for the first match. The referee announces the first match, Zilan Kingdom versus Yuyue Kingdom. Yunying easily defeats her first opponent, demonstrating her power. Liner also wins her fight quickly and spectacularly. Wanxin completes his winning streak, leaving his opponent no chance. The defeated fighter is shocked by the incredible strength of the warriors from the low-class kingdom. The teacher thanks Feng Hao, because thanks to him, everyone's strength has increased significantly. The judge declares the Zilan Kingdom's triumphant victory and promotion to rank. With determination in his eyes, the young man declares that their goal is now the Zhuyun Kingdom. Team Zealand quickly climbs the steps, approaching their attackers. Mentor Hua issues a challenge, offering to fight for the title immediately. The head of the Shuyun Kingdom doubts that this child can trample them all on his own. The mentor reassures his students, reminding them that their opponent is already a martial ancestor. Feng Hao asks with a grin if they know who is the most ridiculous person in this world. One of the warriors replies that this is a man who does not know his strength. The hero ironically corrects that this is a man who thinks that ignorance makes him funny. An arrogant warrior invites an ignoramus to learn his place. Enveloped in flames, the opponent rushes into attack, unafraid of battle. Feng Hao accepts the challenge with a cool head, ready for the decisive duel. Friends and fans enthusiastically support their hero, believing in his victory. The head of the Shuyun Kingdom looks down on the low-class upstart. The hero declares with a grin that he alone will be enough for victory. The enraged warrior swears that his enemy will regret his words. The young man only looks with irony at the empty threats of his self-confident enemy. The opponent uses his signature technique, the poisoned dragon sting. A concussive thunderclap easily repels the deadly attack. A powerful wave of energy breaks the enemy's weapon, leaving them in shock. Feng Hao immediately counterattacks with his Thunder Dragon Fist. A crushing attack breaks through the defense, causing serious injury to the enemy. The head of the kingdom cannot believe that his martial ancestor has been defeated. The girls are thrilled with the incredible win, calling it awesome and amazing. Yunying bitterly admits that this guy's strength far surpasses her own. The winner, sword in hand, challenges the next opponent. One of the warriors of the Shuyun Kingdom takes up the challenge with fury, entering the arena. The bandit uses a spinning fist, but his attack is predictable and weak. Feng Hao meets the Thunder Dragon's fist with a grin. The collision of two fists creates a powerful explosion of energy that shakes the arena. Feng Hao uses Xuanzhong's mastery, fusing the attributes of ice and fire. Incredible gravity restricts the enemy's movements, rendering him helpless. A crushing blow sends the bandit flying, ending the duel. The audience is shocked, not understanding how this is possible. Because everything happened instantly, the winner calls out to the next one, ready for new battles. The head of the Shuyun Kingdom suspects that this guy has a high-class crystal. The old man orders his best fighter to go, but to be careful. The new challenger enters the arena with confidence, ready for the decisive battle. The warrior releases his energy, demonstrating incredible power and strength. The young man understands that his dragon fist will be useless against the berserker's technique. The hero activates his secret technique, transforming his hand into a killing paw. The opponent is horrified, realizing that in front of him is not just a man, but a real monster. The emperor, bored on the throne, watches what is happening with interest. An unexpected turn of events makes even the ruler curious. Feng Hao is confident that the power of Qilin is capable of crushing absolutely everything. The opponent uses an anti-earth fist, putting all his fury into the blow. A crushing attack from the Qilin's paw sends the warrior flying, deciding the outcome of the duel. The crowd is delighted, calling the winner a real monster descended from the heavens. Chen Nan is looking forward to seeing this monstrous hand in the final. The emperor is amazed, not understanding where this guy got such incredible talent from. Spectators whisper, wondering if these scales are some kind of secret technique. The girls watch the battle with concern, fearing for the life of their brother Hao. The head of the Shuyun Kingdom doesn't believe that someone at the martial spirit level can be so strong. Feng Hao screams in pain as his killing paw begins to spin out of control. A powerful blow from the fiery paw slams the young man into the ground, causing an explosion. Master fears that this guy's strength has reached a level more than a third of his martial ancestor. The winner looks defiantly at his fallen enemies, asking who else wants to fight. The Shuyun Kingdom team, broken and frightened, admits defeat. The hero breathes a sigh of relief, because his kingdom has won an unconditional victory. Teacher Hua cannot hold back tears of joy, not believing in such a miracle. The boy removes his fiery paw, returning to his normal form. The girls throw themselves into the arms of their hero, admiring his strength and courage. Feng Hao reassures his companions that he will never be like that with them. The audience is shocked by the terrifying secret technique that this guy demonstrated. The young man proposes to the old man Hua to challenge the high-class kingdom. Even the emperor watches what is happening with interest, intrigued by the young genius. The opportunity to learn a secret technique that an ordinary person cannot master delights the masters. The emperor proposes to choose this young man to climb the Holy King's mountain. All those present agree, because no one dares to contradict the will of the emperor. The elder suggests that the emperor let the young man fight to the end to find out his limits. Chen Nan happily waves his hand, welcoming his friend into the arena. The warrior is shocked by two stunning beauties standing next to his opponent. Chen Nan cries out in despair about the injustice because he has no luck with girls. Mentor Hua stops the guy, asking him to register for the challenge first. Feng Hao smiles and reassures the elder as he introduces his friend. Chen Nan tries to impress girls by posing as an unmarried genius. The enraged hero hits his friend, not understanding who asked him to say this. The mentor is shocked because the Luoyue kingdom is of the middle-high class. Chen Nan sheepishly admits that they were a little mistaken about their status. The news that the Luoyue kingdom has been promoted shocks everyone. The elder understands that this young man is also a genius, since he was able to achieve this. Chen Nan challenges his friend to become a top-class kingdom. The guy understands that this is a great opportunity that cannot be missed. With a heavy heart, Master Hua agrees to the risky adventure. The elder asks the young man if he is confident that he can fight alone. Feng Hao confidently declares his readiness for any challenge. The mentor leads his student to register for the next fight. Yunying offers her help in choosing opponents, as she knows other kingdoms better. Chen Nan blushes in embarrassment as she tries to talk to the icy beauty. Chen Nan sheepishly agrees to help choose an opponent. Feng Hao whispers with a grin that Yunying is not married, hinting at his friend's interest. The warrior, in a panic, refuses, blushing with embarrassment in front of his new acquaintance. The hero warns with a smile that it won't be easy with this girl. The emperor watches with interest the daredevil who has challenged the high-class kingdom. The advisors doubt success, but one of them believes in the hidden power of the young man. The ruler orders that all information about Feng Hao be collected as quickly as possible. Chen Nan chooses the Shifang kingdom from the top 5 for warm-up. The girls look at their new friend with suspicion, doubting his intentions. The guy confidently declares that this person can be trusted. The battle between the Zilan kingdom and the Shefan kingdom begins. The crowd is thrilled, anticipating a new spectacle featuring the new monster. Feng Hao activates his Killing Paw, preparing to battle a new opponent. The opponent summons a dark dragon, demonstrating its sinister power. The monster's spinning palm collides with its fiery paw, shaking the arena. The hero easily repels the attack, using his incredible physical strength. The bandit realizes that he is not going to fight this brat head-on. Mentor Hua guesses about the enemy's cunning plan to wear down Feng Hao. Chen Nan is confident that his opponent is not so simple and this is just a warm-up. Feng Hao is just beginning to get the hang of it, ready for a real battle.